Morning. Morning if you are in North America at least. Welcome to Let's Play Scrabble's continuing coverage of the 2025 fourth annual Midwest Major, a 17-game tournament coming to you from Madison, Wisconsin. Jason Idalski here, Heidi Robertson alongside. Heidi, look forward to commentating with you for the first time today.
Yeah, it should be so fun. I know that you did some commentary for me during one of my point of view streams before, and that was super fun and super insightful. I love your commentary. It's always very, very educational. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun.
You can see Heidi's Twitch channel below there, so occasionally when she plays tournaments, you can stream it from her point of view. A little bit of a distraction, kind of with all the setup beforehand. And speaking of, it sounds like one of the players in our first game today is actually co-director of the tournament, as we'll be watching co-director Mike Johnson alongside Linda Finn. Thanks to both of them for directing this tournament. Mike Johnson will be playing Stefan Koch.
Cool. Are they ready, or are we? Are they seated and ready? Do you know?
I am not sure. Producer says it looks like it. But we do want to talk a little bit about both players first. Stefan Koch coming to us from Los Angeles, California. 1682 rating. Only played 65 tournaments. Looks like he's been playing for about a decade now. Plays a few tournaments a year. Very impressive winning percentage of 57.5. So now Mike Johnson again, who actually plays both dictionaries. I believe he won Division Two of the 2024 Scrabble Players Championship in NWL, but also plays both dictionaries. Very impressive career winning percentage, over 60, 61.2. Almost 1,300 wins compared to just a little more than 800 losses in his 154 tournaments. So now looking at the
Nice.
head-to-head, yeah, it does not surprise me, given that one is in Los Angeles and the other is in Iowa, that neither of them. So it'll be always fun to watch a first-time meeting between two players.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I was just gonna uh, I was gonna say something, but of course it totally, totally got away from me. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to seeing this play out. I was gonna say, I guess I didn't realize that Mike played both dictionaries. So I remember actually being at the Scrabble Players Championship, and I think annotating one of his games on stream. So yeah, in NWL, of course. So
All right, Stefan going first. A rack with a pretty good vowel consonant balance. AIUGRTT. Seems that the most obvious option is guitar for 18. Heidi, are you blowing this rack up, or is there a leave that you'd really like to keep here?
um, I might consider playing shorter, like gut or tug, just to maybe hopefully not give more floaters than I need to. And I don't know if it's worth, like, I don't know the difference. I'd have to count it out. Guitar is worth what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Guitar
14,
would be 18, tug or gut would be
18,
8. Would be sacrificing 10
10
points.
points.
The AIRT leave a little bit better than the leave of just the T, though.
Interesting.
Stefan is going to play a
He's
little bit
gonna.
longer with gutta.
Interesting. I don't know this word, so I don't know if it takes any hooks, or like if it's just an S hook, or if it takes other like an L or an R or surprise hooks like that. So it's really important, I think, when you're playing words, that you do tend to know the hooks to the words you're playing. Of course, I'm not usually in that boat, so it's a guessing game for me. What do we see? It says right on. I forgot about our little definition scroll there, so that's helpful. Gute is so it takes an E on the back.
Yes, does also take the standard S pluralization as well.
Okay, okay.
So
Oh,
Mike
now there's
looks like
a nice. Sorry.
that's okay. No, it looks like he might be considering trying pullings through the G here. One of
Hmm.
the INGS words that is not good in Collins, but there is an anagram that is valid.
Nice. Two, actually? Two anagrams, looks like.
It's two anagrams, sorry. He had this set up on his rack. I just thought that this was, oh, if my Y was an E, I had epsilon joke, but this is
Hmm.
apparently another spelling of ypsilon.
Yes. So
So he
just
will play that.
sacrificing a couple points there. Kevin is spotted posingly. Did the other one get spotted? I didn't see in the chat there. But hi, everybody, and welcome. Thanks for being here with us today. It's good to see you all. Oh, we're getting a challenge. Thanks to Art for this word judge me challenge. Computer, where's the little art icon or graphic?
He's gonna challenge both too. So this is not just
Nice.
local. This is gonna be a dime.
Yeah. 10 extra points there, 5 for each word challenged. How long has Stefan been playing Collins? Like, is he a regular Collins player? I didn't notice that piece.
It looks
You
like he
know?
has been playing. It looks like he's been playing Collins for quite a bit. His first Collins tournament was in 2018, and
Oh,
it looks
okay.
like he's been playing Collins mostly exclusively. He does play. He actually plays both dictionaries as well. Although I am more familiar with him playing CSW, and he does seem to play more of that.
Okay. It's funny. This is the first time I think I'm seeing him. So I don't know if he travels normally to the big tournaments or what. But I mean, there's a lot of people there when those big ones happen. So it's hard to keep an eye on everybody.
I do know the name, but this is the first time that I've ever seen him play on stream.
Right.
Eidprry for Stefan, and he does have some good options here.
Um, yeah. No bingos, but I don't know. What is your instinct here, Jason, when you're looking at a rack like this?
Yeah, so a lot of high scoring plays using that ON and Epsilon to play to the triple, Purdy for 43, Perry or Dairy. I think in times like this, I'd like to just look at, all right, what do I want to get rid of? Obviously, the P, the double R, or the duplicate R, I
Yeah.
should say, and the Y, and then you know, how can that happen? So
Yeah.
you're pretty
Purdy
much just
looks
looking
pretty good
for
here, eh?
yeah, Purdy looks very good. Your highest scoring play at 43. IR is not the greatest lead, but it's also not awful.
Yeah, I don't think if it would be worth looking at much else here. I wasn't like I was wondering. No double doubles through the U, for example. I might take a minute looking there just to see if there's anything, but nothing first jumping out.
That's a good point. You don't want to get tunnel vision into, oh, look at the nice scores I have off of Epsilon, and then totally miss maybe even a bingo, or like you
Right.
said, a non-bingo double double through that U.
Or the O even, which looks less likely, but you never know. An Ori word,
Yeah,
predatory
exactly.
almost, something like that, right? So yeah,
Priory was just one letter longer. You could play that as a double double and keep the very nice ED, but
yeah,
he spots his best play of Purdy.
nice.
In the meantime, Mike had Twangler set up. I don't know if that's good, but I do know that Waterlog through that O would have been.
Ooh,
So both of those bingos
waterlogged.
getting blocked. And now,
Wow.
interesting spot here. Do you play something short, like just play off the WG, and play Wig off of the A and Gutta, or do you blow it up with, as Heidi just mentioned before, the non-bingo double double tegular through the U?
Oh, tegular looks good. Um, don't know. I think I would have to spend a minute just lamenting the bingos I can no longer play. And then, well, maybe not a full minute, but at least the 20 seconds or so before moving on. But yeah, if you spot Tegular, I think that's a good play. Um, but it's interesting, like just dropping WG makes your rack super bingo friendly. So for next turn, um, the score difference is quite like 20 points. So I think you'd might want to keep on the scoring pressure here, maybe.
Yeah, I do like Tegular a little bit more, just because it kind of sets up the W really nice. You're slotting the E and the A with triple letters below it, and the W will play very nicely in both of those spots. So I also do tend to kind of give into fishing too much. Alter
Yeah,
Niel. It's a very good leave on this board, but if you miss, you might have a rack of seven singles and no
right,
playable bingo. In which case, now you've kind of taken two turns off from scoring.
right.
But I also
Um,
like what you said about lamenting the lost bingos. There's a term in poker called a hand funeral, where sometimes you know you're behind, but it was like it started out as such a big hand, like it had such potential, so you just have to give like the hand funeral. So it's like that with bingos too. Sometimes when my bingos get blocked, like I just have to take a second to process that, you know,
yeah,
how did you block all of them, and then you can start
yes,
getting to the business of focusing on what non-bingo you're going to play. So yeah, a little bit of a bingo funeral there. I feel that for sure.
yeah. Yeah, and also there's a lot of different suffixes and prefixes that he's got available to him. Like there's the ly, there's age at the end of words, so or re. So I think you might spend a lot of time looking for some, maybe improbable bingo that could happen. It's not impossible. So or like compound words, So yeah, where.
That's true. Does have the WARE combo there. Yeah, so a very interesting turn here. Not surprising that we've seen him take 3 minutes on it and counting.
Yeah.
In situations like this where you can score 12 and leave really well, or score 32 but you're blowing up a rack, do you like to take the one with the better leave or the one with the higher points? Because I usually take the one with the better leave, but it sounds like you were talking about keeping scoring pressure on. It sounds like you're more
Mhm.
apt to just kind of blow the rack up.
Well, I think it definitely depends on the game situation. So, like, how do I feel and who am I playing? If I think that I need to, for example, if I'm playing somebody who's super defensive and I know they're going to close everything down, I'm going to want to play longer, regardless, just to try and make sure that things stay open. Um, or, well, not necessarily play longer, but make a play that is going to keep the board open longer. Um, and so yeah, I think, or if I feel like how confident my leave is the bingo leave really great and hard to pass up, or so yeah, I don't think it's ever a set, you should do this or that. It's always game dependent, right, and situation dependent. So there's so many things that you have to take into consideration in any given move, right? So yeah, Scrabble is hard.
He had the WAL set up. I'm not sure where that would be going. He's got it in his hand. Oh, okay, gonna play Whaley off of the wide epsilon.
Interesting choice here. I don't know if you spotted Tegular, but this it doesn't score that. How much did it score? It's 18 points. Um,
Yes.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I love that play. And now monitory.
Very
Nice.
nice find from Stefan. Actually played off of both Ys. It's not often you have a bingo line. You know it will stay open.
Yeah, very nice. You must have been happy to see that. Gonna jump into the lead here.
And it looks like
Magnus saying not a huge fan of keeping the G there for Mike, but now he's got this GHT combination he can maybe use. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, gonna challenge monitory. and it's going to come back. Stefan will get an extra 5 for that.
Quite an interesting start to this game. Each player has bingoed, and it looks like Mike with that blank will punch this rack in. But I'm not seeing anything right off. But I'm sure he has some sort of bingo that we'll play.
Mm-hmm.
There's the D. Okay, there's the D from Purdy. I saw daughter, but I didn't see the spot for it. So that's the highest
Nice.
scoring one. Only two others though. He can play Thuggery through the G in
Ooh,
Guttas,
nice.
or he can play the cute nine of Toughener through EN, which sadly he will never do because
Toughener.
that stops one short of that double letter. So,
Right, right.
um,
But
do you like?
Thuggier looks great here, though. Thuggery, sorry. Thuggery looks great because it really it doesn't open up a lot of new space on the board, and that actually restricts some of those easier, like that R in Purdy, for example, or the even like an ing bingo that would go play to that gutta. So I think that I like Thuggery here.
I was just about to ask which you preferred. It would be a 4 point sacrifice, but daughter does throw the R in that triple lane in a fairly juicy spot, seventh out of eight.
Yeah,
Mike putting on his noise canceling headphones there.
yeah,
So yeah,
that's interesting, eh? I think we're seeing these more and more, right? Like people used to have to get pretty special accommodations to be able to wear headphones and things like that, but I think it's more common to see them now. Um,
it is good that they're becoming more socially acceptable and
mhm.
allowing more people to enjoy. Sim is actually showing that there is a decent non-bingo option of
Mm.
huge. That would play
Oh,
awful
that's
on its board,
interesting.
making Ho on GI and ET, scoring 33, but leaving the very potent RT blank combo.
Yes.
But yeah, very close between all four bingos actually, as well as huge.
That's really funny. Like I normally will look for plays like that. Like, can I score a bunch and keep my blank and a nice leave for next turn? 33 is a lot of points to be able to do that, but I don't think I would necessarily be doing it here. I normally do it when I have a little bit of a higher scoring tile, like a K or a J or an X or something like that. Um, but yeah, I don't think I would have even considered that option here. We just would have bingoed straight away, probably.
Looks like he's going to take the points with daughter. So three turns apiece, and we've already seen three bingos on the board.
Yeah, and not necessarily like thuggery is not necessarily a word that would jump to mind easily. I don't think it's not very high probability, and daughter much more gettable. I think here.
Yeah, you said thuggier before you said thuggery, and I'm very
I know.
surprised because
Yes.
thuggier is not good. He had it set up, and I think
Yeah.
he might have been thinking thuggier instead of thugger.
Mm. Which that would be obviously harder to pull the trigger on. There's a lot of IER words that end non-words, so it's hard to keep it straight what's good and what's not.
Well, that R in space will be a godsend for Stefan with the quite common no bingo clunky tiles in the B, F, and M. So he could do something
Mm-hmm.
like Barf or Farm. He could play longer with the Ambari, although that would set up the Z that Mike has just drawn. So he will play Farm and leave us to wonder what the extensions to that might be.
Hmm. Such an interesting turn there. Like, how do you decide which word to go for there with farm? Like, I would have instinctively wanted to get rid of my B there. Like, I might have played barf there instead, even though I would get the B on the double instead of the F. I don't know. Just I think I slightly prefer M over B, but now he's got ABL. He could have an ABLE word. So yeah, it's really hard to make those decisions, and those little decisions can affect the game so much, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm with you. I would have just said, oh, I've got a spot to get rid of my three worst tiles, my duplicate A, my B, and my F, and score 36, I probably
Yeah.
wouldn't have even considered farm, even though it is three more points. I also
Yeah.
kind of like throwing the B out in space as opposed to the F.
Yes.
The taking the A and the O, whereas as the F
Yeah, that's
takes
a
that E.
really
So if cow size was a word, Mike had it set up. That would
that
be at
would
his
be a great word if it was good. Cow size. I, I want a cow sized portion of whatever.
clever. Mike does have his plus play set up. Not an easy one to spot, but he can play Says alongside Monitory for 67. Obviously, that CIOW leave is not enticing, but nothing else comes anywhere close to scoring 67.
No, that's huge. I actually don't even know what else would he be looking for here. Just doing due diligence and making sure he doesn't have something better, but it's hard to imagine what could be better than this with that Z on that triple going both ways.
Could play COZ off of Whaley for 44 or COZE for 48. So the
Yeah,
question is, how much more do you like the Wise leave than you like the CIOW leave?
right.
And not 23 points more. He will play Says.
Yeah, or maybe even looking to see if there was like a ZEL play from the to the triple, maybe, or something like that. Not impossible.
Had the W for Wurzel.
Wurzel, yeah. There's that you.
Now he's got it after well, he's
Yeah,
got it after Z. So it's one of those. If you were in a draw, you would play this game a lot better for sure.
yeah.
AIOBDLN for Stefan, and another turn of no bingos, and unlike the last one, no real obvious play here.
Yeah, and this is a hard rack too because it looks very bingo-y. Like it looks like it's you've got that G floating out in space. Is there an ing word I could play? They're pretty low probability, like high probability tiles, so and low point tiles. So I think it would not be easy to move on from this rack quickly, unless you're very well studied and you can instantly know that there's nothing in there. But yeah, I think I would be spending a little bit of time here, like trying to manifest something into the G or making a 9 through EN or something like that.
So the question is, do you want to keep the IN because you have that G out in space, or do you want to keep the BID because as Magnus, huge stream supporter, has pointed out in chat, Aqua Farm, Bird Farm, Stud Farm, and
Yeah,
Super those extensions. So if you fish for one of the three remaining R's, Bird Farm will
right,
score, as I counted pretty quickly, 48, I think.
right,
Probably not worth setting those three tiles aside and just looking at the
right.
LOAN to play with. That's
Well,
the hard part of
especially, I was just going to say, especially since there's not one G out, but two. There are two for a possible ING bingo. So I think it would make me lean a little bit more towards keeping the IN if it makes sense to do so. If I can score enough without using them, then I will try to do that, I think, in this position.
Friday. I was just seeing the one in Daughter. I forgot about the one up in Guttas. So, but yeah, that's the hard part about fishing for extensions is when you set aside those three tiles, then you're playing with a four tile rack, and
Mm-hmm.
you spend 2-3 turns playing with a four tile rack when your opponent's playing with a seven tile rack. You will lose a lot of scoring pressure there.
Yeah. Somebody saying in the chat, Brent is saying that is actually an expression in Dutch. Inkoven in, I don't know, I'm probably butchering that, sorry, means a cow sized to mean a large or obvious example of something that is hilarious.
So I'm trying to think if there's a North American equivalent. Do you have something in
um,
Canada to say, like, what's the equivalent of cow size?
I the only thing that's popping into my head right now is like eat like a horse and things like that, but
Okay.
I don't know if we have any similar expressions there.
We don't say anything like cow size or horse size or even elephant size or anything like that.
I don't think so. Christian saying he thinks he would play Bodhi here, Bodhi, for 24 points through the H. Yes, through that H in daughter. Stefan elects to do boating here, leaving AL. Oh, so yeah, setting up his A for aboding. Is that a word? Foreboding, aboding. maybe I'm making things up.
Oh, very nice thought. Yeah, the A front hook for abboting. So
Okay,
that makes this play make a lot more sense. It wasn't showing up among the top 10 or 15 options there, but everything was very close in terms of score versus leave. So
right.
like the thought process there. Very nice. Would certainly work on me since I was not aware of those. So I'd just be playing along, dumping A's, infuriating my opponent. And so once again, Mike, one tile away from a really nice play to that L. If he had double E's, he could play Crewel. But
Oh yes, co-right, co-right, cow-right.
right,
I always
yes,
say that.
cow right, the
Co-right.
cousin of cow size.
Yes.
As we go through the tour of the cow words over here. And don't forget the cow worker. The people you work with are
Yes.
cow workers.
So fun. It's so fun how your brain like just I don't know butchers the words sometimes or just these I don't know. I always my favorite example is when I very first started club and my opponent played stingier and I challenged because I was like stingier, what's that?
Yep.
Stingier, no. So we're going to the challenge computer and she's this 80-year-old woman, one of the founders of the club, and she's like, I think you're mispronouncing the word. She's kind of laughing at me. I'm like, oh man, stingier, damn it.
I would love to hear some in chat, but I have quite a few of those stories. If things get slow today, if somebody's taking a long time on a turn, I can give you some of my favorites. But one of them is very close to Stingier, where somebody challenged the R hook onto Swinge. So
Yeah.
so and then so Swinger, he didn't like Swinger. And then as they're walking to the challenge computer, he said, or no, this was actually back in the days of manual challenge. So he actually
Yes.
withdrew the challenge like with the person standing there. But he's like, "You're challenging
Oh
Swinger?"
man,
He's like, "Oh." He's like, never mind,
love
never
it.
mind. The person taking the challenge is like, well, you called for the challenge, so you still can't. He's like, go away, go away. Oh,
Nice.
laughing at the poor guy. Anyway, unfortunately, taxable is not a word. Taxable is, and if it was, Stefan would be scoring a boatload hooking the A to boating.
Hmm.
But now
Yes.
he's got a decision, and it looks like he's considering his highest scoring play of latex. On top of boating, making AB to Ed and XI.
Nice. Excuse me while I be distracted in chat with all their funnies. Christian saying, I once played ruing because I knew rude, rewed was a word, so rue must be a verb, right?
So yeah, you
And
have
then
rude
Linda.
and ruing.
Yeah. In my early days, I challenged biped.
Right,
Like,
yes, that's a classic. That is a classic.
oh, it's so fun. I love it. Once challenged tallies, pronouncing it
Always.
tallies.
Totally. So you have shorties. Shorties isn't good yet, although I've used the word shorties a lot. But you have
Oh,
shorties.
shorties and tallies.
Shorties and tallies. Yeah. But shorties isn't good, so how can tallies be good?
Furthermore, as if shorties isn't good, but anyways, we digress. What is Mike gonna do here? Oh man, what do you do here even?
Yeah, I saw the tusk to remove the tusk from an elephant. That's not a word. However, duskist is, but that does not go on this.
Oh,
So,
dang.
if
Oh,
you,
he
if
has one of the farm extensions, peeps. Does anybody
yeah,
see
I was
what?
gonna say if you don't see stud farm though, this is not an easy turn to play at all.
Oh, had you already said it? Sorry, I thought chat was gonna guess it.
Somebody posted four of them. I assume Magnus posted four.
Oh,
I think.
okay, okay. They already
Sorry.
posted them before. Okay. Yeah, this is a hard turn. Um, it's yeah. And
If you're not
who's
considering
gonna know
the,
Stud Farm? Really?
yeah, that's yeah. I would be very very surprised if he plays this, and certainly wouldn't call it a miss if he doesn't.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, very interesting options here. You can blow it up and play Despots through the PO for 40. That is your highest scoring non-stud farm play.
Yeah.
Dustin to the EN is looking really nice. That EST leave is really fun, but as you can see, this board is not
Yeah.
great, and it certainly won't be after you play Duskin.
Duskin is
So what do
certainly
you
not
think
one
here?
that I would know. Like Duskin, that doesn't sound like a word to me. But yeah, Despots, 40 points. I don't know. It's so hard to get rid of both of your S's at once, eh? Like that, but 40 points is a lot.
Like with stud farm, kind of hard to see that spot. Looks like he's considering Duke
Ooh, yeah, I like
on
that.
top there. So yeah,
Although
there's no. Go ahead, Heidi.
25, it's only 25 points. I would have liked to maybe get rid of one of the S's, but yeah, it's hard to see apart from those plays that we discussed, which weren't obvious, and like none of them were obvious. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
And the
I
S
like
not super
17.
helpful. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
there was not really a good way to get rid of that S without telegraphing that you have the other one. So
Hmm.
that's why
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
don't mind keeping double S's as much as a lot of other players do. Um, so now he's going to have an interesting spot where he's got the endless tinsels rack,
Hmm.
but this is going to be unless he's got something to that G that I'm not seeing. This will be very interesting. Meanwhile, going back to Stefan, who's down 40 and dealing with the vowels, double E, double I, O, as well as BN, does have a way to get rid of some of those using the co-write spot. You could play BOI or BEE. BOI certainly looking a lot better. EEIN a better leave than
Hmm.
IINO, plus setting up the E potentially for later.
Yeah. Oh, did you just
Wow.
exchange everything?
He did indeed. He must really want that second blank. Wow,
Wow.
32 points to pass up on an exchange is a lot.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. But I was about to say before we went over there, just that there, when I was saying he might have wanted to get rid of one of those S, there's really not a lot of S places on the board. Funnily enough, like I don't. He's got, like you say, this nice rack, but nowhere to play it. You can't hook an S onto anything here.
Very frustrating. So what do you
Hmm.
do here? Your opponent just exchanged all seven and went from a 5 vowel rack to a 6 vowel rack. This pool
That's too
is
bad.
vowel heavy. This pool is so vowel
Yeah.
heavy. Maybe you just keep the N. But I don't know. That seemed to be a play for the blank or or maybe the J or something. But
Hmm.
interestingly enough, if he had played Boy, which was the better play, Mike just would have bingoed right back, and then the game
Right.
pretty much ends that way. So,
Right. Dodged a bullet there. Funnily enough, by not playing what was probably the best move there.
well, a very tricky turn. Are you seeing anything that's
I
being
I
suggested?
still don't. Maybe Silken. I might
Oh,
I
that's
might just play
nice.
Silken here.
Yeah, take your 20, leave
Yeah.
well. There's not really anything too bad that's going to hurt alongside that I you're opening up. The X is gone. If somebody plays the Q, they can't go above, so that'll just be 22. That's a nice one. Ins, you talked about turning that double S ins underneath the Ypsilon, making Li upon and Kens. However, that opens the board, and I don't think Mike is terribly inclined to do that, given that he's up 40 and he knows his opponent basically has a random rack after exchanging 7.
Yeah, and Cooper pointing out that it was a Q, not an O, that we were seeing. So I was thinking
Okay.
that he had both the Q and an O, but no, he just had Q there. So boy was not actually available. So then it makes much more sense.
Okay. All right. Let me go look at that last turn then. If I change the O to a Q. Thank you to Cooper for pointing that out. Okay, so now your options are playing B in that spot for 32, but you leave I, and Q, and
Yeah.
open the spot up.
Still feel like that would be worth it. I don't know. 32 points and and Q is certainly not the worst.
Yeah,
At
QIN.
least you would have.
Yeah, QIN can play pretty nicely. Potentially down the road.
Yeah.
Also got the IN for the G in daughter, which is pretty much the
Hmm.
only bingo lane. So
Yeah.
it's okay. Certainly makes the exchange make a little bit more sense.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Mike, under 6 minutes now, and we still have
Yikes.
26 tiles in the bag. So he's been doing his due diligence on a lot of these turns, like you said, just checking, making sure he doesn't have anything. But those that tends to add up over time.
Yeah, definitely. I did not realize he was quite so low on time. That's going to be rough going into the end game if Stefan just has a good play and comes back into it. All of a sudden, you've got a lot more work to do.
On a turn like this where there's really no good options, getting short on the clock, I think you just gotta pick one and go with it, eh?
Hmm. Yeah, and I'm not sure what he's considering there because it looked like he did have SIL in off to the side at one point, but then now he's just gonna. Okay, so there's what you were talking about before, just like telegraphing that you have another S. He hasn't really done anything with this turn, hasn't opened up anything for himself. And so now I think for Stefan, if I'm Stefan here, I'm definitely making sure that my next play doesn't open anything up.
I will say though, before I look at what he drew, 5 A's to draw for stealing to the Gene daughter, 5 E's to draw for the other spelling of stealing. As
Hmm.
we look at the others, I think there's enough hits that maybe
Okay.
it does make sense.
Hmm.
Assume that Stefan isn't going to block that spot. If he does, by playing on top of co-write, that may give you something else coming back.
Yeah.
Well,
Um,
double A, double E, I, O, G. The pool was vowel heavy, but it certainly wasn't that vowel heavy. that bad break for Stefan, and he certainly is not going to be inclined to play the highest equity play of Leo guy, hooking the A to make a boating.
Ooh,
You don't just want to throw that I next to the triple when your opponent has played an S by itself for 8 points.
right. Did you put in the S play? Yeah, okay.
I did not. So
Oh, you
score
didn't.
actually
Oh, okay.
309 to
Okay.
261. So what do you do here? You don't
Okay.
gonna play AI. Gosh, you could almost exchange all 7 again, but then that's just a recipe for the
Yeah.
Q to come back.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
nestling, the
No.
end is another
Yeah.
hit, and there were 3 of those. So almost
Yeah.
half of the bag is going to hit a bingo to the G. So that makes the S fish make a little bit more sense,
Right.
and that's probably going to just about do it here. AI for Stefan, nestling the only playable bingo for Mike, and did Stefan just find 2 more vowels?
Hmm. Yeah. This is a rough one. But I feel like it's a very different game if he plays through that rack the first time.
It's true. He exchanged hoping to find the blank or just get rid of the queue, and then somehow ended up with a rack that was arguably worse than the one that preceded it, and this rack the same thing, and now he's got to figure out how to throw this board open, and there's not a lot of ways to do that.
Yeah, I'm wondering how many people, like, does anybody here have a set number of points that they are willing to sacrifice for an exchange? Like, do you have a minimum? If I don't score, or if I'm scoring at least 25 points in this turn, then I'm not exchanging or something like that. Do you have such a number, Jason?
Yeah, that's a good question because I actually saw a position the other day where an exchange was considered better than a 54 point play. It was a
Ooh.
situation fairly late in the game where your opponent has just bingoed ending in an E and putting it by the triple, so you can play XI,
Mm-hmm.
but it left
Mm-hmm.
like QVV, and they were
Ooh.
after your opponent plays, you're not going to be able to exchange. So
Right.
the pool was such where you can just exchange, leave the X. I think you could only put like two tiles after the E, so that XI spot will probably be there. And
Right.
then you're getting rid of, QVV, etc. So
Mm-hmm.
like you said earlier, it all depends on the situation, but
Right.
it's hard to find because I view it in terms of score versus leave. So if I'm going to pass on say 25 points, I need to be confident that the leave that I'm keeping on the exchange is 25 points better than the leave
Right.
after I make my play. And there's
Right.
not usually not that big a difference between leave values.
Right. So then he's gotten himself into this position. What do you? Tile bag has not been kind. What do you do with this play?
Yeah, I'm trying to
With this
figure out
rack?
how to. I mean, you do still have the boating hook. So if you have bingos starting
Mm-hmm.
LA, bingos through the LA, those are still possible. The problem is all your high scoring plays, you might want to do something like OG, even though it only scores 12 or 11, but it blocks that spot that he just created with nestling.
Right. Right.
Um,
But he doesn't really
scoring
want to block spots right now, right? Because he's behind. So he needs to get back in somehow. He needs to create, keep as many opportunities open as he can, right? Or create more if he can, I think. So I think
scoring
if there was a, sorry,
scoring 13 on a
you
three
say,
turn sequence, going 0-13-0 is not the way to win a game,
right.
but you almost just exchange again, maybe keep the E. There is potential in the rest of the pool. You've got the blank, you've got a couple R's, you've got an N.
Mm-hmm. Did he exchange again? Okay. I was just going to ask if there was
He kept the
anything
A for the
reasonable.
he kept the A for the boating hook.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering if there was some kind of play through that L and hooking boating with the A that would open up two triples. Maybe it's too dangerous, but he needs to create a lot of volatility right now. So
Point. There really wasn't. There really
yeah, okay,
wasn't.
yeah.
You have the LA, then your other three tiles are three E's and an O, an I, and a G. There
Well, I
really
don't know.
was.
There's lots of weird words like alien, aeolian, and things like that, where there's like a couple of So I just wondered maybe there could be something there, especially with G's, which seem to like a lot of vowels. GL, you know. So
Yeah, you
I wasn't.
like to see so oh yeah, he did have GILA like a Gila monster, but the
Hmm.
leave would have been three E's and an O. So yeah, his highest
Well, and
scoring play
also
was
it doesn't extend down farther. Like if it extended past the A to as well, then it would create two lanes, right? So, but yeah, Gila doesn't quite do it.
and speaking of not doing it, drawing BCFV on an exchange
Oh
will also
man,
do it.
poor Stefan.
Yeah, both
Okay,
these
what is
players
the?
having a rough night last night, going 1-2. So both expecting, hoping for at least better things today, but so far that
Mhm.
has not materialized for Stefan, who has dealt with a bunch of terrible, terrible wrecks.
Yes. Um, Afocal. That would be pretty nice to the L with that triple. It's 42
42.
points.
Yeah. BV, maybe you draw something through the A, through the O. Could also play Flava. We've been talking about that a voting
Yeah.
spot. That
Mm-hmm.
also opens stuff up. That scores 37. I mean, you do have to score on this turn because
Mm-hmm.
uh, your win paths basically all involve drawing the blank. And the blank can cover up a lot of badness otherwise on a
Mm-hmm.
move. So I think you just gotta have to grab points with Flava or a focal. Um, let's see. I mean, Flab is 29. But yeah, so those two, the only plays that score more than 30.
Right.
Well, it does give you stuff as starting in A or O. So
Yeah. But does Mike have a bingo here? It looks kind of promising. Avur. I don't know. Very harm. Oh man. Oh
like I said,
man.
double RUV, but he's got the blank, and that will cover up a lot of
Yeah.
other badness.
Sorry for not giving Chad a chance there. I just got so excited.
Yes, the low prob variorum, VAR
Hmm.
blank IORUM to that M up top in monitory will score 89. Um, but failing that, I would expect to see some sort of, yeah, just some sort of dump there, get rid of the UA, keep that 100-point lead, so even if Stefan bingos, you're still pretty safe.
Um, I'm not sure if I might. Well, I guess he figures he has the blank, so he's probably not that worried. But I don't know. Like, is it possible that Stefan could bingo from from to the with by hooking that B and then maybe get another bingo right after? Like, if that happens, maybe Mike could have lost by not blocking that. I don't know.
That's a good point. 15, 8 tiles in the bag. If you had made like a 3 or 4 tile play, even
Right.
something like Ervo off of Flab, then if Stefan bingos, you know exactly what his rack is, and you know exactly what to block, or more likely you'll see that he doesn't have anything worth blocking.
Right.
So that's kind of an underrated skill that sometimes people don't consider when you're a bingo up or more than a bingo up. You know, if you can get less than 7 tiles in the bag, that ensures that your opponent can't bingo twice. And if the
Right.
only way your opponent can win is to bingo twice, then that will give you the game, even though sometimes it does cost you spread.
Right. And
But yes,
Stefan here down to under 2 minutes.
IOCDNV. We haven't really talked about this turn that much. He can certainly play off of Flab, take the points. It would block the bingo starting in A or O, but if you play something like a Void or Avion, that gives you all sorts of options in that second column there.
Yeah. He pretty much has to, I think, take as many points as he can here and hope he draws the blank at this point, right? Um,
I would agree with that.
so he's looking at Avid, wanting to keep a vowel. Um, from his perspective, there's so many E's left and a couple of O's. So I don't know. I think I would probably throw in that O as well, play avoid over Avid here.
Especially with the two remaining to draw.
And that's what I'm saying, yeah.
But he will play Avid. So Mike with an 87-point lead. He's just going to get rid of that H.
What do you think he's seeing here? What is he? He's hoping to draw. I guess if he draws an E, his rack is pretty flexible. Maybe. I don't know enough words to be able to see it quickly.
Certainly seems like he had it looked like Provirus, Riovirus set up.
Oh, okay.
He thinks that maybe he just wanted to draw one of the 5 E's, and that'll give him something under nestling.
You're right. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Stefan's tour with the double vowels continues: double O, double E. He'll play one of each. For his highest score of 13. And Mike with loads of bingos having drawn the E.
Yeah.
So a game that started out very interestingly with some very nice finds: Ipsilon, Monitory to the Y, Daughter from the D in the first 3 turns, and Stefan just that was just one of those games that the bag is just not going to let you win. Stefan, it'd be very interesting to see how many vowels he drew this game. There's 28, and so bring all the ones he threw back on the exchange. He probably feels like he drew about 25 out of the 28 vowels in this game.
Yeah. Kevin pointing out there's 2 bingos to the M. If Chad can spot them.
I actually played one of those in my most recent tournament.
Oh, nice. I was going to ask you if you've been playing many tournaments.
Every
time I see you, you're working.
Yeah, that's certainly how it feels. I'm assuming that's a G, though, for Grovier, the only... looks to be the only valid 7. So he draws the J. Thank you very much for the second bite at the apple on that blank cam. So is there a J?
The blank cam.
There is not a J stick here because you've got the O in Grovier, the O in Monitory.
Yeah.
So Stefan's just going to play his highest scoring play of Congree. Mike will play the J for 18, we assume, off of Monitory. And then, don't know if this will be a terribly interesting postmortem, but we'll cut to Overhead Mike.
532 is a final, is that what you have?
I might have missed one of your plays.
Okay,
after 401.
Oh, I didn't have 401.
Oh.
So let's go back farther.
Okay.
Did you have me at 309?
Yep.
And then 68 was 377?
Yep.
And then 16?
Maybe that's what I missed.
So it's this play here. It was you were at exchange, and I clicked.
Right.
So
no, I wrote 24. Is that the play after?
That's the play after.
Okay, so I just missed the 16.
So what did you have me before? 518, so it's still not enough. Okay, so after that I have 393.
Yep.
And then 24 is 417.
Yep.
And then 20 is 437.
Yep.
And then 75.
Bit of a score discrepancy there. I guess,
75
Stefan missed the score.
512.
Yep.
And then 18 and out is 5.
I was able to cut over to Mike right away, and then we spend 2 minutes watching them figure out the scores. So maybe I should wait a little bit. But
it's hard. I find it hard to be the winner in those games because what can you say? It feels like you just got all the luck in watching your opponent struggle. As an empathetic person, that's not my favorite.
I like it. It's a very Iowa-y word. I like it
when you don't.
It's when
you don't let the soil rejuvenate.
Yep.
Okay.
It is not good. I would have played it.
What did they say? Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Oh, over farm.
Yeah, the Q killed me that first exchange. I have just no Q spots.
I was so grateful to be able to play it at all.
Yeah.
I assumed because of how many times you were exchanging that you would eventually pull the blank. And then when I played CAD or when I played this, I pulled the blank, I think, and I was just really shocked that it was still in the bag. It was
Yeah, I was chasing it, but
Yeah.
couldn't catch up.
It's interesting that Stefan said there's no
Wonder if
place
I
for the cue.
overlooked the balance of the bag on that exchange. They drew 6 vowels.
I think there's an overfixation on getting rid of the cue right away. He had looked beyond the cue. He might have found his higher.
When we played this, I was just like, does it take an E or an S or both? I vaguely recalled something about it. I just was thinking about it. I think this is Collins only. I think.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it before. Haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, it's Collins only. I can't believe I saw it. It was like, I guess I had posingly here, which I'm not sure I would have seen. I saw spoonily. Oh, spongily. Spongily is findable. But I was just like, that one felt funner because it looks so
Nice. It is funner.
I think I wouldn't have challenged that.
All right, not too much to say about this game. Mike getting a lot better tiles than Stefan, but he also played them very well. That Epsilon spot was very nice. The S-fish was very nice, deducing that the bag gave him a bingo a lot of the time, even though the board was very close and there was really only one bingo lane. So very impressive victory to start the day for Mike.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see there if Stefan had have noticed that there weren't very many spots to bingo. There's no place for an S. So where's the next logical place that Mike could bingo if he has one? And it's to the G. Like, I feel like that was the only spot to bingo to on that board.
The problem is that was one of his 6 vowel racks. And he was
Yeah,
also
that's
behind
true.
at the time. And so, if you close up stuff, then you just lose
But
the game by...
Didn't he just play? He just played AI there. So he didn't even exchange or anything, and he didn't do anything to the board. So
I see what you're saying.
could have easily played to the G just to, avoid Mike bingoing to that spot. Anyway, I mean, obviously you're not going to see all the things in games, and especially with in the psychology where you're looking at these terrible racks, and you're behind, and you need to bingo. It's a lot of pressure, and it can do funny things to your brain, right?
It's probably a lot worse, when everybody is seeing when everybody is seeing those terrible racks as well. We certainly have seen and will continue to see. There was a player yesterday who mentioned that being on stream kind of maybe changed his thinking a little bit. And so yeah, that had to be an incredibly frustrating game for Stefan.
Yeah.
So yeah, it seems like we have a nice little kind of display of contrasts in our next game. Heidi, if you can talk a little bit about that while I guess get us set up here for our second round of the morning.
Okay, so we're going to see newcomer Elise Bickford. She's been so active and so she's been doing a lot and studying a lot and improving so fast. And she's going to be playing Mark Kinas, who I'm not familiar with, so I don't know much about him. But it should be an interesting match. Elise has impressed me so much with her play and how fast she's coming up and her dedication. Doing very, very well in the Boblin Superstar, well, the Div 2 of the Boblin sponsored 4th of July tournament in the summer. And yeah, just doing very well. So I'm very, very excited to see this game. Do you know anything about Mark?
Oh yeah, I was going to say I know loads about Mark. I don't know much about Elise, so I guess that's one
Excellent.
of the things that makes this game fun. Did Elise play Collins for the first time at the Boblin Superstars? Was she incentivized with all the additional prize money for first time Collins players? Do you know, or?
I mean, I know that she definitely reaped the benefits, but I think she may have come in playing Collins. If I recall correctly, I'm not positive, but I think she started as a Collins player. But I don't know how many tournaments she played before that. A few, maybe. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe we'll get a head to head and we can see, I don't know, or some stats about the players. I don't know.
I was gonna say, well, if we do, you will see a lot of numbers on Martinez's haircut. I just looked at his first tournament. 1988 is his first
Oh,
recorded
wow.
table.
And I
So,
haven't heard of it
uh,
before.
yeah, I'm a little surprised because I mean, obviously he has been around for coming up on 40 years now. Has
Wow.
not played too much. Post COVID, only plays a couple times a year now, but certainly with this event in his backyard, has played this one every time. So a player that has switched exclusively to Collins, basically starting in about 2013, it looks like.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, Mark, if you ever get the chance to meet him, an incredibly funny person.
Oh, nice. I love funny people.
So yes,
I think they're
I've
players
crossed
already,
paths
right?
with Mark many times. A very good player and a very good person. All right, we're going to start with Elise as we look at the player cards. And like I said, when we talk about contrast in terms of number of games played and number of tournaments played. This is only her 16th tournament. A very new player. 56.5 winning percentage. Very impressive. Interesting that her average score is not quite 400 yet. 397, 381 makes me wonder if there's a bunch of NWL games in there, a bunch of WoW Lexicon games, or if she's just a very defensive player. Like I said, I don't know her that well.
That's an interesting point, too. Let's look at Mark here, and then I'll make my point after, I guess.
So, Mark, as you can see, has played coming up on 3,000 tournament games. More than 2,600. He's played looks like about 11 or 12 times the number of tournaments that
Wow.
Elise has. Very similar winning percentage, and an average score of 421 to 405. So
So
what
Elise
should
is
come
3-0.
post plus 404 start from a seating in the middle of the pack.
Yeah. Yeah, she's just impressed me so much. I'm jealous. I can't lie. I'm envious of her.
I've seen her name on streams, and so I also
Yeah.
know that she is going to represent the U.S. at Westpac in Ghana. That starts November 12th, and as I mentioned yesterday, you can see all of the coverage for that on this very channel, Let's Play Scrabble. So make sure that you subscribe so you're getting all the notifications and that you don't miss one game of our World Championship. At least
So
finding
exciting.
the
And
two of you together. Oh, that's one you really wanted that last tile to be an A, so you could just play Fakirs for
yes. Yeah.
your opening turn. But instead, Fiuqrsy, and nothing that gets rid of that Q other than Suk and QI. So is this a Fri or a Phi, or are you seeing something else?
Oh, yeah. Five probably. Unless query was a good word. I think I'm playing Phi here. Yeah, just Phi for me here. We got some interesting notes in the chat there. So yes, Elise has only played Collins. She's just new, and I do think her style is a little bit defensive from what I've seen. But I still think she's just shy of 400 average for a starting player. I find that to be very good. Um, and yeah, the records are not updated. They've actually, this is game 5, right? This is round 5. So she had just played Josh Sokol in the last round apparently, and she won. She beat him. She beat our current North American champion. So, oh wait, we have a new one now. So last year's or whatever. Anyway.
I was going with Fury. I really hate burning that U when you have the Q. You do have QI in
Yeah.
reserve, but Mark
Yeah.
is going to find his only bingo here.
Which he would have had regardless. And that's a great find. I have never seen this word. Anatropy.
Get
Um,
ready for a Marquinhos game. You just about every time I play Mark, he plays one or two things that I've never seen before.
okay, okay. Um, I wonder what the thinking was for with Fury spending the U instead of just Phi, which seems first of all more defensive, even though he happened to have a Y bingo, but you don't give an R, which is a nice bingo tile. Um, it's interesting to
Oh,
me
we're gonna get
that
yeah,
choice.
she's gonna give an atrophy the nickel, which makes sense.
Yeah, totally fair. I definitely would there too. Thanks to Art again for the challenge cam.
So score as we updated with that unsuccessful challenge now 72-20. Yeah, like I said, I don't like it, but I can certainly understand the U by itself is not a great tile. Obviously paired with the U it's really nice. But you do have QI. You know that you're probably going to be able to play QI on top of Fury next turn. I guess the
Mm-hmm.
downside of that is that you're scoring 20 for Fury, 16 or 18 for QI. And then you have the S and six random tiles. So I
Mm-hmm.
certainly would like to see like a Fry or something like that here, because if you play something like FY, Mark would have played an atrophy to the triple, but if you play Fry R on the star, Mark plays an atrophy, hangs the A one spot to the left. You have QU there. You're really going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think if I had played Phi, I would have put the F in the triple lane, not the Y.
So
But yeah.
so then the same thing as Fry, where you're going to get that A in the second spot of a triple triple, and with the QU even just that
Mm,
by itself is 36.
mm. A lot to think about. Okay, so much going on in any given turn, like I always say. What do you think? She looks like she's considering shaving here. What about? Yeah, I guess she has to burn the S if she wants to get the triple. Um, yeah.
Play having for like 15 and set it up, but shaving certainly looks right to
this
me.
well, this seems crazy though. I think I would. Oh man, that's crazy. Because
Yeah, but
shavings obviously is a word.
if you play havings, you have the same problem.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's what I mean. Like I don't even know if I like. Could you do GNA? Well, I guess she wants to do the V, get the V out. But I don't know, man. This is rough.
Could play Nash there, save your vowel.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
That's certainly an option. You could also just leave it, play having just a spot below, give yourself the S hook on both ends.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But you know
Yeah, I
what?
don't think I would have the guts to play this like this.
Yeah, very, very impressive. But at the other on the other hand, you are playing, a very good player who's just opened with a bingo. I'm okay with creating a little volatility here. Yeah,
Mm.
if he's drawn an S or a blank and uses the spot, you're in pretty bad shape. But when you play an 18-28 rated player who's opened with an atrophy, you're probably in pretty bad shape anyway. So
And as we often talk about on this stream, and especially like she just finished playing Josh Sokol, who's like famous for actually loving these kinds of volatile plays. When you do something like this, it creates a situation for your opponent where you can force them into a suboptimal play to try and block if they don't have the hook, right? So I don't know what he would do there even to do that, but it's a thought anyway. Like,
I
look at,
mean,
is he looking to play just Gub just to avoid an
yeah,
S hook there?
as we see, Elise has Seek for
Yeah,
about 1 million. So,
yeah,
you would love to just play Zupa, score 28, leave bold, maybe keep the Z to play ZA, ZE off of that A and an atrophy. But now
hmm
you have to deal with
yeah,
this new threat here, and he doesn't
yeah.
really have a great way to do it.
No, no. So it's very interesting. Like that, I could see benefits to both sides, right? This is crazy now. Like for Mark, it's just like, how do you leave that open? Like it's so dangerous. You don't have the hook. You don't want her to score 1,000,000 points there. Yeah. And she actually has it, which is the funniest thing, because she just drew 7 random tiles. Like,
Well,
he might think, what are the odds, right? She just drew 7 tiles. Maybe she doesn't have it.
that's actually, you probably could math that out. I guess not over the board, but 2 blanks, 3 S's, so 5 tiles, 6 tiles, to have a shot at it.
Yeah.
Um, I actually feel like I should be able to do the math on that, but it's too early in the morning, unfortunately.
So he's going to block it.
And it's, yeah.
Penumbra says she's counting her score out loud. Was she mouthing her score?
I saw her mouthing something. I hope that was telling me how much Seek was.
Matt, I'd be mouthing 90 points over and over. I love this. Okay, so he's gone with Gulp. Very, very safe. Just saved himself a world of hurt there. But yeah, I don't know. Like you say, did he have maybe he didn't really have a great scoring play otherwise? Like, I'm just wondering how many points he just had to sacrifice to do this.
Yeah, that is a good point. It looked like his highest scoring play there was 28 for Zupa.
Yeah. So not too bad. I mean, he could probably do much better with his Z now. Maybe not with the 1-0, but yeah.
So we have Elise sitting on a lot of the vowels and Mark with just one. So is this a spot where you just get rid of the Q and play Quake? You do have some other options. You can just cash in the 45 for the S, but obviously that 6-tile leave is going to be one of the worst that you can have. Eek alongside an atrophy, making okay EE is an option. So she's just going to take the 45.
I feel like if I was gonna play it's 45 points. Yeah, it's 45 points. It's so crazy that it's that many points to drop your S. I was about to say maybe I'd play Akis here, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is better.
Fewer points and burns the S. So
yeah.
So now 2 turns in a row that Mark has the Z, but doesn't really have a good spot for it. Anything sticking out to you here? It certainly looks like Bonza to that A and an atrophy is the best play, but is there something better with the Z, or do you see something better keeping the Z?
That's a good point, and that's something that I always look for too. Do I have a decent play? Like, can I be patient right now? But really, I don't really see anything on this board with these letters, so I do think I'd be playing Bonza here if I know it, which is not always a given with me. Some days I will, some days I won't.
So no thought to keeping that Z and maybe playing again that ZA, ZEE, something like that.
As I said, normally I would definitely look for something, but there doesn't seem to be any really good alternatives and that keep the Z. Maybe if I look to kind of set it up playing something through the T, but there's not even anything there. It's just he doesn't have enough vowels to do anything that's worthwhile other than Bonza, I don't think.
Yeah, could play Brond, although that kind of blocks it. So Bongo to the O in an atrophy is interesting. Like, only scores 14, but it does give you 4 chances at an A to play Zod. D and Z is a pretty good leave, all things considered.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Like, I mean, I just think that plays like that are kind of hard to generate, because it's such a big difference between the play you have now and what you'd be getting. But yeah, maybe that's the kind of discipline you need, is to be able to stop and look for things like that when you get into these situations.
Mark does play Bonza, which is his highest equity play, and after 3 turns apiece, a pretty even game. Elise drawing an N, which is a pretty welcome sight. You talked about playing 8 keys last turn, but now she can take shavings and with a variation on the theme, play A, K, E, and E down there for 35,
Right.
which is her highest scoring play. Or Do you want to play Quake, sacrifice the 17 points, but get rid of that Q, which has been on your rack the whole game?
Yeah, it looks like she's considering queen here. Maybe wanting to keep the K for scoring possibilities next turn. I mean, there aren't any. There aren't any good spots right now, but
It does play nicely under that Owen Bonza as well.
oh yeah, that's right. That's true. Yeah.
We'll send,
Missed that.
since we had the farm extensions last game, we're going to send a chat on a quest to find the 4-tile queen extensions this game. So do your thing, chat.
Yeah. No, shavings wasn't a triple. She left the S off and then just took it
Speaking
later.
of last game, after Twangler was blocked last game, Mark will love seeing that E to give him the spot for Twangled.
Nice.
You know, this is the kind of thing I would commit, and then it's going to get challenged, and I'm going to have to go back and add the 5 points for it. So, learn this. Although I suspect that that Elise knows this word.
Yeah.
It does have a bingo on a rack that plays off of Queen.
Oh.
I don't know if you know this word. Also, could play.
Snarky. No.
No, I think you were about to say it.
Snarkier, but you said off the what? Oh wait, does she have it? Queen
It's not
cake.
snarkier,
Wow.
but take out the N.
Oh, sarkier is a word?
Yes.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Meanwhile, the challenge on Twangle, that will come back good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, she does not have
Meg.
through the T. That's 2 S's, not 2 R's. But yeah, the adjective noun anagram pairs are always interesting because it kind of makes them easy to remember. You know, like when you're starting out, you remember the naivest, vainest natives. So here you have the Sarkier Carias. Sarkier playing, both playing off of Queen. Sarkier one direction, Carias the other.
So if you do know that pair, I think Carias would be my choice, just to not open new space, but I don't know if that's the right thinking here. There's a lot of scoring opportunities and lines anyway.
You're playing somebody with insane word knowledge. You're going to be taking 90 is going to give you again, I'm trying to do math too early in the morning. Gives you 27. You're kind of blunting all the letters in Twangle that he can play through.
Right.
So I do prefer Carias to Sarkier here. Hopefully she finds at least one, because those 7s are the only bingos that play. Nothing through the T, nothing through the A, nothing through the N.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't know how deep she's got. Like, I mean, she knows a lot of words, but I don't know. She's so new, right? So her word knowledge is still a bit of an unknown quantity at this point. So, does she know that pair yet?
Magnus coming through again. Queen cake, queen cups, queen side.
Yes.
Oh, that's like the queen side bishop, queen side knight.
Nice.
Queen hood, queen dumbs, queen like, queen leer, queeniest, queenites anagram pair. Queenless, queenlets, queen fish, queenings, and queen ship. So
nice.
Many thanks to Magnus, in addition to all of his support of Let's Play Scrabble and other Scrabble streams, for being our extension finder today.
Yes. Oh, I'm looking for Sarkiest has a fun common anagram. Sarkiest.
Yeah, so like I said, with the adjective noun pairs, you have the Sarkiest asterisk, which I thought at least through the T. I thought at least had through the T right now. I thought you had Sarkiest too. So, but again, 2 R's, not 2 S's.
Yeah. And good to point out that if you don't know Sarki or Carias, then that makes this turn a lot harder.
and I think we're at the point where we may have to figure out what she'll be playing if she doesn't do that. She could play Rake, Raik, off of Bonza for 26. Very potent ERS leave. But yeah, really hopes she finds. Oh, she was close to it. She had
Yeah.
SAIR if she because she got the I oh. She had the IER set up. She's so close. She's so close. I'm sure she sees that that Snarkier doesn't quite fit.
Yeah. I feel like even Starkey is something that I could line up my rack and have no idea that it's good. Be like, oh, that's not a word. Too bad. That's what I would be doing.
When you got one of the remaining two S's, set up more S spots, so she will play Kip.
Yeah. Might have tried to get rid of one of those R's with 4 still in the bag, but hopefully she dodges them with her 2-tile draw. And EXO the play for Mark.
Don't wanna play it underneath Twangled and give all sorts of axe
Yeah.
fucks.
Yeah.
So he'll sacrifice the point. And now at least you don't want to fall too far behind against a player of Mark's caliber. Down 86.
No.
And it doesn't look like she hit anything here.
Yeah, this is rough.
YI draws are seldom very good for you.
Yeah.
The Y does play nicely off of Queen though, if she wants to blow this rack up by playing Airy or Yerer.
Right.
Yerer is really nice. Keeps everything open on the left. Gives yourself an R and an E to play through on the right. Keeps the Kip hook open. Bonza. I mean, this board is really open for bingos. You just want to make sure that you get one down sooner rather than later.
Okay. And she's just going to play Sayer here. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I too might have been fixated on that Kip spot and just missed the Queenie hook there altogether.
Right, Mark finding the first blank, albeit among loads of consonants. He actually has a playable bingo, and if anybody could spot this, I think it would be Mark.
Yeah. Wait to see if chat spots it.
It's interesting because it's high prob, so it's one you would study by probability, but it just looks so goofy.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Oh, yeah, Knit's got it. Nice one, Knits. Echo, I don't know how to say it. I think when I'm studying it, I say Echo Inti so that I can remember how it goes.
I kind of make a good point that even though you're getting 38 from say, you might want to hold the S. There's only one unseen to you. It's very unlikely that that Mark has it, so you're probably going to want to use that spot for a bingo later.
Right.
Instead, you're burning the S, so now that Queen hook is wide open as well for the S. It was a really nice S board, and while there are certainly times you're okay parting with the S for 38 to clean up your rack, I don't think that this board is one of them.
Yeah. I feel like sometimes on certain boards like that have a lot of scoring opportunities, it's much harder for me to focus. And so I just, I'm all over the place, and then I miss good spots because it's weird. Like my brain almost shuts down because there's too many options, right? It's funny.
Absolutely. It's one of the reasons I actually kind of sometimes prefer playing a closed board.
Yeah. Yeah.
Play for options, less time taken.
Yeah.
Chances to make a mistake, so. One of the reasons I like playing closed boards, especially against very good players with very good word knowledge. So Mark hasn't really shuffled
Nice.
his tiles, so I don't know if he's close to seeing Acometi or not. That end certainly looks like something should play through there, but it doesn't. If he doesn't see it, there are actually options that are pretty comparable. He can play Moai, the Statues of Easter Island, Moai, alongside Sayer, making MY.
Mm.
Similarly, he could play MOE in that spot, draw into AEI blank could go south, but you do have that open T and that open N, so you will probably be cashing that in very soon.
Yeah, and it's a good point. Even if he does see that bingo, does he want to play it? Like, it doesn't score that much. Maybe he can score a lot, like you say, with even that play that you suggested, Moe or Mo, and then keep a really good bingo leave and save it for next turn. The board's wide open. It's not likely that, he's not going to have a spot to bingo if he draws one. So, yeah,
So
something to think about
Acometi
there.
puts the A by the double letter, puts the M by the triple letter on the bottom.
Yeah.
Most of the danger tiles there, the Z, the K, are played, but HADJ there will score about 1 million.
Hmm.
So yeah, I should sim this position, see if the placement
Yeah.
of Cometi will cause it to decline here.
Matt wondering what Elise's average score is after that bingo versus other non-bingo options.
That is a very good point. I do not have access to that information.
Okay.
But that's one of the things that makes Matt the all-world commentator that he is that he does. So we're
But yeah,
starting.
it
It
just,
looks like he just kind of wants to play Mo off of Sayer here.
which, yeah, I like that decision. But it's impossible for us, like you say. I mean, we know this guy has crazy word knowledge, so I'm sure that he's seen the other play, just decided against it. I say I'm sure, but I'm not sure. We don't know because he didn't show us. And even the best players can whiff, right? Missing a retina bingo on stream or whatever.
Mark will play MOE and hope for consonants like Elise has too many of. Clad and rid on her rack.
Hmm.
And so now you're bingo down, and unlike the last couple of turns, you're nowhere really close to one.
Yeah. I'm just looking around the board here to see if I see any good options. Nothing is jumping out. Certainly nothing obvious to me. Yeah. Could she score more than like 23 points here?
It doesn't look like it. Yeah,
That's
very very
hard.
sad to be down 72, and 23 is the best you can come up which with a rack that is not that awful.
Yeah, exactly. That's the rough thing is you're like these tiles are not super terrible, and I should be able to find something that scores. But yeah,
Yeah,
Clyde looks fine.
interesting suggestion of dots. You just fish off the D.
Mm-hmm.
You have 7 E's unseen, 4 A's. You're going to draw
Yeah,
a radical
yeah.
or the decrial set a lot of the time,
Mm-hmm.
which will play
Mm-hmm.
off of Bonza.
Yeah.
So Mark doing what I can never seem to do, which is leave 3 vowels in a blank and then draw 3 consonants. So he's definitely
Beautiful.
goes here.
Yeah. Any fun TH words from the like beside Mo? I don't know,
Let's
or
yeah,
something.
toe and
Yeah.
her.
Yeah.
So if he has something starting th, I'm not seeing it right off. Oh, okay, that's a tough spot. He
What
does have a
about
nine.
HA underclad, HA something,
Yes,
or
those
HI.
are where most of his highest scoring bingos are.
Nice. Heliast highlights. Oh, that's looking at queens, but I'm definitely spending some time looking under this clad, seeing how many underlaps I can make under there.
He does have a nice one, especially
Yes.
with that CH.
Yeah.
His lithate for 88 there, ethical for 87. His highest scoring bingo is highlight for 90 off of that Mo he just played.
Right.
Poe, but then again, not perhaps not considering the blank Y making YER. So certainly a spot where blank
Right.
blindness could come into play.
Right.
Or maybe do you just play Heliast Halites? You take out the juicy S hook off of Queen. You're gonna limit the extensions to Queen as well, and
Yeah.
then you're just gonna totally muck up this part of the board. We
Yeah,
talk about
that's true.
forking the board because that right part of the board looks very much like a fork right now, and it is very
Hmm.
difficult other than through that C or to that T to put down 7 tiles in a row.
Yeah, this makes it very difficult. I like this decision. There's a lot of good things, and obviously it scores scores plenty. 82 points.
There is one Queen's extension, and Elise has it right
Ooh,
here.
queen
Ah,
side.
there we
Yeah,
go.
oh, yeah. Oh man, it would be sweet if she saw that, but it's so hard. You feel like you need to bingo. You're looking for ways to do that, and these kinds of extension plays can often elude you when you're, especially in this situation, like just being behind and having a bunch of vowels and all of that.
It's just so now the only extensions are down to Queen ship and Queen side.
Mhm.
I was gonna say I need to tell my partner Brian Garnett yesterday, who I know goes by Chess Bunzo in some
Yes.
places, and is a far better chess player than I about this Queen side. But somebody is saying that Elise plays chess as well,
Oh, right. That does not surprise me.
so
Very,
maybe
very
that'll make
smart.
her a little bit more likely to see it.
You have to be looking for it to see it, though. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be looking there. And I just don't think most people are going to see queens and think, okay,
Yeah.
that's done, right?
If you're a chess player, I mean, I am a terrible chess player, but I could see you thinking of the extensions to queen if you're a really good chess player who plays chess a lot,
Yeah.
knowing the word queen side
Yeah.
from chess, and then seeing that it still plays there. So I agree with you that it's very unlikely and very difficult to spot, but I also feel like Elise, if she has a chess background, will have a better chance
Yeah.
than some. And it's still there. It's still going to be there after
Yeah.
she plays Oh.
Yeah. I think it's more likely for her to see it now that she has the distraction of the extra O's off her rack, because I think she is a little bit fixated on getting those off. But also she might just draw bingo now. So we see that instead. Still places to do it too, so that's good. Oh, she's drawing the blank, so great. She should be able to do something.
Yeah, now if you could play queenside for 42, open up the board and keep the blank
Right.
while down 120, that
Right.
is certainly a path back in this game.
Oh man,
Mark,
it would be very interesting if she sees queenside now.
Mark with unabated minus the B. Sadly, the B in Bonza has been tied up and is not in the right spot anyway. So, a lot of great options for him here. You would love to just score 30 and hit the gas, but sadly 20 is the best he can do, and I'm not sure dumping the A and E around the H and the Z to make Hayes is correct. So, what do you think about this turn?
I
Tough.
Yeah, I definitely think I'm burning some time here. It looks so promising. It is hard to imagine with a rack like this that your best score is going to be like whatever 20 or it just looks so promising. I definitely spending too much time on this one probably, and then we'll make a panic play that is very, very suboptimal. Worse than I would have done otherwise if I hadn't been sure there was a bingo I'm missing. Oh, I guess he's got 2 A's and a U, so maybe it's not that bingo looking, but yeah, I don't know what I might be trying to take out that line beside Mo, because right now it's the likeliest bingo lane and he doesn't want Elise to get back in here.
Yeah, the problem is how do you do that? Especially with this rack, which
It's true.
nothing plays off of the ER here.
Yeah, that's true, eh?
Huge PSY, and none of those are on your rack. So I guess you could play down from the PO,
Yes.
but there's no good way to do that. That scores anything, and if you play something like a tuna, then you're opening up spots for sevens. So yeah,
Right.
this is a spot where you would just love to score 30 and say, I don't care if you hit the bingo. If you don't, I'm
Right.
going to pile on spread. If you do, I'm far enough that it doesn't matter. But somehow has a rack where he can only score 20 max. Just
Yeah.
fishing off the A, playing za and at for 13 is
What
tempting
about
off
like Awa? What do you think about Awa hooking Po? AUA.
AUA. Again, that does give her lots of sevens, but any seven she plays is going to give
Oh,
you
I guess
something.
it does, eh? Yeah.
The pool is vowel heavy though, so I kind of like leaving Dent in a very vowel heavy pool.
Mm.
So variation on a theme, similar idea. I actually kind of like AUA rather than this play, honestly.
Yeah. But if she does play now, at least if she does bingo down, then she's opening up a triple, right?
Exactly.
So it would be really, really awesome if Elise plays queenside here, if she spots that.
It's going to be a lot better than all the bingos. I was hoping she had some sort of 6 underlap under haylights, but
Mm.
the I, the D being the only tile that goes after the I, kind of putting a crimp in that.
Yeah.
So so of the bingo she has, what do you want to put an E in the triple line and hope that Mark has nothing? Do you want to put the blank S or blank D there? That's kind of the difference between Deciar, Deciare. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Dearies or de-aired there.
I feel like, maybe I'm going to play near side from the N in queens instead. Doesn't, it's not quite as dangerous, I don't think. Something like that, maybe. But
I
then if she
mean,
saw near side, maybe she'd think of queen side.
so there you go.
Oh, this is
You just sacrifice the points, play Readiest. Gosh, Readiest puts both those E's by bonus squares, and then just try to leave the other part open for the bingo that you have to pull out of the bag.
yeah. Yeah, I was thinking of some that might be an option also, but yeah. She's down quite a bit, so maybe I don't know, maybe I was gonna say maybe she wants to open the triple, but yeah, nobody ever wants to open the triple when they don't have to. Is this gonna be an S series?
Pretty sure that's all it can be.
Okay.
Well, at least getting within a bingo. Bottom of the board now open. Mark setting his tiles up like that makes me wonder what kind of word he can play with. It goes to Monty as a very cute little play that'll block the spot by playing absit through the blank S.
Mm-hmm.
Tabby
Again.
also scores 27, but also leaves it open. I think with this lead, or with this lead, I should say, um, very much behooves you to do what you can to blunt that spot down there.
Definitely.
As it turns out, Lisa's post bingo drawer will not be bingoing anytime soon. So
No. No, never want to see that UW together. Yeah, and especially not with all of this other CMOO EU. Yuck. So absit, not the most common word, and also it's harder to see where it's through blanks, right? Even though you know it's an S, sometimes it's hard to see
yes.
it.
Yeah, blank blind.
And
Blank blind is 100% a thing for sure.
yeah. So, but I think he's maybe. Oh, I thought he was considering Titans there, but no, he's got Ratty set up.
So that's a B. So B18.
Oh,
I
sorry,
don't know.
it's a B. It's a B, right? Okay.
You could play Basti there. 6 point sacrifice, but you're throwing the B out as opposed to the A, which is going to be
Mm-hmm.
a lot safer.
Okay. So it's really interesting, like being in these positions and being like, what is the best way to shut down this game and make sure that Elise doesn't have chances. I mean, he's not up by that much. If she bingos somewhere, then she's right back in it. So if he doesn't score very much here,
And again, a turn where you would like to score a bunch. It looked like he had Tabinet set up through the E. It blocks the S, but then creates a line down at the bottom.
yeah,
So highest scoring play is Bania. Again, that doesn't do anything with that's underneath Halites. With
right.
5 overlaps, doesn't do anything to the S. So
Yeah, I feel like there's no way he can leave that S open. He's got to block it or use it, right?
yeah.
We haven't seen him shuffle this much yet in this game.
I'm gonna go with Titans and keep the B.
Okay.
Okay, and now he's committed that.
So yeah, maybe wanting to keep that B for underlaps from under highlight.
Because if she doesn't bingo this turn, you can play underneath Halites, and then you've killed most of the
Yeah,
bottom of the board there. Then the
yeah,
only bingo line would pretty much be like to that T and twangled.
exactly. At least considering meow. Where does that play? Oh, no, there. Oh yeah, beside Airy in Dearies.
Yes. Yeah. Would be the spot highest scoring play.
Yeah, 36
So you
points.
leave not great, but you're gonna need a good draw anyway. So
Mm-hmm. Um, wonder what you think. It's I I mean, I think for getting rid of like, a couple of the high point tiles, meow is obviously the best you're going to do here, I think. And then you keep OU together, which isn't the worst. COU. It's not the worst. It could pair well with that T. I love baby Jesus.
Sorry, I'm shirking on my commentary duties, trying to set Matt Panic straight about why it's wrong to be putting up Christmas decorations the day after Halloween. I realize that I'm fighting a losing battle. I will not stand for American Thanksgiving erasure. So yeah, Elise did not just beat Josh Sokol last game, she beat him by almost 150, 495 through
Oh,
46.
wow.
So yeah, these standings below them accurate. So Elise, 1456 rating in quite a star-studded field, 4-0 plus 553 and in first place. Meanwhile, Mark about to go to 5-0 here. So very impressive starts.
Yeah. So looking at Woo, where are we looking?
Wu would play
Oh,
underneath
okay.
daylight,
Also,
would kind of kill everything.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she had the often missed, including my recently OWO down there.
Yeah.
Oh, Meow really the only play that doesn't kill the spot, but
Right.
if Mark's gonna kill it, I guess how often does Mark kill it next turn? Probably just about every time.
Yeah, I would think every
Playing off
time.
of the Teen Titans, so maybe you just kind of 553 is a really nice spread. 4-0 is obviously the best record you can have. Maybe you just kind of play the long game, and see if
Yeah.
you can keep this within 50.
Hmm. So what do you think here, Jason? Are you blocking that spot just to deny a mark, or are you playing Meow here?
Well, I think if she saw Meow, she had Meow set up. Maybe she just didn't
Yeah.
see the spot for it.
Oh,
Um,
maybe not, eh?
there. Maybe she just saw she had Meow, playing
Right.
off of low up there, even though it doesn't score
Right.
much.
Yeah, I didn't consider that she hadn't actually seen the spot for it, but
Yeah,
that's very, very.
that was a good spot. You saw that nice spot for Meow before I actually had it pulled up. So Scrabble's a lot easier when you can just look at Quackle or Macondo.
Yes.
But just so everybody knows, that was 100% Heidi.
It's also very hard to know which letters are better to keep here, and if you're just looking at that highlight spot, you know, to play like, I don't know. I guess Woo and Owo are the same. Did she have like if you play Mo or something instead, cow? There's a lot of ways you could do this turn. What's better to keep? I feel like I would have tried to get rid of one of the other consonants, but I don't know. Like she's got two consonants and two vowels, so maybe that's better.
Yeah, I mean the problem is all your consonants have crooked tiles at the bottom. So if you get rid of one of them, you're gonna leave one consonant, two vowels, one consonant, three vowels, and as you can see, this has been a pretty vowel heavy pool for most of the second half.
Yeah, so and he's just scored a 10 for a barf, right? How many did he get for that?
Earth will score 43. We could have stuck the S on stuck the I on for an extra 6 and played
Barfy, yeah.
Barfy. One of those I never consider the I hook to barf. It's just one of those things that I know it exists. I just blank on it constantly.
Ailey's wondering what the cumiest play here is. Oh man. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Mark didn't see Barfy there or didn't play it because there were a few eyes yet to come. Now he's got two of them on his rack. Oh, and there's another one. So yeah. Oh, for a second there, I thought he drew another one.
I don't think there's another one to draw, but
Oh, okay.
see.
Yeah.
EST, let me just update the pool with the leases. Rack right here, yeah. Only three eyes. So we know Jay was the last tile in the bag in the first game, and now the last two tiles in the bag Jay are. So
Oh man.
that Jay glued to the bottom of the bag so far this morning on these stream games.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy when that happens when one of the power tiles are the last. Like I think when I was playing in the 4th of July tournament, one of my games, I needed to draw, like, I guess it was my opponent drawing into the bag with two tiles left and drew the blank or something or whatever. I don't know. It was something very unlikely. So maybe I'm not describing it well, but it's just so disheartening when you're like, oh man, I had, all I needed you to do was not do the 10% chance thing that you just did. And I would have won this game.
Yeah, and the longer, I'm not going to explain this very well, but kind of the
I
longer
know.
the game on, the more you assume your opponent has the blank. So
Yes.
when you
Yeah.
look at, like, there's one in the bag, you look at the 8 remaining tiles, you're just like, oh well,
Mm-hmm.
because they're going
Mm-hmm.
to blank, you know, there's a higher chance that that's on their rack as opposed to being in the bag. So
I wonder what they're doing here. What's happening? Clocks are stopped. Interesting. Wonder what's happening.
hopefully we can get a.
Is this about the clock again?
Oh, we did have issues with it last night,
Oh
as you
no.
saw.
Mark's clock was running after he pressed it. Okay.
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 I was gonna say it would
Somebody
be cool if
checked
we
for
had
me.
overhead mic, but I think our producer is probably handling the
Yeah,
drivers. So
exactly. Yeah, so that's something that happens, unfortunately, especially with the digital clock. Sometimes if you just don't hit it in the right way, it doesn't activate. Um, I think they use Ulu, which now I think is there haptic feedback with the Ulu app now? I don't remember, but yeah,
apparently they're gonna give Mark an extra 90 seconds.
90 seconds. Okay,
And just kind of the guess as in terms of
yeah,
how long was my clock running
yeah.
before I hit it. So
Yeah, the clock face points up to the ceiling, Penumbra. I'm assuming it's just on a phone.
by the way, this is a nice opportunity to thank Seth Lipkin, not just for
Yes.
Stables, the definitive Scrabble website, but for this Ulu clock. And boy, if it could ever like record, like, feedback, like you said, that hepatic feedback, so that, in a situation like this, we're just kind of guessing when
Mm-hmm.
when we hit the clock and how long it had not been running for. So I'm sure those are improvements coming down the line. I know as brilliant as Seth is.
Yeah. Although I am sensitive to that now, because it's happened a number of times that I've seen, and so I usually, when I press the clock, just check to make sure the other person's clock is running before I move on. So at
Nice
least
little play
just
by
choosing
him.
to drop a U.
Yeah, because Mark does not. He actually has the G, which plays on either side, but. Perhaps stuff that she could draw that allows a bingo to the U there that might
Oh,
even win the game.
yeah.
And did she left The J was the last tile in the bag both games.
Oh man.
That's crazy.
So she has metrics on her rack. I don't know that it's going to play anywhere. I mean, it's not going to play anywhere, but and she's got 6 seconds, so she's got to play something quick. Metric, just going with metric.
Nice spot. RS is going to go out, I'm sure, in a few places.
Yeah, but she is overtime now, so that's too bad. Going to be 10 points off.
Looks like she did give Mark a slightly better G spot, G-E-E underneath metric. And he will take that. Elise's best out would score 11. And now she does have the 45 seconds to look at it, because going 1 second over, going 59 seconds over is all the same.
Yeah, Reds. Is it Reds making moves?
That is one of the 2 11s, yes.
Oh, okay, that.
So she went with rods. She'll keep it within 100. Gonna have a final score of 454 to 356. Actually, Elise will then lose 10 on the clock, so did not quite keep it within 100. So it looks like they're still figuring out final scores. Not sure if we want to cut to overhead mic just yet, or wait a little bit, but
Yeah, it does look like they're just checking scores right now, eh? Especially at the end of the game when you have no clock left, you often don't have to write down.
I really didn't want to make this play because queen lear, queenites, and queeniest, all sorts of things to extend it if I needed it. But there was
Guess they're gonna notice.
It blocked.
Yeah, I didn't have the S when I played this. It was so reckless.
Well, and having this is good too, but it's still almost as bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same. It's good you blocked because I would have had Seek here for like 70 something.
Way too much.
Yeah.
And that was the all that I had.
Yeah. And this, I don't know if it was good to set this up. I couldn't really cash it in for that much.
You know, it takes an E.
Oh, yeah.
So you could play Iris.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it did not play well, but
Yeah,
nice finds. Yeah.
You blocked chat line here
Oh, cool.
with Clad.
That line.
And then I was trying to get a bingo through here, and I couldn't come up with anything.
Yeah. I didn't know if I should play down to the triple here or play like readiest here, kind of opening these. And, like,
I did this so that you would have to open the triple.
yeah, and I guess
Because I didn't have
kind of
any good
lucky that
play.
you couldn't hit it back, but still, this kind of killed the board.
I don't know if Batista is good or not. I thought it was, but it left the S hook.
Yeah.
So there was no, it was too big a comeback because the J was out yet. I couldn't remember. And I don't know if I missed a 5-ball 8 at one point or not when I played
I feel like I might have
MOE.
missed something too.
Oh,
when I
he
played
didn't. So he didn't see it.
Oh, and with all the eyes, I forgot to put the eye on.
Barfy, yeah.
As soon as I made the play, I wrote this on here and I went like this.
I was wondering why you were going shoot. Maybe
Yeah, what eyes are what there was the most left of.
there were so many eyes left.
And I had seen Barfy already, like trying to play it here, but nothing.
Yeah.
And I Bravi and Barfy and all that kind of stuff, just because I was going to block the bingo lane. So,
Great, well,
so would you be willing to enter it for me?
yeah, I can put it in. Just need to get my
all right.
phone.
So that's a good kind of high level overview of Marquinhos, who I've known for many years. You're going to see some weird words, but you're also going to get a very gracious opponent, win or lose. So
Yeah.
Don't know if we have our next game set up yet. I don't know if we'll be taking a break or not. That game did go pretty long. Both players technically took more than the 25 minutes mark, got an extra 90 seconds because of that clock issue. So yeah, a couple games that were unfortunately decided well before the end game today. So hopefully in our last two, we can get a barn burner here. Hopefully take Matt Canick away from being sacrilegious and setting up for Christmas already.
It looks like we're going to keep Mark here, and he's going to play Josh Sokol next.
Okay, well,
So
you have the person who I believe will be in first place now, either him or Charles Rinke. Their spreads were 5 points apart going into that round, both 4-0, and Josh as our top seed. So certainly can't complain about that.
yeah, that's going to be a fun game. Should be really interesting. But I think we might be taking just a quick break. Health break for me.
All right, just a 2-minute break, I think. So no time to get out and touch grass, but we will be back in just a couple minutes.
Okay, see you guys.
All right, welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of the 4th annual Midwest Major from Madison, Wisconsin. Going into round 6 right now, and we have quite a treat for you with top seed Josh Sokol playing the now 5-0 Mark Keenis. So Heidi, yeah, you didn't know Mark that well. What was your impressions of what you saw from him in our last game?
Pretty much exactly what you said. Super strong word knowledge. Super gentlemanly. Looks like a really fun guy to sit across the board from and chat and whatever. I feel like he'd be one of the people that I might get shushed talking to during a tournament, right? Get into it and have a conversation. He just seems like one of those kinds of people.
And Matt was in chat sharing some Marquina stories. Yeah, definitely the kind of guy you want to hang out with after a tournament. He's got all sorts of stories and loves telling them. So, all right. And meanwhile, Josh Sokol, who we both know quite well, as we see his YouTube thumbnail pick as his headshot here. 2075 rating, 63.1 career win percentage. Most of that playing against fields of other top experts. Average score 430 for his entire career. Just a very impressive player.
An impressive player, but also just super, super talented. He's such a fascinating person. Super empathetic, very, very talented musically. Plays chess. All of the content that he's creating, of course. Streaming on Twitch and making videos on YouTube and doing all of the commentary that he's been doing lately, plus winning Scrabble tournaments. Like, is there anything Sokol can't do at this point? I don't know, but I love to see him, and he's a great person too. So.
Last matchup, exactly 3 months ago, 518 to 499. Now, hope we can see a game like that, and not one like the 520 to 301 in their first matchup. So, Josh going first. Looks like he is ready to draw. So let's play Scrabble.
Yes, and I see that Let's Play Scrabble tile bag in there, courtesy of Cozy Tiles. Thanks to Sarah Rosenbaum for that. She makes a lot of really, really cute bags and custom bags if you want. So that's fun. Oh, and the board too. Yeah, the LPS board. I forget who made the Scrabble board. Can you see that?
That's George Bissonette.
Who is it?
George Bissonette is his name.
Oh yes, George Bissonette. Right. Yes. Very nice.
Speaking of very nice, drawing the bondage dogbane combo and taking 17 seconds to play the highest scoring version is also very nice. DEIOTU for Mark. So only 2 games, but Sokol averaging 519. I was going to joke that he would be hard pressed to hit his average against Mark, but maybe he just has Mark's number.
Maybe. Yeah. What is Mark going to do here? Oh man. Maybe he's going to have to play the the ubiquitous bucket cry of frenzy. There it is. A lot of different versions of this word, eh? Jason, did you know how many variants of this word there are?
I do not. I know EVOE as the front hook to VOE. What are the others?
I think there's like EVOHE, and there's EVHO, EVHOE. I don't know about other ones, but I definitely know there's a few.
Need to get up to speed on my bucket cries of frenzy, apparently.
Yeah. They do come in handy. So yeah.
Gosh, a bunch of high scoring tiles here. The F, the G, the H, the W, as well as the D.
Yes.
What are his options here?
I'm wondering if it's me, I'm looking at that hotspot beside no, like with now or and NOH is good too, right? Hugh maybe there.
His scoring play there, or I'm sorry, second highest scoring play there. Hugh
Yeah.
scoring 35. He could play EDH on top of it for 38.
Oh, yeah. That looks great. Then you don't open that triple. Yeah, EDH looks pretty fun. What are you keeping though? You're keeping like FWG, right? So that's not the best. I don't know. What would you do, Jason?
I think I would take the 3 extra points and the additional defense with EDH. I know that the leave isn't great, but that can be pretty easily fixable as opposed to you play Hugh, you give up a bingo, you give up a play to the W that or from the W that opens up the board.
Yes. Yeah. And also that E's wide open anyway, so yeah, or the G, or so yeah, there's still places, and your opponent when he's down is going to be motivated to keep things open anyway, right?
So if he does play Hugh, then that would give Mark the spot for outride. Although he does have, speaking of words with a bunch of vowels and multiple spellings, a torty.
Yes. Iodoret too, right? Whatever that.
Iodoret,
well,
yes.
I don't know if there's more spellings of that one, but
yeah, but I believe it torty goes ETOURDI, but then through the E in bondage, it would have been if even after EDH. But Josh is going to play Hugh and keep the better leave. That's going to enhance Mark's bingo here.
Oh man, and actually Alec pointing out that bondager is a word, so outride, double, hooking bondage. 94 points. Yikes. Is Mark gonna know that? Like, he knows so many words.
Yeah, you would think so, but it looks like he's got Iodoret set up to go one spot to the left. The problem is a torty in the same spot sets up the E.
Right. Oh, so he is.
So he saw.
You can do that with. Oh no, it's not. Was he gonna see? Is he gonna be like, oh, why am I? Oh my God, this is so crazy. He saw the spot, and wow, that's amazing to me. That's wild.
Josh is going to challenge bondager, so.
Yeah.
Outright could have scored 99, I guess.
Oh man, that's crazy. It's so funny, eh? But you, like I said, this game does funny things to your brain. You can get fixated. You can be like, oh, this is a cool word. Maybe he's doing it for the content. He's not doing it for the content. If it was Josh, I would say yeah. But man, this is crazy. Yikes.
He's laughing. Outer.
Yeah.
Can't imagine he would do that during the game, but.
Are they laughing at? Oh my God! I wish we had cam right now. The microphones right now over the board. I would love to know what they were saying there. Like, did they just notice? What are they laughing at? I don't know.
Well, 20 some point error aside, Mark has gotten back into this game 113-100. Josh's turn. He has Defang V, so he can block the S spot with Defang. At least they're having fun. That is kind of the whole point of this endeavor is to have fun.
It is.
Mark
just love to see those smiles.
Or through
Mark,
the eye. And out. So now you get to say that he knew what he was doing the whole time.
Yeah.
It's outride. I don't think either spot for anorexic doesn't fit after outride. So.
Oh wow, amazing. Yeah, that's so funny how sometimes your mistakes pay off big for you. Oh, maybe not this time, but yeah. This is so fun, and leaving that hook or the S hook open. This is so fun, and he's
gonna play baiting, keeping the E as both a hook tile for later and his only vowel.
Yeah, this is a fun game already. Oh my God, I love it.
What is Plan B for Mark now that anorexic has been blocked? No playable bingos, but obviously that X will score. It won't score huge, but it will certainly score enough that he'll be able to score decently and keep a very bingo prone leave.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, if there was a X spot that was even a few more points than, the 29. Well, we got X on. I was just saying, if there was an X bomb, it would be a no brainer to just do that instead of the bingo, anyways, even if it was available.
I can play
No crumb.
Oxen across on top of
Yes.
Iodoret, making ODXUNE for 29. Can play Axon for 32, although that might be a little gutsy since it makes Ben throws the A in the triple lane.
Right. Yeah, he's not doing that. I wish we had Telestrator. We could.
Yeah, I gotta
be
learn. I
pointing.
gotta learn how to use the telestrator. I did see Will Anderson in chat. He has offered.
Yeah.
I just haven't taken up on it.
It's not that hard, actually. So worth doing, I think. Because sometimes there's like tricky plays where it's hard to explain them, but it'd be so much faster to just point them out.
So, anything better than Oxer or Oxen on top of Iodoret there? AXE in the same spot. Could play Oxen down, but that doesn't seem to do much for you either.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think I would just. Yeah, I think I'd just play Oxen here. Or maybe I would whiff entirely on that and play like Walks or something. I don't know. But Walks seems, having the blank there and having bingo tiles, maybe he doesn't want to do Walks.
Yeah, it's not that awful. The ACNR leave isn't bad. You're gonna bingo under Iodoret, with a 7 a bunch. You've got that
Yeah,
G open. The C and the G don't go well together.
right.
So yeah, it looks like if you didn't have the blank, you would be tempted to just kind of keep the X and hope for a better spot for it later. But blank X isn't going to help you bingo. So
Right.
I think you just kind of have to part with the X cheaper than you want to. See, it looks like he's maybe setting up your play of Watts, which does stop stuff, from the W.
Right.
Stops Josh from doing something potentially.
Right.
So yeah, he will
So
take
there
your
you
play
go.
of Watts.
Well, that's good then. So I never know sometimes when the plays that I think of are just like silly or if they have merit. But there's always a reason for them. Well, no, that's not even true. Sometimes they're just panic plays. Or like, I'm overwhelmed and I don't know what to do, so I'll just play something, anything. What is Josh going to do?
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of great options. Does have the nice turning BE into beefy. That would lead EITT, which is not bad. Other could score FEY off of evading, making evading. Could play it off of BE, making BEY. Those both score 25. But yeah, one of those turns where nothing really standout is presenting itself.
What about, I don't know if this is dumb too, like what about Fey, FEY, hooking BE? Near the top there.
Yes, no, that's a good one. So yeah, you're going to score 25 for Fey if you played it off of evading or played it off of BE. And so, the question is, do you want to play Fey off of evading, maybe kind of blunt the the V to the triple, although that's not really that dangerous. And if he's got some sort of AVE word, all you've done is make that score 10 more. So I think playing FEY up there
Right.
is actually a little bit safer. I kind of prefer that placement a little bit more.
Nice.
Looks like he's looking maybe.
Outfit.
He's going to go with this play. Also very slick. His highest scoring play, playing Outfit
Wow.
from the OU, making Thew. That Y is a nice. It could play. If you get bogged down, the Y is going to play underneath Thew, so you could play some sort of YE, GEY
Nice.
play if necessary. So this will help Mark out a lot, as it gives him a scanner if nothing else.
Right. But yeah, that's such a cute spot that not everybody is going to see, and Josh finds a lot of those very clever little inserts and things, plays like that. So he's very creative that way. I love watching him play.
Actually, will score 2 more points. However, it does put the A next to the triple word there instead of the N. Also, a lot more options to play in that bottom right there. So he
Yeah.
will choose scanner and take the lead back. 195 to 171 as I try to look at. There's a lot of B words, but I don't like B empty,
Yeah.
which is what Josh is.
But yeah, I'm definitely looking like BYE or something maybe besides scanner, like making nigh. That looks like so many points.
It is so many points. It's 45. You could keep the E off, sacrifice 5 points. You could play empty off of the
Ooh.
RN scanner for 47.
Yeah, that's
That is the
true
highest
too.
scoring play, and keep BE. So a lot of good options here, but by scoring 45 and keeping temp looks pretty strong.
Mm-hmm. Wonder what he's thinking. Look at the faces he's making.
Yeah.
He does. He's hamming it up for us.
Yeah, debating probably between buy and empty.
Yeah.
Oh, and good point pointing out in chat, if you play buy, which makes a lot of sense, you are killing that E spot. That E goes nicely between the walks and the N to make Watson.
Right.
Whereas
Yeah.
if you play empty, you score 2 more points and you potentially leave that for yourself next turn. Now the question I think he's asking
Right.
after he plays empty.
Mm,
So he's going to play empty. How often does Mark play there? I mean, you can't really.
right.
If he doesn't have the H, you can't use that C, so you're only making a 3-tile play. I think that spot's going to stay open a lot more than you might think at first glance.
Interesting. Yeah. And that's why he's a champ and I'm not. That's so fun. Yeah. I hope he gets to take advantage of it. We see Mark with ECR or whatever on his rack. He had that lined up. Probably
I was going to say,
reevaluating.
do you just plunk AE in that Watson spot and draw into Asia? The thing about having 6 vowels is that there are rarely good options, and this turn certainly falls into that category.
So he is going to go ahead and play 5 tiles here. Maybe hoping to draw that second blank.
So Josh, not having the R he needs for sow bread. That is good, right?
No, I don't know.
Yes, yeah. Sow bread, the only 8 in that rack. So he will have to figure out what he wants to do here. He has a very nice play using that Watson spot. D-aw.
Yeah.
The AW is 38, or bead in the same spot.
it's interesting. Oh, there. Yeah. Okay. C beat. Would you prefer keeping that W or the B here? Would you play Dia over bead?
That is a good question. I'm just trying to look at spots for the B and the W on this board.
Mm-hmm.
The B does play on top of outfits, whereas the W does not.
Right.
Yeah, it does look like statically, or at least just by the numbers, the leave of BOS is a slightly better leave than OSW. So it certainly looks like DR is the right play here.
Yeah. I guess you've got ob words like obscure and things like that. So yeah.
Speaking of your variants of EUOI, Marquez having EVO set up on his rack.
Yes.
So Josh likes the W for either didn't see DR or likes the W for some reason that I am not seeing. But Bede will score very well 38.
Yeah.
So does he? Oh, looks like he's gonna
Maybe
check
just
Watson.
oh, is that? I thought he was just going. Oh, I guess they are. Oh wow. Okay.
5 there will make the actual score 261 to 213.
Okay. Good one.
Well, Mark, were there any challenges in that last game? I've noticed that he
I don't.
hasn't gone up, so maybe having
Yeah.
some mobility issues.
Maybe. Yeah. Evove or whatever coming down quickly. He really likes to party, this guy. I like the comment in chat about the challenge. Josh got bored and left.
There is an extension to evading that would make the double re-invading
Right. Yes.
in our extension master Magnus today. That would score. I think it only scores 32. So maybe you don't want to be getting rid of bingo tiles, like
Yeah.
REIN for 32. But in a situation in which you have a bunch of duplicates potentially,
Oh, Evove is not a party word. Sorry. I just thought it was another one of those Evho words. It looks like it.
I was going to say is that I think that's a takeoff on EUOUAE, which I think
Yeah, it
it's
is.
a chant. It's like a Gregorian chant or something like that. So
Is it? Okay, I don't know. Mnemonic for.
see, okay, there it is, a Gregorian
Okay.
cadence. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Meanwhile, Josh with a very interesting draw there into Sao, drawing
Mm-hmm.
IQSU, which is normally a pretty good draw, but here it doesn't seem to work great. Although he does have a 70-point play if he sees it.
70 points.
And yes, Kevin Fraley has seen it quoist or quoist,
Oh,
QUOIST to that T in empty. Would score 70 and leave SW, nothing else really coming close.
right.
He does have 2 of the 3 remaining S's, so he could play Scow through the C in Asia, take the S hook to Iodoret, and then set up another. We know
Right.
that would end well for him as Mark has the L and the S and the blank.
Yeah.
It has the WO set up there. I'm not seeing. I mean, you might be considering WOP.
Oh, just yeah, that's the more human play there. You see that, you probably play it fairly quickly if you don't see Coist, and that's not one that we do see very often. Although I guess if you know
Back-to-back games
Coist,
where a player willingly breaking up that QU combo, playing one without the other.
yeah, which is funny because he has the dreaded WU combo.
Right, exactly. That's why you might
Yeah.
not. Probably what took him so long to play there.
Yeah, Alex saying Mark found ogrishly, ogreishly. Boorishly? No, is that a word? Boorish? No, boorish.
It's a word, but you need two O's for
Yes,
it, not just
two
one.
O's. Yeah.
So we saw Ogrishly. I do hope he plays that and does not play a phony instead. Ogrishly will score 92. Anything else he plays through the second E of Evobe will score 70. So big difference here, and he did see Ogrishly. May just be kind of wondering if there is another option that doesn't maybe doesn't start with the O and give potential counter plays.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly looks like there's potentially a lot of stuff in here, but I don't think there are to the Y anyway. But a few things to consider for sure. Just that Ogrishly is like 92 points, so if you see it, you have to play it. And if we're sure that he saw it, maybe he didn't see it.
To be fair that it's a word as well.
Yeah, well, that too, I guess, yeah.
Right here it is.
Yeah, if he hasn't played it yet, I'm pretty sure he's not going to.
That is a good point. Ogrishly is one where if you see it and you see how many it will score compared to anything else, you're probably going to play it right away because there's.
Oh,
Are we back to Ogrishly? Looks
maybe he is. I love being wrong. Yay! Yay! I know the other commentators talk about their commentator's curse or gift or whatever, manifesting things into being. Mine is when I say, "Oh, they definitely are not going to do it now." Then they always do.
Murphy's law always works.
Yeah. Nice, very nice.
Crisply and maybe 97 because Josh made worth the 5 points to check this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think I'm just insta checking this one. How can you not? It's 5 points, right? And this is a 92-point play. Oh.
No, he might be writing the algorithm
still
out.
Thinking, yeah.
Yeah, might be writing the rack out, seeing if does this make sense?
Yeah. I love these faces.
I don't know if Josh plays poker, but I don't know if I would recommend it given how expressive he is.
Yeah. Yeah, you're quite the poker player, eh? Had some pretty good results.
Yeah, some. Yeah, he will check this. So 92.
Good job. Yeah.
7.
Yeah. You have to challenge it if you have any doubt. Like, you can't, people leave phonies on far too often, I think, in 5-point challenges because the psychological, you wouldn't play that unless you know it, but people make mistakes all the time.
Exactly. I am one who leaves them on too often, so. 97 will give Mark a 39-point lead.
Mm-hmm.
Josh sitting over there with those two S's. Now the last two S's. So we could certainly be shaping up for a very close finish here.
Mm-hmm. And they both have a fair bit of time on their clock, so that's good. Mark has a few minutes more, but Josh here. Oh, look at that nice draw for Mark.
Oh yeah, it's a nice draw.
And it's really too bad. See if you know, Josh loves to talk about like the butterfly effect and all of that. If he had played Koist, this is a very, very different game. Because now he's kept himself with that UW, which is just so hard to deal with.
I'm pretty sure he didn't see Koist. If he'd seen it, he would have played it that
Of course.
greatly. So he did leave these 3 tiles after QI, so that's one of the points in favor of QI, is that if things go wrong for you, which they did, at least you have a nice spot to get rid of your WU and your second S for 24.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Yes, I mean, it's not like that was a choice. Sorry, what was that?
Chain racks that will not make a bingo, but he does have very nice ZO and evading plays.
Yeah.
It's tempting to just play the ZE and leave train and try to bingo through one of those E's. But is it more prudent to play Zia or Zeta there and block that second E and stop Josh from actually bingoing to it?
Although there's 2 E's, so like if he has something to the E, he's gonna get it done anyways, even with Zeta. So you might as well just play short and try and bingo yourself.
Yeah, that's why I said it is very tempting. It is very tempting. Just play the ZE and hope that your 2-tile draw makes an 8+ retain.
But I wonder if he's even looking there, like if he's maybe forgotten or not noticed or whatever, if he's even thinking about evading. Because it's pretty sneaky, right? Like you see that V and your brain just goes, oh, okay, that's shut down, right?
That's a good point. He had TZE set up maybe to play toes through the O of Evove.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Zin and No for 34.
Zest up top.
Mm-hmm.
Zest is going to score 42.
Oh, toes is a word. Okay.
Sorry, I think I said it. Being Canadian, I should have been more respectful and said it TOZE.
Well, this tournament is Midwest Major, so it's fine to say Z. I have to say Z.
We're in Merca, so we will speak Merca.
Yeah, I feel like he just didn't see the evading hook. But this is fine. Zest is fine. RAIN, good, still a good leave.
42 is fine, but a surprising amount of misses this game. Starting with that ride miss on turn 2. Uncharacteristically missing Koist. So now he will.
Oh, nice.
So again, the butterfly effect, coming the other way now. He very easily could have blocked Koji, but now Josh will use it to get back in this game.
Wow. It's the thing, eh? Like, you can never take any game for granted, and you can. This is why it's important not to give up ever and keep fighting no matter what, because things can turn so quickly. We've seen it happen over and over again, right? And if you're not watching these streams and subscribed and getting that bell every time we go live, you should definitely subscribe, because we see this stuff over and over, and it's always exciting when we do. So remember to like and subscribe, peeps. And also, if you can, maybe think about even joining. Some fun perks there.
Yes, you can see that that join button right by the Let's Play Scrabble. Let me just
Get those
find the
fun
info about
badges
that.
beside
Yeah.
your names.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. You can be a super fan, $5 a month. But you know, if that's not in the budget, you know, we appreciate it if you would subscribe to the channel, like this video, and definitely share with your friends and your non-Scrabble friends. We've had people get into tournament Scrabble through streaming. Stories
I
that I
know
love.
some very, very good people like Evan Chester, who's like, coming
Mhm.
up so fast and starting to dominate already. And yeah, he says he found us through videos through YouTube and that. So it's great. It's great that we have all this content creation and great that we have viewers to support us and to make those algorithms go nuts and show them to other people, right? So thanks, you guys.
What a time to draw
Nice.
the F mark. He left 4 1-point tiles, but now that he has that F, just kind of trying to figure out first off, make sure that Firepan does not play, which it does not, but then he will have a bunch of 47, 49, and 51-point options down that B column.
People are having fun with their badges and stuff in the chat. His Penumbra's been subscribed for 5 months. Will's like LPS badge coming through. What did he say? I missed it, but yeah. Make way. So what is Mark gonna do, you think?
Feiner set up. Feiner is the highest scoring play. Probably just looking at the unseen pool, making sure that putting that I
Feiner's not
where.
the highest scoring play.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's not. He can play the P and play it frappe. It's probably just frappe, but I think of it as frappe without the double P. So
Yeah.
Fiener is a very nice way to set up the P, and given the
Right.
unseen, other than the M, that's probably not going to get hit too hard.
Right.
And now it's certainly looking like Josh is going to need to bingo, and he is running out of time to turn this vowel heavy rack into one. 437, 379, AEOORSU. 4 in the bag for Josh.
Oh man.
And that R does give him a nice way to dump 3 of those 5 vowels with URAO. He does have
Mm-hmm.
both of the E's open. If he can find something either ending in E or with the E as the 7th letter, it is guaranteed to stay.
Right.
Now only one unseen vowel to Josh. That also is helpful.
I
Unfortunately
was
for him,
just gonna
Mark
say that.
found it. So Josh will
From
catch up on his
Josh's
tracking.
perspective.
Yeah, and see that he doesn't really have to give in to vowel dump panic here because there is only one vowel unseen. So if he plays 2, very good chance that both of those will be consonants. We know, given that Mark has the I, that both will be consonants. So very interesting position here.
Mm-hmm. I was
Is
just
there
gonna say,
any?
like, he has to look and see if Mark has any possible bingos out of this pool, right? Like, it doesn't look likely, but there's the I and the Y. There's ing, which I guess probably not going to play anywhere, but you never know, right? Like, you have to do your due diligence and take a look and see if he has anything, right?
Yeah, um, I think if he has a bingo, then he just wins. I think you kind of have to assume that he doesn't. Maybe you assume that he has the 7 consonants, and your way back
Mm-hmm.
into the game is through that. So
Right.
he's taken about a minute and a half on this turn. I could see him playing, taking at least another 2, maybe 3, maybe even 4 minutes. This is going to be a very important turn for the rest of this game.
Yeah. Is he considering just dumping an OU somewhere? He's probably just like you say, still working things out, just doing some calculations and stuff. Stuff that experts do. Is there any way? Yeah. But URAO, that looks like probably the best chance for him.
Like I said, you
I
don't
don't
have to
even
give
know.
in to vowel don't panic, but since your only bingo lines on this board are through a vowel or to a vowel with the E,
Mm-hmm.
the A and the E, unless I don't think he can fish for something ending in Z, then you probably don't want to be playing OU and leaving a rose, a rose plus E.
Yeah.
It'll work sometimes in this pool, but you might have a better chance dumping the A as well.
Lots to think about. It's definitely not obvious. So, like, this is something that's hard for me to figure out or know or even have an instinct for at this point in the game. Like, I see 379 to 437, and I'm like, well, I don't know how much that lead is worth, right? Like, is it still like, am I still very much in this game, or am I like, oh, I'm probably gonna lose this game? Like, you know what I mean?
Well, I know what you mean, and you have to make sure that when you bingo that it allows you to win, even if it doesn't end in E and only goes through the E with the E as the next to last letter, it's only going to score like 60 some. So yeah,
Yeah,
that's why I always say, especially in times like this, about three-quarters of the way through a game when you're down, in this 50-60 range, um, you ask, how am I gonna win this game if you're behind, and how I'm gonna lose this game if you're ahead, and then work backwards to make sure that doesn't happen.
exactly.
So yeah,
Yeah.
so I think that can kind of help simplify this situation from Josh's perspective, because you just want to leave, I think whatever your best bingo tiles are. So if
Hmm.
you have a spot to play off the AOU, through the R, or you could play off the OU, you could play off the OO, and all of those will score very similarly.
Hmm.
So I think, he's probably just looking at the pool like, all right, what happens if I draw two L's or
Hmm.
LM,
Hmm.
LN, LP, LR, LT, LY? So that's why, he's taking about 5 minutes, and I, feel like he might take, at least two more here.
Yeah.
Four
Hmm.
in the bag as well. So you're trying to, do you want to play URAO and leave just the one?
Yeah.
Is it better to leave
That's
one or to leave two in this spot?
that's a really good point. Like, do you want to try and slow down the game? Because you're behind quite a bit, so you need at least a bingo, but maybe you're going to need more than that. Um, yeah, it's definitely not easy position to be in.
Just
All
notice
one pointers.
the T for quit. So maybe try to draw that. We know it's on Mark's rack, but that's basically the only other bingo line on this board.
Right.
If you fish off the O off the BE to play OB and open up a spot, what does that? The problem is your most common one tile draw is going to be an L, and I don't think that's going to bingo if you draw an L,
Right. Yeah.
or most of what you draw there. So you could play OO and OB.
Hmm. Tough one.
Yeah, so this is about the time I figured at the start of this turn that I figured Josh would play with about 2:30 on his clock, and it certainly, if his rack is any indication, considering OU, I'm not sure the spot for it. There's a spot for 15. making ion and nug, and there's a spot for 14 just making OE and UR and covering up that triple. It looks like that is what he's going to do.
Okay. Interesting.
That does do a nice job. That's probably better than the other placement, even though it's 1 point fewer. It stops Mark from making a play like Pry.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Are they confirming scores right now? They must be.
We seem to be. Clock is stopped. We have scores 437 to 393.
Yeah, it's important to have the right scores at the end of the game, eh? You can make
Yeah, so now is it good to leave 2 in the bag because now Mark is not going to want to empty with those 2 each open.
right.
Somehow ducked the L, so LL in the bag, we know.
Yep. Whew.
It's certainly been this game certainly had just about everything, eh?
It definitely did, yes. Some surprising misses, like you say. Just, when I watch these expert players, knowing they've been playing for a long time, you start to just imagine that they are going to know and see all the things, right? Because they come up with such crazy finds and everything. And then, then they miss like things that that look to be pedestrian on stream, right? Like you're like, oh, I know the iota outride, whatever wreck, like the back of my hand. So you feel like watching it, you're never going to make that miss, but then you do in the game because there's so many other things competing for your attention, right? So you just never know.
Excellent point. So an interesting suggestion here, you could play R. You could just play off the R and make jar, which for some reason is simming better than J. You would think that JAY would be a better option there.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Why is that?
Well, I mean, Mark's close to interplay himself. You could play the Y and then try to fish for the E and go out with interplay as a 9.
Wow.
So maybe there's in the pool there must be some there must be more 9s ending in AY that that we're giving Josh credit for, and certainly if anybody can find a 9, it is Josh Sokol.
Yes, that's for sure.
So yeah, Sim seems to like R. You could also just empty the bag, and which will work in this case. Josh does not have a bingo through either of those E's or with that A, so you just play TYPP under a CS score 34. I don't think that ever outruns the bingo though. 34, 71 would put you 78 ahead, but I think even a 62 point bingo would. Nothing but yeah, if you draw the M or the G or something.
Right.
So yeah, fascinating pre-end game here. So Josh burned himself down to 2.5 minutes, and I think it'll be a couple minutes before Mark plays as well.
Yeah, like he has to check and see what are the possible bingos that Josh could have. But I don't know. Like, if I guess, like you say, if he has a bingo through the E's, then there's 2 spots where he can't block both of them, so he can't really worry about that, right?
And that's we talked about with the turn where Mark played the Z. Do you just play ZE?
Mm-hmm.
And it was certainly tempting to go for the bingo there, but I kind of liked playing ZEA or ZETA and just blocking one of the E's, because when you have like the same letter in both spots like that, where like a bingo is unblockable. If
Right.
Josh had drawn more L's, Will Anderson pointed out Slalomer is going to
Yeah.
be unblockable. You hate having your opponent having unblockable out bingos, especially if you can prevent it. So Mark, we'll take the points with the Y. I don't think there's anything to that Z, but I think that may just be I'm going to get as many points from the Y. Even if he fishes one tile here, then he may be able to outrun the bingo. I think that's one of the benefits of jar instead of J, is that if your opponent fishes off one, then you have TYP, and that may be able to outrun a bingo.
Right. Yeah, TYP was a lot of points. 36 points or something, so yeah.
So how does Josh get out of this? Is there a way? I mean, with 3 L's unseen, if there's a way you can, it always helps when you have a pretty good idea what one tile you're going to draw. So.
Yeah, does he have something with an L?
He does have. He could maybe play a 9 through the second E, a Ove, and a D.
Hmm.
They could, unfortunately, not quite in the right spot, fishing off the M, going for the L
He
for
has-
error L's.
Oh, okay.
This would work if he fishes off the R and draws the L. He has
Oh my
Masada
god.
A.
Oh man.
We did find the L. He's going to set up Masaglia, which is unblockable. Again, both. Sorry, not to the A. That would have been through the E. So Masaglia is unblockable.
Oh my god.
So
Crazy.
can Mark score enough to outrun this?
Wow.
Great play by Josh there, by the way. Especially to do that so quickly.
Well, yeah. Yeah,
He
pretty
only
impressive.
had 2 minutes. What L fish,
Yeah.
what L draw gives me an unblockable bingo.
Okay.
Yeah, so Pillar should score enough.
Does it score enough? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
26. Masaglia is going to score 62. So that
Okay.
would
Well,
make
good job anyway. That was
483 to 464. What a great game we saw on screen. We would love to listen to the overhead mic. However, both players are for the next game are ready and have been ready for about 10 minutes. So this is probably the last game in the room to finish. So unfortunately, these players are going to be hurried along.
Yeah.
As I put.
Yeah, and it's tough after a game like that where you want to talk about it, but yeah, people are waiting. People are waiting for them to get out of their seat so they can get going.
It's a nice reminder that the streamed board, / table one is only one out of 20, 30, 40, whatever the number is, boards in action. So we do have the tournament as a whole to consider. Our next game, 2 people that we have not seen on stream yet this morning, both, however, doing very well in the tournament. We have Mark Francelon going first against Thomas Rinke.
Ooh, that's a fun one. Should be good. And the Rinkies, this is their club, right? Madison Club? I think I was watching Charles streaming the other day, and he had baked cookies, and I wondered if they were for this tournament for people there. Do the lucky people here just have Charles baked cookies?
Here, do you mean the streaming staff, or do you mean
No, the Madison Club.
I mean, I want in on free cookies.
Yeah, I know they look so good.
From Wisconsin to Michigan. Might be too expensive to mail them to Canada, so I'll take your share if cookies are being offered to the streaming staff.
But yeah, what they run this club, right? The Rinkies run the club. Is that right?
Do they? Yeah, I don't. I should. I know that the Madison Club is very very potent and that they do a lot with it, but I don't know if they're the director.
Yeah, they definitely created a website for the club. right? MadisonClub.com or something like that. So they do that. They do a lot of programming for WGPO too. They did the WGPO site, and so yeah, they're quite the twins are both quite the asset to the Scrabble community. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I still, after all these years, cannot tell them apart.
Some people can. I maybe if you're in the room with them enough times, then you can start to tell. But yeah, I'm probably not one of those people. But I mostly only see Charles usually. So to me, I felt like I could maybe, and then I saw them both, and I was like, no, I can't.
Yeah, my first ever streaming was with one of them, and I honestly cannot with 100% certainty tell you who it was. I think it was Charles, I think. But yeah, if you said say with 100% certainty, I would have no shot.
Yeah. Some people can do it, so good on you guys who can tell them apart. I'm sure they're pretty different, personality wise too. So I mean, that would give you context clues. Okay, let's look at Mark here. 1660 rating, 115 tournaments, 47.9 career win percentage. That's pretty good. Average score 403. So yeah, going up against Thomas, who quite a bit higher rating at 1992, 89 tournaments, 861 wins, 60.2 win percentage, and a 421 average score. So yeah, looks like maybe Mark has a bit of work to do, but I mean, we've seen him play. He definitely can hang with the big boys. So it should be an interesting game, right, Jason?
So you saw the 1600s rating in the sub 50 winning percentage, but that's not entirely accurate. He has climbed very steadily in the past few years, and his NASPA Collins rating is actually 1849. So
so there you go.
Not a there's a gap between them, but it's a stream and not a river, as they say. So
yeah.
So Mark, going first. He is ready, and we will get underway. So, the last game of this morning session.
Okay, already.
Is that right? 4 and 2 with a plus 8, 13? All right, we're gonna have to look at how that happened. There must have been like 4 220-point average wins, and the average losses were by 30.
Yeah.
AACDGLT, the opening rack for Mark. Not a lot of wonderful options. One of can't even play a 5 here, so this isn't even a play long or play short opening rack. It's just what do you want to get rid of and what do you want to leave?
Yeah, and Mark taking no time here to play Clegg for 14. That looks fine. That looks good to me.
And good on him for not spending a while looking for a 5 that wasn't there.
Exactly.
Just making his best player close to it and making it quite quickly.
Yeah, that was so fast. Like, I don't think that I could have played something that quickly there, even though, it does look kind of obvious, like what you want to do. But I would have spent a few seconds at least wondering, should I play Clad? Should I play Clegg? Keg? I don't know, right? So I'm surprised that he played that quickly, but good on him, because you need to do that on those turns where, all the plays are going to be pretty much the same anyways. There's no sense of spending too much time worrying or fussing over, minor details like that. And then a bunch of E's on Thomas's rack here. FNTAEEE.
Looks like he's got to play Facet E, F-A through the C, E-T-E. I guess it would be tempting to play Facet and set up the E. especially if you're not sure if your opponent knows it.
Yeah. Looks like he's considering in face, though.
In face would not be bad as well. It gets rid
Yeah.
of similar tiles for 2 fewer points. With facet E, you are putting that E next to the double word, allowing some side lap potential there. Within face, you kind of have a different set of problems, which is what if your opponent has one of those hook tiles, most notably the D.
Right.
So it looks like he'll play even shorter and just go with face.
Mm-hmm. So I think producer Josh saying that Thomas has 4 plus 500 plus games in this tournament out of 6. 520, 539, 569, and 574. Like, those are just monster scores.
I guess that'll pile on your spread. So
Yeah.
that still just doesn't look right. 4 and 2 plus 8, 13. I mean, I realize it's accurate. It just doesn't look right.
Yeah. He's on fire.
I assume with Marquinhos's loss last round that everybody does have a loss now, so only 1 game behind.
Mm-hmm.
Nice job by Mark, very quickly again finding his highest
Yes.
scoring and seemingly best play of Batik.
Very nice. I wonder if he spent a little time there wondering if he should like hook his D onto face or his T or something, play something there. But this looks great.
I actually don't know Mark that well. I don't know if he normally plays this fast, but he's taken 2 very complicated turns and made a very nice play at less than 2 minutes total.
Yeah. Yeah, it's impressive. And there is a bingo available for Thomas here, which he's spotted and is debating on whether or not he wants to do it. I mean, I don't know how you're not going to do it, but it's always hard to open up triples.
I don't know if he there's no N for aunts.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised that he kind of changed the positioning, but yeah, 61 and floating an S in the triple isn't great, but neither is scoring 16, 17, or 18 even.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah.
So I would expect to see Jeanette's in the next 15 seconds or so here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing. I don't think he's gonna spend too much time here. Gonna eventually just play it, I believe. Mm-hmm. Taking longer than I would expect, though. This is interesting. I wonder what else he's considering.
Well,
Is there
especially
anything else for it?
Set up like that.
Mm-hmm.
Could have been alphabetical order again. I mean, this rec does make all sorts of 8s. Teenius through the I, through the N. Maybe just wanting to make sure that he doesn't have something through the B, through the A. Maybe using that L.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's like, is this really my only option?
Like I joke, one of my regular opponents likes to point out that I have like a pre-bingo sigh for turns like this. Before I'll put it down, I'll sigh and show you all. Oh, he's got a terrible rack, and then like the bingo comes down. But it's always a situation like this where I hate bingoing. It's like this is going to score 61, and my opponent's just going to score 40 coming back, and I'm burning the T hooks to face and an S and all of that. So So he does play Jeanette's getting the first bingo down this game, taking a 30-point lead. And fortunately for him, that spot will not be hit terribly hard, as Mark did not draw much that will go there.
Yeah.
Three A's I DLR. He can play off of Jeanette's just playing along the side there, playing
Mm. Oh
IDA
yeah.
for 32.
Oh, that looks good.
You're gonna be
Although
hard pressed to find something better than that for sure.
I was gonna say, does he want to play Ada to be a little bit more restrictive, or does he want to play something like, or Ada's even just to the S or radials or something like that, just to keep things open since he's behind? But I guess he's not going to be behind after he plays Ada or
Yeah,
32.
after 8, he'll technically be ahead by one, just no longer with
Hmm.
the advantage going first.
Yeah. So, but yeah, these decisions early on can make a big difference, right?
Absolutely, and radials is not a bad idea. You kind of set up, potential X spots. But you're going to draw 6 tiles, like you said. You're going to keep that bottom of the board open.
Mm.
After 8, it's going to be almost impossible to bingo at the bottom half of the board without a 9 or something played off of the E and face. So that could come back to bite you later for sure.
Right, and I don't think you'd have to worry too much about creating another X spot because there's already a big one beside the E in Jeanette's anyways. So one of the E's in Jeanette's. But yeah, this is the longest we've seen him take, which makes sense because there's a lot of different things to consider here. Wonder what he's going to decide to do. What do you think you're doing here, Jason, in game?
I mean, Ada, I think is just too good to pass up.
Yeah.
Gets rid of your 3 A's, but that being said, I might consider a play like radials, especially if I don't see Ida or Ada.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
'Cause, yeah, radials is really the only. So he's gonna. Oh,
Okay.
okay. He's gonna
Open.
say I don't really have a great way to deal with that spot,
Hmm.
so I'm gonna play doll for 22, get rid of my 2 of my 3 A's that way. And then obviously Thomas can't use both spots. So
Yeah.
now you see he's got a decision to make with his rack about which spot that he wants to take. I assume he'll play Wids down below. Oh, Dullish is a very nice play. Did not see that. I saw Wids down below, but it looks like Dullish will and he spotted that fairly quickly.
That's better than Wids. I don't know. I had to think there for a minute. Like, would I prefer to play Dullish here over Wids? But yeah, just keeping the ULL. No thanks. Pass. So yeah, this looks good.
So the good news for Mark is that he has that D up top.
Yep.
The bad news is that he is not drawn particularly well again with
Right.
5 vowels, the C and the R.
We were talking about X bombs. Thomas would have one if he had played Wids, but now he's blocked it.
I don't know. Wids doesn't give. Oh, I see alongside. Yeah, the OXEX.
Yeah.
Okay, now I see.
Yeah. But what is Mark going to do here?
Oh, he has 41.
Yeah.
You don't often see 41 with just 2 consonants.
Yeah, that looks awesome. Does anybody see that? Oh yeah, have people spotted it yet? Yes. Well, not the 41. I don't think I've seen the 41 play yet. 41 point play. Do you guys see that? The Curia is nice though. Somebody pointed that out.
Yes. So through the D up top playing Dikiria for 40, you kind of see Ikiri, which is the 41 point play, as more of an E front hook to Kiri. but it plays by itself, making CH along the bottom there for quite an astounding 41.
Yeah.
Mark doesn't, a lot of. I don't shuffle tiles on when it's my opponent's turn because I don't want to give any tells. But even on his turn, he does not. He does not shuffle that much. Now he seems to be considering Corey, which is also a very nice option. Cauri off of the AB, making cab and la and keeping things open.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. 33 points. Keeping that D open, though, which, I mean, he was going to anyways if he played Ecurie or whatever. But yeah, a lot of high scoring, high point tiles on Thomas's rack here. Woe juice. That's a nice way to get rid of a bunch of yucky letters.
That's why the power tile fives are important. I did not
Yeah.
know that one. Wojus and Clegg certainly seems to be the best option here.
Yeah. Do we know what that word means? Woe juice?
If he plays it, we will. I guess is it the plural of? I don't think it's the plural of Woju. Hopefully he plays it so we can see it crawl across the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, yeah. There we go. We'll get to see it now.
Oh, there we go. Also sets up the X one nicely.
Oh yeah, right.
I'm gonna commit this a little early just so we can see the definition here. Oh, it's an adjective. So okay. So I was gonna say I feel like I would have known WOJU, so I can't believe.
I was gonna say that. I'm pretty sure it's not like a word that is plural or something. It's like the whole word has the S in it. So
Irish slang of a poor quality. Okay. So that was not a Woju play then. or however it's pronounced.
Yeah, we don't know. Does anybody know how that would be pronounced?
Any Irish slang experts in the chat? Mark, back to struggling with the 5-vowel racks. AEEIOPR. Nice and balanced, but unfortunately not a lot going on here. It looks like he can block that X spot that Thomas has set up for himself, though.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. Scores a lot of points. 32 points for Opa there. And yeah, prevents Thomas from using it. But also, like, there's that D wide open, like, triple lane. I don't know how concerned you need to be about that. Should you try to play through the D? But what would you even play? It's worth it.
There are a couple of decent options there. You could play PAE, then the D on the board O, or you could play APO, then the D on the board E. So you could score 24 and draw into EIR there.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like you would probably want to play the first one so you can give yourself the P to bingo from instead of the A,
Right.
especially moving EIR.
Someone in the chat saying OPA or repo. OPA might be too exposing. but maybe that's just because we know that the X is on Thomas's rack.
That's true. He does have plays that block it. Like we haven't mentioned the top option of, well, maybe the top option of Peria, PEREIA. That does throw the P out in space in that triple line, but it does look like, I was like, oh well, he's got some blocks, but the problem is it looks like all his blocks just set up the X in another way by giving Thomas the option to play Wex or Walks.
Right.
After he hasn't really had an easy move this game, has he?
No.
So after handling the first two very quickly, he's taken quite a bit of time with these last few.
Yeah, and I guess that's why you want to play the as many moves as you can quickly, like the ones that are just not going to make that much difference if you if you take more time on them or not.
So if you switch that O and R, Thomas can say that beef rocks. But yeah, do expect to see the X come down fairly quickly. Boxer seemingly the
man.
next for
Yikes.
69.
Oh my god.
Did you say nice to the
Feed box would be fun also.
Feedbox through that D would score 60, but I don't know if you can pass up 69.
No, I know you can't, but it's just fun. He's looking at it. He's just showing us that he saw it. Like, well, I don't know. Like, Mark has the blank now. But maybe he does want to play feedbox just so that there's no triple coming down through there.
Oh yeah, does he have one? Are we going to see a triple after Boxer?
I don't know if he does. Does he, guys? Is anybody telling us? Nothing yet, but yeah, this will be fun.
He does not.
Oh, he doesn't? Oh, too bad.
D's third, D's fifth, D's sixth. None with the D in the fourth position, so.
That would have been so fun.
So Boxer 69.
Gonna check.
Boxer 69, nice. The W and the blank means that Mark will not just bingo, but he will score well with this bingo. 83 for either dowries or wideners.
Nice. Yeah, it's so close. This is the kind of thing, like, it's so funny about Scrabble, Jason, is like you have a nice play like wideners or dowries for 83, but you're like disappointed because you're just missing a triple. And your opponent's like, oh, I feel bad for you.
See, we're one spot over in either direction, I would have it.
Yeah. Your happiness is relative, right? Like, if you're coming out of an IIIGUX rack into a bingo rack, you're like, yay. But if you're like looking at something like this where, you have a million options, then it becomes more, oh no. Or like a 2 blank rack, right?
Where were you 2 turns ago when I had like the balance leave and too many vowels? Like,
yeah.
Blank, 4 vowels and 2 consonants, I would have had a lot less options. I would have done sooner. So, yeah, also beating down almost 100 would play into that. But after he bingos, I would expect to see one of the 283 pointers. After he bingos, he will be down only 8 points.
Yeah. So what do you think about his clock here? He's got just over 12 minutes left. Is that like, would you expect him to have a bit more time? I see Thomas has 16 minutes. For people, newer players, to gauge like sort of how much time they should have left at this point in the game. Looks like there's still a lot of game left, right?
I'm just trying to count the number of tiles on the board to see. So I think there's 40. It looks like there's 47-ish on the board, so we're halfway through the game. So you would want to have more than half your time, and Mark has less. Again, right. There are some players who hoard their time for the end game, like myself, and there are some who are confident in their end game abilities and want to take their time on the early game turn. So not sure which Mark is, but is potentially running into a bit of a time issue here.
Yeah.
At the same time, you don't want to miss a triple if you have it.
No, for sure.
That's like a 50 actually probably more than that, 70-point mistake and probably a
Yeah.
game loser. So,
Yeah.
just want to make sure that you've checked and rechecked and that, you're not missing some sort of triple that you're going to feel stupid when you look up this rep. So, again, we know it's
Exactly.
not, but Mark does not.
Exactly. I'm definitely not suggesting that he's used more time than he should. Just that some turns, some games are like that where you have many obvious turns, and then others you just have to think harder about things, or there's more implications to the choices that you're making in that. So yeah, some games are easier than others. Some turns are easier than others, and it just so happens that he's had a lot of turns where he had to think a bit more.
Right, so Widener's comes down 225 to 217. And Thomas will not be able to keep the scoring pressure up now that J and the X and the S are gone. Not a lot here, although we could blow up this rack with footage through the first tee of Jeanette's.
Yeah, it's 24 points. Yeah, you're definitely looking to probably get rid of those 2 O's. So yeah, this looks like this just gets rid of so many yucky tiles at once.
So I like when he could play goofed to the D. Could play oof, which it looks like what he's considering off of Boxer for 26, 2 more points. AEG not the best of leaves,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Mark had been playing through vowels pretty good there. You do also have the open T's, so it looks like he's gonna roll the dice with the bag and play oof.
He also could have played flea, either spelling, hooking calf, so making calf. That was also 29 points or so. But yeah, I think I liked footage there. Just although maybe it's gonna work out for him. This looks like a good rack, good draw. And Mark with anemone on his rack.
So that's a nice post bingo draw. So this is his first easy turn of the game. So there is only one spot for it off of Kari. So especially given his time issues, I would like to see him play this one quickly.
Yes. And he is. Good job.
So that'll give him the lead, albeit temporary, as Thomas has all sorts of options generate through that E, in Jeanette's being the one that sticks out to me first.
Right. Does he have any fancy plays alongside anemone?
Oh, does he?
91-point play available. Yeah. Oh, and he sees it right away. This is a banger game. It is.
It is. Yeah. We've had a couple of non-bangers to start the day, but certainly bangers to end this morning session for sure.
Yeah, we were just getting warmed up earlier, so yeah.
Exactly.
Now we're going. Yeah.
I have banger games right at the start of the day.
Yeah.
It's both time to wake up.
So yeah, it's hard when you have a rack like this. There's so many options and so many ways that you can play, and so it might take a while to get to the highest scoring. Like even if you see, I have negator, like he has several ways to play it alongside anemone, right? He could start, beside the N there, or sorry, the E, or he could, come from higher up and play Tay. So yeah, this is it. This is the highest scoring one, right? Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I was a little worried that he might play it. It would only be a 3-point sacrifice, but I was a little worried that he might play it up playing Gator
Yeah.
Great Nerd Green Tea for 88, but he does see the 5 overlap 91 point bingo.
Yes, very nice. And good discipline there, because, it's easy to just see it, like I said, with the 3 overlaps and think this is a great play, which it is, right? And so it's 88 points. You just play it. You're playing on the triple or whatever. So good discipline there to stop and make sure that you have the highest scoring one. Put the highest scoring one down. So yeah, see the 5 overlaps there.
At some point, Heidi, and the bag has rewarded him with the second blank, which will make Mark's pathway back into this game a little bit more complicated, especially considering that this post bingo draw, not like the last one, DHIIOQT, and no really good place to dump that cube. But all of the U's that are on the board are in spots that are inaccessible for Q plays. So his highest scoring play involving the Q is just playing Cotty for 19 through the 8 in Clag. So it looks like he has options to playing hit or hot off of oof. Although that's not going to do much for the board, and you're still going to be behind.
Yeah. Yeah, tough position here for sure. I don't know. I think I don't know. It's so hard. Like, would you just play Caddy even though it's only 19 points? You do kind of want to get rid of that Q, but this is a tough one. And like you say, you do want to keep the board open, but there's all of those floaters with Jeanette there, so maybe he can afford to take the points with something like hit beside oof. Or doth, yeah. 35.
So if an option in the same spot, that would open the board. However, that IQ leave is not very palatable.
Yeah. So tough decision again for Mark. And he's got about half the time that Thomas has. So
Even
pretty tricky.
Yeah, less than half at this point, I think.
Yeah. Also noting there's 16 consonants and only 6 vowels in the unseen pool.
Well, that will be good for both players to see both players dealing with double I's.
Yeah.
So nice to know you can leave something like a 2 consonant, 2 vowel leave and still probably be safe.
Okay, interesting. Oh.
All right, so I'm not going to play the Q or take the points. He's just going to play Thio. Nice Q on stuff.
Do you think this is too obvious? Like Thomas is going to spot this right away? Say you have the Q?
No, because I think it could just be a play with a 5 or 6 vowel rack.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, if there are other better places on the board where he could have played these tiles, and I don't know that there are. I'm just saying that, maybe.
I mean, I guess he could have played HO up top, and just DI, or he could have played OH actually. BOH is good.
Yeah. So I wonder.
So maybe the Spidey sense is tingling. Why didn't he just play OH up top for 28? Why sacrifice 14 points?
Although, as you say, with all those eyes unseen, maybe it makes sense. Oh yeah, he's going to want to get rid of undoubling eyes or whatever. So it could be that as well. So maybe not as obvious as I think.
It would be funny if you blocked the spot by playing a GYRI on top of it and just made QI play worth 62 instead of its current.
Oh, yeah, right. That would be hilarious.
Seems like something I would do. I would be suspicious of it. GYRI, like, you think, I'm leaving really well, and about in a heavy pool, and then 62 coming.
I wonder if you're going to manifest that. That would be awesome.
That's true. I try to use my power for. By the way, you've been pretty good at that today about suggesting play, like the walks in the last game, like suggesting
Yeah.
plays and then having them appear. You've done that a couple times today, so I try to use my powers for good and not evil. So I'm sorry that I manifested that into the ether.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I haven't even looked at Thomas's best options here. Need the score update for Thio as well. So that's a nice way to block. If you are suspicious of the QI spot,
Mhm.
you just play YEH, making NYEE. You score 32. You do leave the double I's, which is not the best, but also blocks potential bingos, with that N, which currently could be second or third in an 8. Maybe something fancy hooking face. So he was apparently
Yeah.
spidey senses were not tingling. He decides
Right.
to play Yurd and try to go for the bingo. I would expect QI to come down in the next 5 seconds.
Yeah. And I was just going to say, if he had played, he's like spending the case E there, so maybe he wants to hang on to that E. I certainly would in that situation. But Jiri, I think I would be very tempted by that. He played almost the same letters, right? Just when but maybe he did spot that, like, well, if I play that and he was doing Q setup, then I'm just giving him more points. So no, take your 40 for whatever it is. 48. Oh, if he plays Chin, 48 points.
Given Mark's time, I am surprised that he is, unless he's considering QI versus QIN, but you set up the QI spot is still open. This is he's taking a minute on this turn. You can't afford to take a minute on this turn with his clock the way it is. So
And
Chin comes down, and that will give Thomas the S hook that he needs to play bingo and put a lock on this game here.
did he need that spot though? Like, did he need the S hook, or did he have other options?
He had spongier hooking to make
Okay.
faces.
Okay.
Not the easiest spot in the world. But if
Yeah.
he'd played QI, I don't know if he would have had anything, honestly.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah. But maybe he's thinking, I'm behind and I need to hope that I can draw the S, or that the board gets more open or something. I don't know. It's rough. And maybe just wanting to get rid of one more consonant, knowing how many consonants are left in the bag.
This is true. Leaving DINRT with there's only 2 vowels unseen from Thomas's perspective. So
Yeah.
I don't know which of QI or QIN was right. I would have liked to see him make that decision a lot faster than he did. He took 50 some seconds on that turn, and that turn needed to be more like 15 seconds.
Right. Some interesting words and options here for Thomas that I've never seen before. Of course, a lot of pierogies people are seeing. Epilogues, nice one. But there's some weird ones with blank H.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I've seen Pishog Pishoge before. I don't recall seeing Pisheog before.
Mm.
And see now, I mentioned that word, and then Thomas sets it up on his right. It is
Yeah.
uncanny, and that seems to happen. So, you want to take the points, or do you want to make plays from N5? Because after you play, either version of this, you're setting up the PI in a spot where, some sort of. But look at that pool. Like, what bingo could he possibly have?
Yeah.
So I think this is a spot where you just take the points, and that massive plus 8-13 spread is about to get even massiver.
Yeah. So going for it.
Not wanting to put a vowel there, out in that triple line, obviously, with all the consonants that are unseen.
Nice. Somebody in the chat was saying epilogue's so satisfying. Where did that? Can you show me where that played?
They played same spot. So, like I said,
I just wonder why it was so
yeah, it
satisfying.
won't hit the double, but it's also going to be harder for Mark to bingo back. But again, in this pool,
Okay.
not bingoing regardless.
Right. Okay. Usually when I say so satisfying, it's like it has a fancy hook or nice inserts or something like that. So that's what's satisfying to me. Clever plays. But yeah, this looks great. Look at that. Look at what was left though. Oh my god. VVZUDD.
Thank heavens I have a leave endgame rack. Mark will certainly have many options to go out in 2 first.
Yeah.
Just trying to see what he can have.
TYND is a word, right? Maybe something along those lines, like keeping a vowel. And I'm just trying to see how he can go out.
That's although as bad as Thomas's rack is, I guess you first order business figure out where the Z's going.
So yeah.
You got Z and stuff like that through. It would be cool if your rack was more flexible and you could set something up.
Right.
He'll play my. Which seems to be pretty good.
Yeah, it's a lot of points for that.
Set up an out with 3 here because you know that Thomas isn't going to go anywhere fast. If he does play Z through the E, that's TUVV. So
yeah, true.
Maybe be able to V stick him here. He is going to have Vug through the G. But not a lot of other V spots on this board, so.
Oh, somebody pointing out Noah pointing out Doomveer and Doomveer, those words, crazy words. Not that they don't play, but they're just crazy words. DUUMVIR.
How is Doomveer a word? That's a very fair question.
Okay, so where are the V spots? Is there anything worth playing?
Other than Vug, which is probably going to get blocked. You know, where are the Z spots? Where are the spots to make plays on this board with this rack?
Yeah.
So he will take his highest scoring play of Z. It looks like Mark's going to hold him under 500 though, which apparently 4 of his. So this will be his first sub 500 win.
Oh man, crazy. Okay, so Trin, the play.
Expect to see Vug pretty quick. Oh, Vatu is also an option. Through the A and Clags.
Oh, are they the same score? Yeah.
Yeah, 11-11, but yeah. From after Vatu as well. I guess he's going out with the
Faced. He's faced.
Oh, Faced. That's why he was saving the D. Yeah.
Yeah. Good job.
Right, so pretty good game. Final scores we updated here: 480 for Thomas Rinke, 423 for Mark Francelon. Looks like they just confirming the final scores. So in a second we'll cut to overhead mic. But yeah, quite an interesting back and forth game.
Yeah, that was very interesting. A lot of fun things happening there. A lot of interesting choices.
Like stuff here. But with the Z on the scene,
I'll have to see how many triple triples I missed.
None.
My tricky pickles didn't mark me as sad.
Do you see any?
I didn't look. I didn't feel like looking.
Yeah,
I mean, it's got a W.
it's got a W.
I can look up whether the other word I saw here, is that actually a word?
Oh.
No, it's not.
What did you think?
Entete.
What?
Entete is a word, but it does not take an S.
Oh, it's an entity. Yeah, it's an adjective.
It takes an E, entete.
Entité. Must be French.
Okay, good. I almost played it.
All right, so what do I have?
Negator, such a nice
There's
figure.
nothing with a D in the fourth place.
Okay.
There's a whole bunch of things,
Yeah.
more than I thought with a W. But
You know, there's actually more in here than I thought, too. But this is the only one, other than Pishog, OGE, that doesn't, or that hits the double and doesn't expose a ton of stuff up here.
this was definitely file was definitely a setup because I had them up here, but I didn't have either the S or blank, so I knew
So you
that
said
was-
you had QI when you played that?
Yes, I certainly did.
I did not figure that out. I didn't even think that. So that was nicely done.
Nasty.
That's nasty. I was just looking at the pool and like, that's a totally logical play. Well, I guess it did seem a little bit weird because you were blocking so many bingo lanes.
And Tire doesn't take an S, right? It's
Tire
just an
doesn't-
adjective.
Yeah. So yeah, because I thought of it like, okay, this is blocking too much, but then I'm like, well, he's got to play off this garbage.
Yeah.
No, that was nicely done, man. I didn't sniff that out.
Okay. Great game. Great game.
Great game. Guess I'll fill this out.
Oh, I need to take a piece.
Great game, Mark. The loser on the scoreboard, but the winner of it up
But it's like nine.
with
Yeah.
nice Theo setting up QIN. Unfortunately for him, QIN giving Thomas the spot to bingo that he needed to salt the game away. But yeah, Heidi, pleasure doing this with you. Anything that you want to plug or fit in before I go into thank yous and turn it over for afternoon?
Yeah, I don't really have much to plug. I was planning to do a little point of view stream in mid-November, but I don't think I'm going to do it now. It's too busy. So I don't think I have anything coming up. But I do, my Twitch channel, Heron to Birds. I'm trying to play every Sunday because Study Kate has a little online Collins 4-game tournament, which is actually 5-point challenge instead of void, which we know the Mondaily is void, 6 minutes void challenge. But yeah, this is another little option, slightly longer games, 8 minutes. So that's fun. I try to do that every Sunday and stream that. But yeah, trying to get back a little bit more into it and streaming point of view tournaments when I can. So that's it. What about you? What are you doing?
Well, actually, I don't have too much on the calendar in terms of playing wise. So I don't really have anything for the next few months. So
More
hopefully,
commentary?
maybe you'll see me. You definitely won't see me for Westpac. I should be allowed nowhere near any world games either playing or commenting on because I am a world class nothing when it comes to Scrabble. But yeah, we've got the holiday party in mid December, and then the New Year's tournament where I made my streaming debut last year. I would like to do that if the opportunity allows. So yeah, so nothing in the short term. I'll be listening to how we have all sorts of Jasons in Scrabble and all sorts of Joshes and all sorts of Matts. Well now we're getting all
Yes.
sorts of Evans in Scrabbles, and so you're going to have the Evan double in the WoW lexicon, Evan Chester and Evan Kramer. I don't think I've heard either of those do commentary yet, so I'll be curious to see how the Evan tuition goes this afternoon. But before we sign off, just a quick thank you. We've mentioned some of these people before: George Bissonette, for the Let's Play Scrabble board, Sarah Rosenbaum for the Let's Play Scrabble tile bags, Steve Sagan of VDO Ninja. We mentioned Art Moore and WordJudge.me, Josh Castellano and Matthew O'Connor for these cop pairings. John Chu for TSH. We mentioned Seth Lipkin, Cross Tables, and the Ulu Clock. But most importantly, our stream team on the ground, Josh Greenway. Don't know if Josh Koff is in Madison, but thank you to both of the Joshes. Thanks to the directors, Linda Finn and Mike Johnson. We saw Mike win in game one as co-director. So thanks to him for evening out the Collins division so that nobody has to take buys as well as directing when possible. Didn't mention that Word Game Players Organization adding $5,000 to this prize pool. So many thanks to them for making this Midwest major feel like a major. And have a major prize pool. But most of all, thank you to the viewers. Like I said yesterday, without you, I would be talking to myself, and I talk to myself enough as it is. So thank you to all. Also, very exciting announcement. So normally when we go on lunch, but the stream keeps going, you'll just kind of see like an hour and a half, kind of camera view of Lake George or wherever we are. But now we're doing something really cool that I know that Poker Stars does with its European Poker Tour coverage. We're going to play some recorded games over break. So we're going to be back at 4 o'clock. That gives us an hour and a half. So I think we got time to fit in 2 games here. So just because we're going away for lunch, it does not mean that you have to go away yourself. We still have more Scrabble here over the lunch break. So many thanks to Josh Greenway for doing that.
That's very true. Thanks, everybody, and keep watching Let's Play Scrabble. We'll see you back here.
Like and subscribe, and if you're so inclined, click that join button and become a super fan for $5 a month. Really appreciate it. But until next time, I will not be with you for the rest of the tournament, but Heidi will be. So if you love Heidi's commentary, you'll get a chance to see her for most, if not all, of the day tomorrow. But until then, everybody have a great lunch, and we'll be back in about an hour and a half.
Bye, guys.
I'm happy to be on this side of the booth watching the players compete. I think the players are ready. I think we're gonna watch Jackson and Robin.
I've played Jackson quite a few times. I've played Robin once in a tournament in Kingston last year. I did get the chance to play her. So
nice.
But yeah, I don't know her game very well. Obviously, she's been playing forever and is a top player. So yeah, really excited to see how this one goes down.
Okay, we're gonna see Jackson play Motif here. That looks like the clear best play for him.
For sure.
But that we have all these different tools that Scrabble players use to stay sharp, to learn words, to better our game. And one of them is a word study site called Aerolith.org. And Robin is like insanely
she's
good
crazy
at it.
on there. Yeah.
She goes up to 9s, 10s, 11s, 12-letter words. Like, it's crazy. And her theory, as she's told me before, is if you can unscramble 11s and 12s and 13-letter words, you can sure unscramble a 7 or 8-letter word. That's her idea, which I guess that's true, but
it's true. Whenever I study 8-letter words and then go back to 7s, it makes it so much easier. Just that one fewer letter to unscramble.
True.
So I can only imagine going from 12s to 7s.
But it also just feels amazing to have that ability to unscramble 11 and 12-letter words, which I don't really have that. I'm much more of a studier, right? I can study the words and then come up with them, as most of us can, but I don't really have that natural ability to go into the long words that some players have. So Robin does have it, but unfortunately for her, Scrabble is sort of played in the trenches a lot of the time with these shorter words, and she plays Hone for 29, getting some good points. Overlapping Motif looks fine to me. She keeps the LNG combination, which kind of oddly, you could draw an I, and it doesn't really fit anywhere that well, but it's kind of fun that she's made IN on the board for herself. Maybe she'll draw one of those 9-letter words we were just talking about. So looks like not, but you never know. Good rack for Jackson meanwhile.
Yeah.
Let me get the scores in here. So pretty even game, 28, I should say, for Jackson and 29 for Robin. So trading similar scores. So Jackson had a 7-letter bingo, which would have played with motifs. After Robin's play, he still has that bingo. It just plays with a different hook. So
he'll play dispart now.
And we're gonna see if he's gonna play it.
Very nice.
No surprise. Nicely done. Dispart. Actual typo suggesting drift. Probably just needed an extra moment to see the bingo. So yes, down comes a nice play for Jackson to go up by quite a bit. So an early lead there, which is just what Jackson wants, trying to close this match out.
Yeah, totally. And Robin did not get the draw she wanted, did not get the I or any other vowels, and doesn't have a ton of great options. Oh, but she did has an IN to through, so she will be able to clear up some of those consonants on her rack.
So yeah, this is it's sort of a testament to how poorly Robin drew, that this is actually her most like high scoring and good play in this scenario, and it's annoying for Robin, surely, that her consonant heavy rack is so poorly suited to playing to the triple through that T of dispart, right?
Yeah.
Not only did she not draw anything, she didn't even draw a reasonable play that lets her play to the triple word score, which is obviously where she wants to play after Jackson opens it. So amazingly, though, if you look back at Jackson, Robin is probably saying to herself, oh, this is horrible. I have to play penning and not giving Jackson a free crack at this triple spot, and Jackson can't even do anything there himself. So Jackson may even have to exchange. What would Jackson
pretty rack?
What would he put on the board?
I'm assuming pennings isn't a word. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, extra typo. And hi, Morris. Nice to see you. Morris was in the chat earlier. I forgot to say hello. To future commentators here that I'm excited to listen to. But they're postulating, will pennings be played? And I very much doubt
I do
either
not think
player
so. Yeah.
will try that outside of desperation. I don't see that.
And Jackson does choose to exchange, which I think makes a lot of sense.
He exchanged
a nice leave.
Yeah, D and Q.
Yeah, interesting. It's interesting to keep the C.
It's the C and the D are pretty close in their valuation, but I would probably keep the D anyway, just because it's a slightly better bingo tile than the C.
I wonder if with his lead, the C is generally a good defensive tile for blocking. So if he wasn't going to bingo, I don't know. It doesn't seem like the reasoning, but maybe.
Yeah, maybe
he has good bingo tiles himself.
Yeah, he could have been thinking, I've got the early lead, so I'm going to try to get a bingo down with the C somewhere that doesn't offer any comeback. As Robin plays Borax, still the dispart triple lane just sitting open forever as both players failing to be able to play there. But Borax scoring 50 odd points and Robin's right back in the game despite having no bingos to Jackson's dispart.
Yeah, and she drew a blank. So
she drew a blank, so
any means far from over.
She is very likely to bingo somewhere with that rack for sure. Yeah. So we'll just see what she comes up with. Again, Robin known for having very good word knowledge. There was an earlier game which I was very excited. She clearly had Agglewood lined up on her rack, but opted for the safer just wood, right? And that would have been pretty
right. I saw that.
Would have been very nice. So, yeah, in this case, she'll definitely. I mean, she can. I'm sure has other stuff. Magilla's.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
A of dispart. I'm not sure what else there is, but infect
and looks like
is
makes a lot of sense to me. Just scoring so well. And still
Agreed.
keeping the S, still keeping the R, so plenty of room for more good draws. No need to do like a serious fishing play.
For sure. It scores a lot. So Noah points out in the chat, you keep the R in case you draw an O or an E, you can get Infector there.
Very true.
So that's nice. You have a really, really good chance of drawing at least one of those two. And Jackson draws the second blank.
Wow.
And the Q again. Gotta shuffle. Gotta shuffle that bag a little better. Make sure that Q drops to the bottom of the bag. You don't want to be drawing it so fast. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know I'm not sure what my bag shaking technique would be to avoid that. But yeah, so it looks like Robin has Megillah. Now she can play, I think, Melling if she wants to, off of the Eye of Infect.
That's a big S hook.
Smelling, yeah, that's what you do if you're a meller. You are constantly melling. Shout out to our Scrabble Grandmaster Mac Meller. But yeah, melling Megillah is also completely fine in the same spot. 2 fewer points, but you don't create that massive S hook needlessly, which makes plenty of sense to me, especially with Jackson having already exchanged 3 on a previous turn. He's played Infect, of course, which is a 5-tile play, but anytime you see your opponent exchanging a relatively low number of tiles, you got to start to be a little bit worried about them having some good tiles, including the S left over on the rack. So I like the idea of Megillah here for Robin.
Yeah. Agreed.
And what will Jackson do? What will Jackson do in response?
Just QI? I mean...
Maybe. I mean, you're
no
gonna bingo
Q
a lot.
option.
Yeah, you will bingo a lot just dumping the Q there. So.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll go through and figure out how many tiles he'll hit with, and I'm sure it's a lot of them. So probably enough to justify dropping the Q for 11 as opposed to an exchange.
I mean, is there
maybe
any...
you hold on to the Q?
Yeah, I'm imagining, like, what about just brag off of the B of Borax, leaving QRS blank? I mean, it's not crazy. It's not crazy.
Not, yeah.
Obviously, dumping the Q has a lot of advantages for not getting into it's got long-term advantages, right? Like if you hold on to it here, you can get into these situations where you draw poorly and you don't bingo for like 3 or 4 turns going forward, whereas using the Q as fast as you can really cuts down on those sort of disaster scenarios, I feel like. So Megillah is the play. 73 points for Robin. She takes a narrow lead. What will Jackson do here? I'm really interested by this choice on his part because it's going to be hard.
This is very hard
to decide. Another interesting choice, just to throw out there, Grig through the G of penning. If you want to set up your S, so if you were to play Grig there,
like
it sets you would leave AQRS blank. So it sets up your S in a really huge way, and it's potentially, maybe you draw a T and you can just play QATS there. So there's a lot of different draws that you can get, even if you don't pick a U. They're also, it's worth noting, Robin just drew the first U, but from Jackson's perspective, no U's are on the board. So you have a decent chance of picking one. And anytime you do, you're in business after that.
I think another argument for QI, which Noah might be pointing out, is if you draw an E or a B, you'll have a triple of grabbers. And there might be some other ones too. But that just would be huge.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So the most,
with only
and there are
3 E's played. Yeah.
Yeah. We're just talking about how few U's have been played. A very similar situation with the E's, where very, very few E's are on the board. And an A instead for Jackson. Okay. So don't think there's anything through the B, but there should definitely be something here, I assume.
Arranges if nothing else. But there's probably other stuff.
Right. Yeah, arranges through the E. Right.
Yes,
got it.
There's the E is a big help, but
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, gotta be.
So definitely, like Faragos through the O of Borax. If that E gets blocked, that's a much more difficult find. But at least there are 2 bingos on different sides of the board. So Chi for Jackson, going for potentially that massive grabbers play, which frankly, had he drawn it, what
I don't think she's playing there.
Yeah, she would never block that. So it's a pretty what an interesting lesson this game has been into. Sometimes, obviously in general, it makes a lot of sense not to open triple word score. You can avoid it, but in this particular game, you can see that the triple word scores that have been opened are waiting many turns to get used. It's not always such a red alert thing where you can never, you should never do it ever. Sometimes it's okay. You're not going to immediately get punished. And
the T of this part might have been a little scarier, but the B is really not one that you're super concerned about a triple through, especially, in that position. I mean, I wouldn't be horribly worried about it to the point of like making any sort of sacrifice to block it. So yeah, not crazy that it stayed open for so long, though if he had hit that grabbers, that would have been, just huge.
Yeah, would have been an instant, you can't come back from that really. If you're Robin, that's going to be, grabbers for whatever, 170 odd points, something like that. So, so Robin plays Zhu here. And this did block. Yeah, so it's forcing a much more difficult play for Jackson. I think he'll still be able to see it. I'm curious about that play, though, for Robin, just because, we were talking before, she had Infector if she wanted it now for 39 points. Of course, it leaves the J with a boatload of vowels, but maybe you draw stuff, right? If you keep EIIJU, that's not very good, but maybe you draw the C, maybe you draw an L and play Jubile through the B of Borax. Maybe there's some possibility of something. I don't know. Probably not. But I mean, Infector scored 39 points to Ju's 20, and that's a lot.
Yeah. She does keep Infector for the next turn. Obviously not so unlikely for her opponent to have that. But, holding on to that while getting rid of the J. And after Jackson played one tile, you might be a little more concerned about bingos, though obviously with the Q, it's often a tile that gets played alone.
So from Jackson's... this is really interesting. A lot of really intriguing moves here.
I think he does see it. I think he sees Faragos.
Yeah, he does have it. He has it lined up. So the question for him is going to be, is it worth playing this for only 60 when maybe there's non-bingos you can play that give you slightly better chances in the future of getting a better bingo? I don't really know if that's true, right? If he plays Bragg now, for example, for 21, leaving ARS blank, sacrificing 39 points on the scoreboard, does that actually help him here? I don't know.
Yeah,
it's tough.
I wonder. I guess if there was like a great bingo lane, Bragg obviously opens the G on the bottom row for higher scoring bingos to start with. But I'm not sure it's quite worth it enough to pass on a bingo. Though Faragos will give back some high scoring plays to Robin a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's what I worry about.
As we can see with her rack. Yeah, as we can see with her rack, it's not going to be much of an issue for Jackson.
Again, over and over again, we're seeing opening these triples is not nearly as dangerous as you would think based on the tiles that your opponent might have. Of course, that's very results oriented. There are many times when opening a triple is going to get you hammered in response. But in this situation, again, it wouldn't be so bad given what Robin has. But yeah, the only bingo available, which we think Jackson sees, is Faragos through the O of Borax, it would give back a pretty sizable overlapping opportunity on the triple lane. Pretty easy to imagine heavy hitting plays there. So Jackson might be saying, I don't know, if I play Bragg, the nice thing about just playing Bragg is the board afterwards is very bereft of easy scoring opportunities, whereas the board after Farragos has one extremely obvious good scoring location, and once Robin plays there, that's it. He won't have much to work with on the subsequent board. So tough.
Yeah, especially
really tough.
at his deficit right now. Like if he plays Farragos and she comes down with a 30-point play, it's still going to be a tie game, and that's not an ideal position for him to be in if he can avoid it. Yeah, so it looks like he is going to go with Bragg, which is interesting. I like it, I think.
I like this. It's so disciplined on Jackson's part to play this, because I'm pretty sure he saw the bingo. He's on stream. It's a nice find. We would be giving him props for finding it, which we know, I think, pretty much that he did find it. And there's Infector really quickly for Robin. Okay. It's very clearly her best move on this turn with 2 E's and R's. So quickly, I'm just impressed. I like that play of Bragg for Jackson there. And a very tough play to make.
Yeah, and he will bingo this turn. He can bingo from the G and score, what you want to score from a bingo.
Without giving anything back. More importantly, it just doesn't really yield much in response. And you can just see he's going to get 77 points for a bingo off of that G. He's going to go up a lot. And, Robin did draw the H, which bails her out a little in terms of being able to score on her next turn. But it's still going to be a pretty good position for Jackson going forward in this game, depending on his draw. And Steve Grob suggests that he should have played Grobs, which is very nice. It's a shame. I feel like Grob sounds like it could easily be a valid word, and it's not. So that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But maybe we can make it a thing.
We should.
So
I wonder
what will be played?
Play?
Yeah,
I see Gleaners, Gasolier. Yeah.
He's going for Gasolier. Yeah, this makes sense. The Q is already gone. Not that it really matters, because not much
the
fits.
X is gone.
X, it's really the X that's that punishes Gasolier, and the X is on the board. So
he's changing. Gearless
instead. Okay, so
similar.
Now it's very similar. The E, I guess the K would have also played above the I, whereas there, the W, the Y, there are a few things that would fit on top, including the H, which Robin has, but I don't think she has a great way of doing much.
Probably
in that
just
spot.
Ahi or something will be good enough.
Yeah, that's true. So she has those 2 I's. You're going to want to use at least one of the 2. Ahi looks perfectly fine there. So I do expect, after maybe a brief look around, that she's going to play that. But if we look at the score after the bingo, it's Jackson is up by 32 and Ahi scores 30. So Jackson all of a sudden has what we call tempo on a board that's kind of getting trickier to play on, certainly without an S. The S would still be very useful here for bingoing with the OHS hook in the middle of the board. Again, no pennings. We'll just see if anyone feels. I really doubt that anyone's going to feel emboldened to try that.
At this point, I think it would only be out of desperation. But
Jackson's fought his way back here. Pretty nice. Oh, look at Robin's draw, though.
Oh my God! Wow, that is a killer draw. So if that spot stays, if it stays open, she will have bingos to play. But I wonder if Jackson will start taking a more defensive route.
I think if there were any play that were reasonable to defend a little bit while also scoring anything, I'm sure he would be trying to do that.
Yeah, there's nothing that looks good.
Yeah, Morris pointing out the right spot. I think rather than Yeah, something like well,
Yeah.
why not Ova, Morris?
Yeah, I
Keeping
was
the N.
thinking Ova.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he's gonna play Ova.
Yeah, it
There
seems
it
very
is.
reasonable.
Yeah, so you could play the N, I guess. It's not. I don't know how useful it is to not play it here. It could be nice to just
Yeah.
get the extra point. But in general, I
The
think
N
the
goes
N
somewhat nicely with the K.
exactly. It adds a little synergy to the leave, and I like this choice for him. And Robin's going to bingo in response. So we got ourselves an interesting sort of second half of the game coming to us, as now Robin will seize tempo back in the game. Will she play toilers or loiters, and does it matter remotely at all? I'm not sure.
Maybe varies, if anything, very
Hard.
slightly. But
Yeah, I don't know what I would say for that. I'm sure they're extremely similar plays for obvious reasons. So whatever she chooses, the best thing that she can do is to not take that much time choosing it here. And she's going to play loiters. Seems fine to me. And with that, she will go up by a little bit. Looks like 33 points. So Jackson should easily be able to cover some of that gap with Zooks here through the
right.
O.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
yeah,
if that's what
a
he
big
wants
help.
to play.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there can't be any other good option.
Yeah, that play, so it is a sticky S, of course, like Gadzooks, the oath. So to play through that O of loiters would require Jackson to use up his S. But now that, I mean, it is very difficult to make that decision because this is the last S. And generally, that last S gains some potential future value because knowing it's the last one, you can do certain things with it that you couldn't normally do. You can make setups. You can not worry about lines that are available on the board that have S hooks because you're the only one that can hit it, which that would be the case even if he uses the last S. But yeah, there's just a lot of things.
Looks like he's thinking of Nout, I think. Knout to keep the S and the Z, which is interesting.
It is intriguing. The thing that's scary about Zooks is even though it scores 56 points and would vault him way back into the lead, it also puts a Z in the triple lane, which
it's not hard to hit that.
It's not that hard. So Jackson gonna play Zook. He's going to play Zook instead. Sorry, I should be, for the Toronto match play tournament, I should be saying Z instead of Z.
Very true.
Both of us from the US, so we're not used to that. But I'll do my best. I'll do my best. So the Z in the triple lane will give back a lot of the extra points that Jackson would get here. So Zook mathematically it's hard to know, but not only do you not expose that Z, you also keep the S, which is always nice for your bingo chances. So maybe there's some merit to this. I trust Jackson's instincts a lot.
Yeah, I'm interested. Yeah, it's a hard decision. Robin would have had a doze through that Z, and I'm sure there's many other words that would have fit.
True.
Which would have, definitely helped Robin maintain her lead. But it is a huge sacrifice. So
it was
got to be
it was
close.
like it was 20 plus, more than 20 extra points to play Zooks, and Robin's play of a doze would have easily been 20 more points greater than whatever she has now. So it's not like it works out that much better, and you still have the S if you're Jackson, right? So maybe it does work out better. So she
I know Jackson is someone who. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say she plays OUD. What was your scouting report on Jackson?
I was gonna say Jackson loves S's like more than the average player, I think, especially case S's. So I'm sure that was a big consideration for him.
Nice. Good intel. I mean, of course, as you say, we all love S's, but you phrased it as he loves it more than most, right? Like that makes so much sense to me given his play style, because he's very creative. He likes making setups that favor him, and what's the best way to do that other than having
very nice.
look at that. And there it is. There it is.
Oh my god. Amazing.
There it is, folks. So this incurs some risk, of course, for Jackson. If he doesn't draw vowels, which is possible, he will be in some trouble after this play of tout, which is a clear attempt to increase the value of his S with stout. And he draws very nicely. He can do something like insist through that, making stout. And what will Robin do to keep pace, as the score is she's only up by 6 going into her next play, and she's got a tough rack to work with here. Really tough, in fact. Look at those vowels.
Yeah. And when you see something like tout, you basically know that he has the last S playing if you're not guaranteed to have that stout hook. So Robin, or maybe not Robin, but some players might get worried and try to block it somehow, that hook. But the problem is there's really no good way of doing that other than something like WE to score any points. And it just isn't worth it at, with the leaves you would keep for that. I don't think. Maybe.
Yeah, no,
it's worth considering, but I think it's just so.
I agree with your instinct there for sure. So
I think she's thinking of
brutal.
Awa. Yeah,
she's just gonna play Awa for 24.
And then keeping.
Frankly, I just don't know that she has that many other options. It's either this or a wait under the Z, or exchange. Maybe the way for her to go is to exchange, but you know that you're getting hit with a stout play at some point. So unfortunately for Robin, the score of the game is too close for her to just do a small blocking play. You can't really get away with that here, because Jackson will figure out a way to score something. If you only score a very small number of points trying to block stout, Jackson can still score stuff somewhere on the interior of the board, and I don't know, move ahead.
Yeah. I wonder if he'll even play insist. It does score quite well, around 40 points, but that really only puts him up 10. And after Robin plays, it'll just be a tie game. And I'm not sure if he would rather do that or wait for a bingo there, which would give him a firm lead. Though obviously that's a risky thing to do.
Yeah, he's down 30, and you only go up by 11 after insist. It's tough. That's really tough, because the 41 points, I like getting that many points here, but it's nowhere near ironclad as a leave.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's getting ready.
Set up,
I think he's in very good shape given Robin's vowel overload, right? Like Robin.
Do you know how many are in the bag?
Yeah, I do. So from Jackson's standpoint, I will post the tracking that is unseen to him. Post it in YouTube as well.
Okay.
So it's kind of gross. It's very vowel heavy, and obviously the very few consonants that remain are predominantly not bingo consonants, right? The B, the V, the W, these aren't very good. So I think Jackson
leaves 3 in the bag, which is somewhat favorable for him, just because it's around the right amount of tiles where Robin can't really gain tempo in an endgame position by trying to do an out and 2 sequence, since she'll be drawing 3 tiles, and he'll likely have the advantage of being able to use all his tiles and go out before she does, if he chooses to do insist.
I wonder if he's getting set to do just rye under the R of this part. That would be interesting. He's getting ready to do it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
This is a surprising choice. I get the logic of it. He's keeping 5 consonants into a vowel heavy pool, and he only needs the scary thing, though, oh man, I just don't know what I'm reading into awa on Robin's part. Is that a play that you would make with a ton of vowels? Because now if Jackson draws 2 consonants,
oh my god,
wow,
he drew the exact
he drew
same.
EY.
And now if I'm Robin, I actually might consider blocking
Amazing.
just because there's no other great options, and she'll have a slight lead, though obviously not very much, given anything blocking stout will score not much. Wow, that's crazy.
That is
draw.
amazing.
That's the worst.
Of course. Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true that Jared points out that there is a lane ending ed.
True.
For making DOHS and EM.
That's a very good point.
It's not like stout is the only option for Jackson to hit.
True, yeah.
And he was probably thinking of things like scented or whatever other things that would work there.
Even the S, dry. Even ES fits there too.
Yeah,
SOHS still plays. So maybe best to keep the E there, just to keep ED on the rack and try to draw into something that fits there. But it would have deprived us the joy of seeing Jackson play YE and draw YE on the subsequent draw. So boy, this is just brutal for Robin. At least she has a lot of time to work this out. There are 7 tiles in the bag. Here is the tracking from Robin's perspective.
Oh, yeah. So she is gonna block.
She's gonna block. Yeah, wow. It's you hate making a play like this, but at the same time, she may be feeling like after Jackson's previous play, he will be somewhat restricted.
Oh my god! And the 2-eye draw for her is brutal.
And with her play, she has now made it impossible for herself to exchange because there's fewer than 7 tiles in the bag. So she's clinging for dear life to a 15-point lead, and I think that Jackson with those nice
something like icy now looks really good.
I just think 15 15 points is not going to hold up against the rack that Robin has here, unfortunately.
No. Maybe he doesn't see
Copay. Okay. Copay instead of icy for 2 fewer points. I don't know if that's trying to
call that
block Nova or what. Yeah, I don't know. It's just surprising. What is the purpose?
I guess there is another N out. Maybe there's something in the pool he saw ending in N that
could be.
He was worried. That really seems kind of unlikely though, because every point will count here.
Yeah, those 2 points. Jackson's down 15. He's now down by 3. He could have been down by only 1. And these games do tend to be, a board like this with tile distribution like this. I would definitely want every point I could get for sure.
Yeah. Has he drawn?
Not yet, I don't think. So
or
the unseen...
the clock is paused. Interesting. Oh, there's a score clarification, a score check going on. Okay.
I see. So yeah, I posted the tiles unseen to Jackson prior to the last move, and I'm just doubting that there's that many bingos there ending in an N, right? Like how... I don't think there are any at all. So not again. We're talking about 2 points. It's not a very big number of points, but in this particular game scenario, with the score 381 to 378, and Robin needing a win in order to keep the series alive, every point does feel like it matters quite a bit.
Yeah, especially when he could bingo ending in N, probably a lot more likely than she could. I'm sure there were things, D-stain at the very least.
She grudgingly plays oil, only 2 tiles, with three tiles in the bag. So she goes up by Very tenuous 17 points. And with Jackson having good bingo tiles, but not necessarily good scoring tiles.
She does draw
Robin
2 consonants.
She draws NV, which is huge. That's going to be huge for her ability to score something. Oh my God.
Wow, this is... So what can he hit if he's looking to fish the D maybe?
He has a little time. Where would he fish it to maximize his chance here?
Maybe not.
Can he? What could he? If he plays something with the D of DOHS does now, can he hope to draw an out like in the end game somewhere?
That's what I would be trying to figure out.
Wow.
Yeah, now that she has this V, there is scoring potential for Robin. So it is a slightly less secure looking game for Jackson than it was before that draw.
Yeah. I mean, this is just very complicated. It is technically a 1 in the bag end game. So among pre-end game, I should say, and those are theoretically doable, but Jackson only has 3 minutes on his clock, and that's going to be tight to do some kind of, airtight calculation of which end games you win after these plays, right? Like it's pretty brutal. So I think Actor Typo suggesting dinted in order to pair your S with pretty much anything in the bag. I don't know. Maybe the V is going to be somewhat problematic.
Ooh,
instead, he simply
I don't know
fishes.
about that. Wow. And he's going to draw a W. So no bingo.
Yeah, no bingo for Jackson.
Really interesting. I would have at least, I don't know what he was thinking of, but at least thinking about plays that just try to get rid of as many tiles as possible and go out before Robin does is sort of where my instinct would go.
Yeah.
Depending on how likely a bingo was.
So Robin.
So now she's getting 22 for Vow.
She plays Vow, but that's very surprising because she has the opportunity to go out in 2 here, which I really think she needed to do. Instead, playing Vow, leaving EEINU does not feel like the best way to go here. I think she needed to go out in 2. Now Jackson has the opportunity to go out in 2, knowing that Robin can't, and he's got the better tiles to do that with. I feel like there is likely to be some sequence for him here that gets the job done.
Set up. Yeah, that's going to score a bunch of points, and then keeping the S. What can he do?
Wow. This is interesting. So let me just try to figure this out. So he's, I don't know. Maybe it's not an out in 2 for him, but I feel like he should be able to come up with something. Oh, he's only got a minute though. It's brutal. I mean, what happens if he just plays Twined? Yeah. Okay. So he's just
that's what I'm thinking.
Twined.
And then he can.
Twined
it's just where does the S even go?
Twined will tie the game. Then Robin will be able to score something, and the S will just play with cheese. QIS. I think that should easily do the trick for him, because Robin can't really do much. Pennings. Will we see Pennings now? I don't think so.
That would be
but Twined. Twined looks like it's going to get the job done for Jackson.
Wow.
Morris's suggestion of Wind, I feel like, is probably also okay, but I don't think ST goes out for as much as just the S with cheese. So I think it's better if you play the T on Twined and then play cheese, whereas what does your ST do? if you don't play your T now, you get stem for 6 instead of cheese for 12, which is the difference in the game. So wow,
what a crazy game.
So basically, so Twined has been played and the score is tied. The score is now tied. So that's
really
pretty insane. The vow play.
The vow play, the ride play.
I think
all of it.
I think Robin wins quite easily after a play like Avenue, right? If she just plays Avenue in that spot, it looks maybe a little bit scary, but Jackson doesn't. She would go up by 20, and even if Jackson plays like his highest scoring play of due to the triple, Robin is easily winning by just dumping her I alongside the F of Infector. So it was all she had to do was come up with a decent out in 2 scenario. So
I wonder if she just didn't think it was possible. Maybe she had mistracked. Could
be any of those. It could sometimes Sometimes I don't even realize the bag's empty until I go to pick it up and say, "Oh crap, I just messed up," right? Like I should have looked and realized that. So wow. So this score is now tied and Robin is in a difficult position of having to somehow come up with more points than this rack has available. As you guys are pointing out, maybe you can play Untwined, Entwined. Those plays score 13, but those are no better than just playing Parallel to Infector, and it looks like she's getting ready to do that. So Jackson's going to sneak away with a win in this game, and that's going to clinch this series for him. And man, that was a pretty crazy game to follow. The players were like neck and neck the whole way. Really exciting, Chloe. Jeez.
Yeah, a lot of really interesting decisions. The brag turn as well early on. Zook instead of Zooks. I
think Jackson's played this game. I mean, both players have played this game very well. I'm really impressed by some of Jackson's moves in the game, though. So while we're waiting for Robin to make her next play, I just want to say we have an audience here. Oh, what's happening here? Are we getting a challenge?
We're challenging Doze, probably.
Oh, okay.
She realizes she can't
realized, win. This is I can't win if this is valid. She's just making sure, and Jackson's going to plop his S down. Amazing. Just want to quickly plug. This has been an awesome game. Really appreciate all of you guys for watching. We've got a nice size audience here. Actually, more people watching than our subscribers of this YouTube channel. And there is going to be more content coming here from Josh and Kieran and the Let's Play Scrabble gang. And just want to say that it doesn't cost a cent to subscribe to a YouTube channel. So clicking that little button really helps these guys. There's going to be much more content coming, including the Let's Play Scrabble Awards show on Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern, which should be exciting. So, all right, looks like cheese is the play for Jackson after Robin's desperation challenge. And the final score, 439 to 417. That's a pretty close game, but it actually doesn't even capture how close it really was. Really
crazy game.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe she didn't know Doze is a possibility.
That has to be part of it, right? Not realizing that is a word that was added in the last update. And certainly for me, those are the words that I confuse the most. And she's looking now. Yeah, she's
the NHS. Yeah.
So okay, so they're going through this game, figuring it out. That's rough. If that was what Robin was thinking, just not realizing that DOHS was valid. They're talking about other plays, but after Vow, Jackson had this one in the bag. Pretty amazing game. either way, it seems like our next game is set. And again, for those coming over from my channel, it'll be a familiar face in the form of Adam Logan, one of the truly best players in the world. And as I mentioned in my video, Adam is really one of the few players that has any argument, in my opinion, to be considered as the second best player in the world outside of Nigel Richards, who of course is our established top player in the world.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely in there with the shout. You know, obviously players like him and Elder and Wellington, they're all one of the best players in the world and have consistently been winning tournaments or high level tournaments for a very long time. So they've definitely created a great resume amongst them. But Adam's here competing right now, and he has a chance to win something else. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, I always get a feeling, both players really, this is not to sell Jason short. Jason is a phenomenal player in his own right. You can see he's doing extremely well in this tournament and has a very strong record in both domestic and international play. But Adam really is at that upper stratosphere. I really expect we're going to see an excellent game here as Jason starts off with Kobo. That seems like a reasonable choice. There was some possibility of maybe he could tack his S on and get a bunch more points by putting the K on the double letter score. But I think this is pretty reasonable. Looks very defensive too, to avoid placing any vowels next to the double letter score. So I do like that for him here.
Yep, looks very good. He has the S as well, so can hook onto it. And yeah, Adam has the X, which is again for say the newer watchers or more beginner watchers, is a reason why we don't put the vowels next to the double letter squares, because if you scooted it one to the left, one to the right, he'd have ox and could make a whole bunch of points, a 40-point play underneath. And this is why you play the consonants above or below the doubles if possible.
Yeah, that's kind of just best practice in general on your opening move. You can see that really the case in point is it's right here in this game, right? Putting an O under, or rather above, the double letter scores would really allow Adam to score way more points with his X. It's tiles like the X that cause you to be so risk averse by putting those vowels next to the scoring squares, because that 8-point value of the X just multiplies so much more when you can use it on a bonus square, which you cannot after Kobo.
Yep, exactly. And you can see that Adam is either considering between Orixa, which goes KO, OR, and so on, or you could play Ixora in the same spot as well. I guess they're really the only things are that you'd have to consider is maybe OX on the second O could give away Oxy. There's only 2 wides in the bag, so maybe not really such a big problem. And putting the OR there would give away a whole bunch of other hooks potentially. But there's a lot of things you can do underneath both of those words as well, which would rack up the scores from the K, the B, and the X. So really, depending on what he thinks is potentially best here. But I think it's going to be very close in terms of what he thinks is best here.
Yeah, it's a really good point. There's little tiny nuances, differences between the two anagrams, the same exact letters. Ixora, if you're familiar with the North American lexicon, that word might be familiar to you. Orixa, an anagram that is valid in the Collins lexicon. Adam is going to be evaluating those tiny, tiny nuances. I really feel like that's one of his, calling cards as a player, is that he is so attuned to even the most minute nuances between plays in a way that very, very few other players are.
Yeah, and Orixa definitely more defensive, as Robert Binsky in the chat has said. So the KO doesn't have a hook above it, and also BI only has the O available above it as well, when there's already been 3 O's, would be 3 O's on the board already, whereas KI would give away ski, and BO, you can have the O. I guess it's just the O again, really, in that spot. But it's a slight, very slight nuance. It's not too much in it, but I think I would probably play Orixa here, just because it's a bit more, slightly more difficult to kind of overlap or underlap that word.
Also, if you really want to go super granular, there's no way that Jason had a Y, because he would play bookie if he had a Y instead of Kobo for sure. So we know that three out of Jason's 7 tiles are not the Y, and you can see now that Orixa has been played, that Oxy spot is going to score quite well. So now Adam has slightly more chance of, maybe a tiny extra odds of drawing a Y before Jason. Again, these are the most minute possible details here. And I do think that the board control considerations that you mentioned, the difference between ski and not offering that hook, are more salient here. But either way, you could break down. It's hard enough to identify all of your options, to actually find the words on your rack. Picking between them is this whole other world, right? Like, I think most people assume that Scrabble consists primarily of finding the words that are available on your rack, but the nuances between picking between them go so deep, and really the combination of those things is what makes Scrabble so special. So
Exactly, yes. I mean, as these top players are here, they pretty much know every word in the dictionary. But there you can see that, for example, like right now, Jason has immediately spelled out cog, which would play above, but I would play a go underneath, which I think has scored around the same number of points, and keeping a much better lead in terms of keeping the C in a better consonant to vowel ratio instead of what he has now, because you would have seen, for example, in the last game at the end where Jason Obika had a lot of vowels, and then he picked up the A and the E, and then which would have added to all the vowels that he had. He could easily do that again here. And with a go, definitely much more defensive, because there's no hooks for Oxo, or well, you can't put the S on Aura, I think. So it would leave his S as a much better leave here, with Orixas. It would actually be a lot more useful, and then Adam actually can't really do anything.
Yeah, whereas now he can just play AMA underneath, hooking Koa, Korm, and Obia.
Oh, yeah.
So a really helpful play. I think Adam is going to spot that relatively quickly. And that would get rid of 2 of his 3 A's, which is really the most pressing problem on his rack right now. So definitely like that play for him. I don't expect it will take him too much longer to identify it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. There's really not many. It doesn't have an S, so it does kind of make things a lot easier to decide. Is either whether it's going to play Ama or Lama, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. You have to worry, I guess, about different hooks on Ama. I think he's likely to keep his L, just because if Jason has to open the board in some way, having a more balanced leave would allow Adam to potentially pounce a little bit more effectively. For example, you could imagine after this.
Ooh.
That is very surprising.
Yeah, that is surprising.
That's potentially a miss. I don't know. I mean, this is a more aggressive opening by far, but that's surprising. That doesn't jive with my general feeling of Adam's play style. I feel like normally he would play this a little more defensively, but maybe he's feeling sensitive to the fact that he doesn't actually have an S on his rack, and that keeping the board so tight without an S, maybe that is not what he wants, and wants to open it now while he has a decent opportunity to do so with a good bingo leave. I think that might have been a miss, Austin.
I think so too. And again, if you played Ama the other way, then the most difficult, or the most dangerous hook would be the K, which is already on the board anyway. So yeah, this is a miss, and this actually gives away a lot of points. I know the X is already on the board, but you can always play something underlapping that with the S or the N for Koa or Koas or Cone, which would score, or even the P as well, Coap. But it looks like, yeah, Adam just drew the N to go underneath there, but I don't think that spot's going to, it might stay there actually if he plays Save and Orixas, but yeah, that definitely is a bit of a miss for me.
So yeah, it looks like Save is the play quickly for Jason here. I didn't really have a chance to dive in and assess other options that he may have had, which I'm sure there were a bunch, right? At minimum, he could have played the same letters underneath Ama and continuing to make a board that is extremely restricted and extremely good for his other S.
He could
have
played Vase or Vise.
Vaes, Vies, either one of those underneath Amma looks just lethal to the board and would make a really difficult situation for Adam, again, not holding an S in hand. So tough one.
Again, I think it might have been played a little bit too fast. I think Vase or Vies is slightly better. Vies obviously gives the I hook for Ivies as well, which maybe he might not want to do if he wants to do that, but he played Amma instead of Ami if maybe he thought he might have had another I. So looks like Alan is being lined up here.
That would be with Cohen, as you noted, Austin, that N hook, which he was able to draw. So
Tana is also, or Lana, I guess, also underneath Koa is also an option. But there's a lot of hooks that go with Alan to hit that triple, though. So it's a matter of figuring out what the most dangerous or least dangerous option is here.
Yeah, it's a good point. And going back to that save move for Jason, if you are worried about the I hook on VIES for Ivies, you could, that's where playing VAES does a little bit better. There's no possible hook on that. And you still keep a pretty good bingo leave in SIE. So I'm liking that positionally for sure. It makes your other S really, really strong. That being said, still a solid scoring play for Jason here. The thing I worry about with save is that it takes so many hooks, not just the obvious between R and D. It also takes a Y. And it's, there's a lot of possibilities there. Of course, Adam does not have any of those hooks. And it looks like he's, to your point, Austin, the hooks on Alan. It looks like he's getting ready to play Elaine. Oh, he's going even further. It looks like he's going to play Lanate.
Wow.
Okay. So Adam is basically saying here, I don't really care about keeping a good bingo leave. It doesn't really matter to me yet because I don't have an S and I don't have any hooks to save. So there's really no point in keeping a good bingo leave. That being said, I don't know. I guess that instinct kind of makes sense to me. What do you think, Austin?
Yeah, it does make sense. He's trying to go and delve into the bag here for the hooks for save, I guess, or maybe going for one of those S's, which probably not really going to achieve if he plays a shorter word. But I think he's just basically just going for it here, and he did pick out an R at the very least. So I do kind of understand that. If you're going to play something like Lana, do you just play the TE as well? You can make an argument for doing that. Definitely possible. But I don't think it's a terrible play or a bad play. I think it's still pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of merit to this. It's easy. Lanate scores more points than any of the other options. It looks like Jason is going to exchange here. That's kind of surprising. He's got some good points on offer here if he wanted to play QIS. Couple other choices that he had. So I'm a little surprised to see the exchange, but I get it. He's trying to get a bingo with that S as soon as he can. And boy, has he not done so, but Fledgy and saved is potentially a really strong play for him if it stays open.
Yeah, it's likely that those spots might get used though, because there's not really, Adam can't really use the top part of the board, so he's going to have to play down from the A of Lanate, or maybe to the left of Lanate underneath it, or maybe Saver in some way. But yeah, very surprising play that Jason exchanged there. I felt like there were at least decent scoring plays, playable. You're keeping the E and the S, which is always good, but I feel like scoring some points in this case would have been slightly better here.
So yeah, you could see Jason has set up Fledgy, and I just don't really see any great candidate plays for Adam that are going to block that spot. And again, he has an R for Saver now, but I don't know if that's enough to get me to feel really good about small fishing plays. I just am not 100% sure what he should do. I mean, is he going to consider something like a tire and saver, even though that completely blows up the rack? That's pretty much his only defense against a play like Fledgy here. But I just wonder, I wouldn't really feel great about a short play keeping good bingo tiles here, because the board is not really good for it, especially when you expect that Jason's going to use the save hook next turn. This is tough.
Yeah.
This is very, very positional.
It is, yeah. And again, not having the ass or any hooks for Amma comes in with a bit of a problem for Adam here. And you can see he's not, I mean, generally Adam is not a slow player, but he's already burned through 10 minutes of his time, and we haven't got through many moves yet. So this is definitely kind of a weird situation that I don't think many people would normally associate with Adam, is to play kind of slowly. He's kind of having to generate through a lot of different moves that are all kind of very similar, and it's taking him a bit more time to kind of pinpoint the best play here. But another option that he could play if he really wants to go for a bingo here is to play Ubit. So putting an I in between the I and the T of Orixas and Lanate, OBIIT, keeps a tire, and he could actually bingo quite a fair number of times after that. But we know that Jason's going to play there in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, when Jason plays Fledgy in that spot, it's definitely possible that Adam will draw a 7-letter word ending in a vowel to respond, right? So if he draws an E, for example, Jason will play Fledgy, and then Adam can play Iterate or something like that. So it could be a decent exchange, although, again, pretty much any of Adam's bingos aren't going to score super well.
Cool.
Wow. Okay. So a much more aggressive. So Austin, you suggested playing that I in between OB and the T on the board, but Adam has taken way fewer points in order to set up a much stronger bingo line. And he's drawn a U, which is very unfortunate. Not what he hopes to see here.
No, this is definitely not. This is not the one, really. But yeah, definitely a very good thinking here, because he knew that the save hook would probably get used or get blocked, so he needed another spot to open up with, which I think, I mean, if you kind of run it again, maybe 4 or 5 times, he would hit something. Just unfortunate to pick up the U here. But yeah, in terms of what he's got to do next, like, there's really not many places. You could play UT and Alt, for example. I mean, are there any other higher scoring plays available? Like, there's not really that much. You could play UT underneath the Y, but that opens up the triple.
That is scary. Yeah, very scary to play under there.
Yeah, so he might want to do UT and Alt here, or something like that, to at least open up another decent spot on the other side of the board.
Yep, that makes sense. And we've already seen that Adam is comfortable in this particular position, sacrificing some points in order to make a good bingo line. That being said, he now has one after his play of AI on the previous turn. He may be less inclined to sacrifice a bunch of points this turn with a good line already available that does not require an S, right? So AI, just for the record, it hooks an R. We know that word, air. We all breathe it. It also hooks a T and even an A on Adam's rack, and among other things, plenty of other things you can draw. It could hook a D, an M, L, so a ton of hooks there. The nice thing about it also is that it's not that easy to score in that spot. It's much easier to play a bingo than it is to score. So unless Jason bingos himself, Adam is pretty likely to still have that lane open. So I would be less inclined in Adam's shoes to sacrifice a ton of points here to set up a new lane. I might try to balance it a little bit, score a decent number of points. And maybe he's getting ready to play taut under Lanate. That seems like it scores decently, but it takes him a little bit further away from having a bingo here.
Yep, it's definitely possible, but we're also thinking about what the next possible chances are for, or places that Jason could play. And I think underneath Lanate is really the main spot that he can really do anything, unless he has a bingo, of course. And you can see that he could have played Whirl and All in that same spot. So that kind of makes things a little bit more difficult for Jason to at least score easy points in that spot. But he has maybe he has some other spaces, other things down there like Whim underneath there as well. So he could just do that. I don't think he can do anything with Alum though, but he has at least a way to get rid of those big tiles. Whilst Adam is still, unfortunately,
Well,
I'm still got some bad.
He has Erudite at least.
Oh yeah, he still can play something there. Okay. Oh, he has to. That's a good space. Okay, he's fine.
So this is going to show the value of Adam's play of AI, right? Because now he has 2 spots to play Erudite, one underneath the F of Fledgy, making Fey, and then the other making AIT with AI there. So he has 2 different spots, one horizontal at the base of the board, one down on the right side of the board. He will be bingoing on his next turn, finally, and then from there, we'll just see what Adam is able to draw. As Whim looks like it's going to block one of the 2 spots and make Adam's life a little easier, at least as far as picking where he needs to play next turn.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, that Adam has already burned through almost 15 minutes of the time. Right, he's going to play this straight away. He has to, because there's no other option available.
Yeah, it's so funny because I'm talking up how fast of a player he is, and he normally is. Like in my experience, he plays lightning fast, but you can see it's Jason who is pushing Adam into an uncomfortable situation on his clock here. I'm not sure that Adam took 8 minutes or something on any of his moves as he did in a game against me, but that this is still a situation that Adam needs to manage that clock. That being said, I can't really think of anybody better suited to be able to do it than Adam. So we'll just have to see what he draws. Ooh, some good stuff coming out for him.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Jason doesn't really have any vowels, so he can't really make use of that erudite spot or the triples at all. But yeah, only what he can do here. He doesn't have very many options whatsoever, unless he wants to burn off that ass. So I can see something like Balus, which is 20 points in Whims, so just playing the B above Alu and then the S underneath it. Or you could play Sab as well, which score slightly more with Kobos and Bait, just to at least score some points on this turn, and hopefully he'll be able to pick out some of the vowels that are still lurking in the bag.
Yeah, for sure. Adam with that Z and S, I mean, those are very, very strong tiles. It seems certain that he's going to score something nice on his next turn, and he can certainly bank on either having a play in that upper right corner. I don't know how far he can extend to go down the tiles of Erudite because the Z is going to be difficult to overlap there. But through the W of Whim, he could play Zowie for a very large score. So there's definitely going to be some stuff available for Adam to score very well and sort of surge into the lead here. And it looks like Jason may be exchanging again.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's really going to go for that bingo. I mean, that hook for Cog looks like it might stay open for a bit longer. And as you said, Zowie is an option, and maybe Suzine onto the top right triple is an option. Jason looks like he's going to bingo on the next move, no matter what. So yeah, it looks like it's going to see a couple of at least high scoring words here.
Maybe just Wiz is fine, because even though Wiz would score fewer points and leave 2 N's on Adam's rack, he wouldn't be using up an N. He also wouldn't be using up an N for Zowie either, and he keeps much better balance on his rack. The leave after Wiz in that lower left corner of Neons will actually become a bingo a fair amount of the time, especially if he's just able to pick like one. Ooh. And he does end up playing Zowie. So he goes for the extra 9 points. Let's see if he can draw some vowels that will give him that flexibility after, as you said, Austin, Jason for sure is going to bingo next turn.
Yeah, interesting, because I know that Adam's playing a bit faster. And sometimes I've played him in the past where he goes like, I'm asking him like, what would you have done in this case? And sometimes he tells me, he told me once that he would like to keep some vowels as like insurance. So this actually kind of goes against completely what he just said there. He went with Zowie blowing all the vowels. He doesn't pick out any he only picked out an A. And Eductors has come down onto that E of Zowie for, how much is that? 89 points. So Jason's going to go ahead by 20 now, and looks like Adam is going to struggle a little bit longer with what he has on his rack.
Yeah, another N coming onto Adam's rack when he already had 2. That is not what he wanted to see. Additionally, only 1 vowel out of his 4 draws out of the bag after Zowie. So not the ideal draw for Adam. But the nice thing from his point of view is that even after Jason's 89-point bingo, he's still only down by 20 points, very much in this game. It feels like Jason has had the upper hand for most of this game, except the only saving grace, those two exchanges that Jason had, is really the only reason that this game is still kind of close. Otherwise, Jason's definitely had some of the bigger plays in this game.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, this is going to be a bit of a trouble for Adam here. He's going to play Nans on the right side of the board. So yeah, he's going to get rid of 2 of those N's that he has on his rack, and keep, I guess, say not optimally, but probably the best leave he can make. Maybe the equity play here, probably. Though he's getting rid of the S as well, which is interesting, because that S hook for Cog might actually be useful here. But it looks like Jason is going to play Juvie on
yeah, that's going to be a big one. Juvie in that top corner, scoring 50 points with Adam not having such a great rejoinder. And yeah, that S, man, I get using it because it does score a bunch extra. And the reason that he's using it is not just for the points. It's because leaving 3 consonants on his rack it makes the S a little bit less useful compared to having vowels, right? So the idea of using that S is you get some more points and you get more cracks at potentially drawing vowels. At the same time, that Cogs hook, in addition, I don't think I've mentioned the AMA also takes an S for Sama as well. So there's definitely, the S is so strong here because if you're able to draw something good, a bingo ending in S, it's going to play in 2 spots and be essentially impossible to block. So getting rid of it could come back to hurt Adam here.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, keeping the S is definitely a consideration, but I think he got rid of it just to try and go for more of those vowels. But yeah, here, not quite sure what's happening here. I think Juvie looks like the play, but we're just waiting to see if Jason is going to play it. Looks like he is now.
He is. That's a great play. Great play by Jason. Definitely the right play for him. And note, too, that Jason has the last S now. So he is in great position with that valuable tile. Adam used his S in an effort to draw more vowels, which looks like it did not succeed. Now he's in a really difficult situation. And not only that, it is worth noting that AMA takes a G hook. Gamma is a word. So that is pretty important for him in order to get a bingo down here. So maybe, just maybe, he can play off his Y and W somewhere and hope to draw an ING bingo, hooking Gamma. That's definitely going to be his best hope here going forward.
Yeah, looks like he definitely has more options with that. And also, don't forget that there's extra hooks in Collins with the Z of Zowie. There's of course with the A, but you can also put the E and the O in that spot. So there's another bingo lane there available as well. But obviously, you would need some of those tiles to start with. He doesn't have any of them, but there's plenty of those available in the unseen pool.
Yeah. So this is going to be a tricky situation for Adam. He's looking at the scoreboard, getting a little bit further away. I don't really know that he has any other choice. I guess he could play I don't know if this makes any sense at all, but he could play Whiting, WYTING, and Gamma right now. Maybe he would do that to try to get his hands on the last S. We know that Jason has it, but Adam can't know that.
Or blank.
I think he should for sure try to bingo with an ing word, but I don't really know what play looks great. Is it worth just plopping the W down? Probably not. That Y is going to get in the way a lot.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, if you keep the Y or the W, I don't think you're going to be bingoing very often with a constant pickup. So I think you need to get rid of the Y and the W, and as you said, way or U onto that E or fledgy. Does open up the triple again. We know that Jason has that. You can play Shine or something like that.
Yeah, Shine's going to hit so hard.
And then Adam will be forced to go for the bingo anyway, because he would be, he's 41 behind now, so he will probably be about 70 behind, or maybe 80 behind after that exchange, if that happens.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. So it looks like Adam, based on the way his tiles are set up, and you can see his clock is really, this is totally contradicting my claims about Adam being lightning fast player. But I mean, I feel like Scrabble is like this, right? I mean, you can essentially, if Adam needed to play U or way through the E of Fledgy immediately, he would have done it. I think he's just trying to evaluate even the most microscopic nuances of every option. So there are ways to play Scrabble where you can kind of gloss over all of that stuff. And I think Adam is tremendously good at that, but he is deciding to play in a much more deliberate way as he considers every last option on the board. Still, I will admit that this does fly in the face of what I think Adam to be, which is very, very fast as a player. But Austin, I think there's always an opportunity, even for fast players, to slow down and consider stuff as deeply as possible when the situation warrants.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's definitely he definitely has a lot of time on his clock most often. But again, when there's things like this, where lots of moves in one game, where things could open up something, or things might not open up something, and you're getting rid of this tile instead of that tile, and there's just so few nuances. You've got to evaluate everything as deeply as possible. It will just burn more time. And it looks like he's spent about 4 minutes on this move already. He's actually used about half of his time from the start of this move on this move alone. And there's still 19 tiles in the bag. He needs to just speed up a little bit here, I think. And save some time down the stretch, because with the score so close, he might be in a very close end game as well, which would need even more time. But yeah, he's got 4 minutes and 13 seconds left, and he drew an E and
wow.
Okay.
Perfect so here, when you say that, but actually, I think the perfect combination would have been for him to not draw the blank there. I actually feel like that hurts his winning chances to draw the blank, for the reason being he was already so close to bingoing. And wow, that's really surprising by Jason. But I admit this does make sense for Jason to keep that S because it's so strong. But I worry that he's leaving some points on the board that he might regret. But either way, Neb makes some sense if that's what he's going to play. But to continue my point, because Adam was so close to bingoing with those nice tiles, I think the best thing for him would have been to draw an E and then some other letter, that not the blank, bingo with gamma, and then draw the blank out of the bag. That was his best chance to win. As it is now, Jason's going to score a lot of points, and then he's likely to score even an average score on his next turn is going to put him up by a lot again. So it's going to require a very good draw for Adam if he's going to keep pace in this game. Maybe Jason will draw the Q. Maybe Adam will draw perfectly, a perfect natural bingo that fits somewhere else on the board. But I actually feel like, for me, of course, you're happy to see the blank. But in this particular case, if I'm Adam, I might not have wanted to see it. Does that make any sense, Austin?
It does make sense. I mean, at the same time, we're looking at it with the full view of both racks. He might want to see the blank because at least that means that Jason doesn't have it. So True. In a perfect world, yes, I would agree with what you say. And Jason just picked out probably unfavorably here with not many vowels, which actually, okay, so it looks like Adam's playing integer onto the space where Jason was going to play Neb. I think maybe he would have been slightly worried about the S hook for Neb and Sneb as well, maybe giving away more things there. But integer doesn't open up too much. He's leaving another space open for Amma, I guess, if there's anything with Llama. But now the scores are pretty much even, and Adam only has 3 minutes to go. And this also potentially gives the spot for the Q.
That's true, yeah. This could be a spot for Chi. Of course, from Adam's POV, he can't know this. The Q does not have, he can't actually draw an I to pair it with. Oh, and there it is, the last letter on his rack, the Q. But I wonder, is there anything he can draw by just plopping the Q down? Probably not, because it would have to probably end in an L if it's going to play with Amma. Maybe there's some stuff with like the E of integer or some other letters of integer, but that Q was rough. If Jason happened to have that Q without an I, that could be another realistic pathway for Adam to win. That being said, a Q with an I would simply lead to Chi alongside integer for 40 odd points, and that would be very difficult for him to manage. So tough. I don't know. I mean, there were a lot of bingos available on the integer turn. I kind of like the general idea of integer not offering very easy counterplay to the triple. By placing that I up there, it's very difficult to end 6-letter words in an I. So you avoid Jason being able to play something heavy to the triple word score in the center of the board. But maybe Adam did that on purpose in order to try and pluck Chi from the bag.
It's possible. And also that there were 12 tiles in the bag at that point. Is that right? So it's quite likely that he would have picked up the Q. Jason would have probably played the Q if he played Shine. So he's probably thinking that the Q is still in the bag. I need to give myself the best chance of at least playing the Q and not losing it, stuck with it by picking that right now. So he could play that now. And also another good thing is that it actually makes his decision very easy for this next turn and save more time for the end game. He can just play FQI. And again, don't forget, there is still another bingo lane next to the Z of Zowie. So he could play something there if he gets another shot at fishing again after the Q.
Very true. That's there, still lurking, and it's going to be very difficult to block that spot while not offering anything back in return. This actually is not the easiest move for Jason either. I feel like with only the one vowel, his scoring options are going to be hugely restricted. There are 5 tiles in the bag, so if he plays too many tiles, he has to worry a little bit about Adam having a good end game. And I think most of all, he has to worry hugely about drawing the Q. And I feel like Jason's going to see that if he holds on to his I, that will allow him to score extremely well with the Q alongside integer, as we've been talking about. But how do you even score any number of points here, Austin, without using that last vowel on his rack, which happens to be the final I?
Yeah, it's basically impossible here. And especially you're 3 points behind. This is a close game here. He's looking at the pool, and it's actually, I mean, if you kind of take away the Q, it's actually not that bad. It's actually pretty good. Like, he could potentially bingo again from Jason's point of view. And there's 6 tiles, 5 tiles in the bag now. So an option that was said in chat is fiber onto the E of integer, which doesn't score that much, keeps one in the bag. But another option here is to play filter, Filtre, onto that E of integer, scoring a lot more, 24 points. It does empty the bag, and it does score a lot more, though. It scores 24 points. Again, possible that Adam could have just picked up the Q right there and then, and you'd pick out some good tiles and probably just win that way. But crucially, the I of filter would actually put it next to another double letter square, and kind of makes it a little bit more difficult for Adam to play something. But he could just play something through the N of integer and block both of them at the same time.
That's true. Yeah, a play to that N of integer would block. So the play we're discussing, a weird, archaic, I guess, spelling of filter, Filtre, into the blank E of integer. So that would have the merit of placing the F on the double letter score and the entire word on a double word score, scoring 24 points, which doesn't seem like it's that much, but on this board and with Jason's rack, it is among the highest scoring plays, potentially the second highest scoring play he has, as opposed to just if in the lower right corner with yin. That would score a few more points, but it would leave 5 consonants. So it would be really scary and also Adam would just be able to dump his cue and score a similar number of points and probably have a few draws that he can hit somewhere or other. But yeah, this is actually a very difficult decision for Jason. I wouldn't call it a lock that I'm not sure I would even see filter with that weird spelling into the E of integer here as a candidate option, let alone be able to evaluate it as my best option here. So he may have to settle for something like fiber, as was mentioned in chat. Maybe he'll even just go for the maximum number of points possible and play if in the lower corner. That feels scary, really scary to me, but it's 27 points, which you can't sneeze at here.
Would you even be more scared if you just play BI at the top?
Yes.
Just drop the cue and be like, yeah, I'm just going to take this out. Like, I know you have the cue.
Oh, man.
And then leave the tiles in the bag and just see what he does next.
You could, I mean, at some point with your clock dwindling, there are definitely situations where eventually you have to kind of make plays like that from time to time that you haven't evaluated every single nuance as deeply as possible, but you're just trying to make a play that at least wins some of the time, right? So
yeah, exactly.
And looks like fib is potentially the play here.
Ooh.
Interesting idea. This is the rationale behind that makes some sense to me in the sense of it blocks a couple of the bingo lanes that are still left on the board. He may be a little worried about Adam bingoing to the Z of Zowie, as you've mentioned a couple times, Austin. It also blocks those outside chance of things hooking Amma to make Llama or something else. That might be what Jason's thinking here. It's interesting because that is potentially going to get reparalleled for a pretty big score, but Adam would not be able to use his cue while doing it.
Yeah, and both of the P's are still in the bag as well, which would go well with fib. But the problem with that is that Jason doesn't have any vowels to go with it, so he's going to have to pick up. There's only A, E, E in the bag, as well as P, P, and I think that's actually all of those in the bag. So A, E, E, P, P are in the bag right now, which are actually very favorable for whoever picks them out. And they're both probably looking at each other like, like Spider-Man, kind of pointing at each other and be like, yeah, you've got that, and I don't.
Yeah, this is this is brutal. I would say in general that because Adam has that cue without a great way of getting rid of it outside of the I of integer, it feels to me like Jason has a slight edge here, but again, now the clocks are getting even, and I think Adam is just really accurate when he needs to be at processing positions fast. I know he's spent a lot of time dwindling his clock down to 3 minutes and 25 seconds, but I actually like Adam's ability to solve endgames really, really fast if need be. Jason's certainly no slouch in the end game, but very few people can rise to Adam's level in that regard. So it's hard for me to say who I think has the edge here. You see the scores are incredibly close. Do you have any instinct, Austin, on who you think is favored from here on out?
I mean, honestly, I don't really know either. Again, the clocks are now kind of even as well. Jason has now spent 9 minutes of his time on this turn alone. And they're both about even on the time. Looks like fib has that been played? I think it looks like it's been played. So yeah, there's leaves 2 piles in the bag.
Adam, instant response.
Yep.
That makes a ton of sense. Of course, he's trying to block that big new. And Adam, also, let's keep in mind that Adam had seen Jason put fib on the board, right? So he was already thinking about what would he do if Fib was Jason's play? So Jason put Fib on the board, picked it up, and then decided to play it again. But that was enough for Adam to quickly ascertain that he was going to make this play here and block the triple lane for Jason. Makes a lot of sense for Adam. And yeah, go ahead, Austin.
So I think crucially also Fib left 2 in the bag, and then QI now leaves 1 in the bag. So now Jason's kind of in a spot where he needs to potentially think for a bit longer, or make a rush play here with 1 in the bag, not knowing what to do next. So something like Frib would have left 1 in the bag, and then he wouldn't need to. He could just think of the end game. But it looks like Jason is going to pick up the E, which he would be very happy to see, rather than picking out any of the consonants that are left. So he at least has a shot here at winning this game.
He does, but I think the thing about the play he just made is that the ragey hook is going to be really useful for Adam if he's able to come up with a 2-turn sequence that uses that ragey hook. You know that Jason is not going to be able to go out with those 4 consonants and 1 vowel. So I think because Adam is going to get 2 moves here to Jason's 1, I think Adam is likely to squeak out this game on the basis of the ragey hook scoring just enough to bring him over the finish line. That's my instinct, Austin. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too. So it's like Dollar and Raji is going to score pretty well, and then EE in the bottom right corner with Yen and EE there. It's going to be a good 2-hit combo, which is going to score just enough.
Alrighty. We are back with our coverage of the 4th annual Midwest Major from Madison, Wisconsin. My name is Evan Chester, joined here by Canadian expert Evan Kramer. Sorry if you were looking to watch the end of that game. You can find all of the VODs from past events on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. And yeah, we're going to shortly get into round 8 for the WoW division. Have you been following this tournament so far, Evan?
Yeah, I've been following along the standings and a little bit of the stream, and lots going on to follow along with.
Yeah, I hadn't watched the games streamed earlier today, but I watched the games from last night in the WoW division. There's some pretty good games on stream, and we're hoping for 4 more great games this afternoon. We look at the standings in the WoW division. You can see the 3 players currently at 6-1. Andy Hong is in first place with a really large spread of 617. And then you have Annette Oberstad and John Shreve, both also at 6-1 with a little bit less spread. We are going to be seeing a matchup in the first game between the top 2 in the standings, Andy Hong versus Annette Oberstad. This is going to be a very fun game. These are both 2 really strong players, and we can move over to the scorecards.
Yeah, strong players, both of them. Andy, as you said, leading the field, lots of tournaments under his belt, and Annette also making a strong push for first place here.
Yeah, we can see that Andy's definitely got a lot more games under his belt. I know that he runs a lot of tournaments in the North Carolina area. I think he just crossed the 2,000 game milestone, which is he's also a former school Scrabble player. And Annette is a newer player. She got into Scrabble during the pandemic, but she made lightning fast progress studying the words. She plays maybe as much online Scrabble as anyone else you'll find. So she's got, if you included online games, her tally would be way higher.
Yeah, definitely. I've been lucky enough to play Annette quite a bit online and also on the Man Daily. Excellent player and a great matchup first up here this afternoon for you guys.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we can see these players have played 3 times before. Once in 2023 at the National Championship, once in Albany, 4th of July of 2024, and they played at this event last year. Annette has the 2-1 lead in the head-to-head, but this is anybody's game. These are both 2 very capable players. And yeah, let's cut over to the board now. So we've got Andy to go first in this game. It's a very slight advantage towards him. You can see him drawing his tiles. And yeah, very excited to see how this goes. All right, looks like Andy's drawn 6 tiles and then gets the last one. I do a similar thing when I'm drawing 7 tiles to try and make sure I don't overdraw. How do you go about drawing your opening tiles, Evan? Any particular method?
My habit is to do 2 or 3 at a time. I'm probably one of the slowest drawers, but do my very best not to overdraw. I think everybody's got a way they go about that.
All right, and we're going to see an opening exchange from Andy. I didn't catch what the tile was that it was obscured by his thumb, but it was a 1-pointer. I presume a third eye. If that is the case, then this is a very, very nice play from Andy. Good way to make it quick. Onto Annette. Do you play queen? Do you play feek here?
I'd say queen for the points, or maybe even something longer. Equine here, a nice find.
Yeah.
50 points right out of the bat.
Yeah, fast start for Annette. We'll see if Andy will be able to quickly respond to that. Oh, wow. This is not a word. So we're going to instantly see Annette put to the test on her word knowledge. Andy playing the phony bingo of queenish. And he looks like he's going right for the bag.
Yeah, I wonder what Annette thought of that. If because of his fast play, if he was very confident on it.
I mean, he did play it instantly. His top valid move there was actually to mirror Annette's play and play equine through the queue. We're going to see Andy beat the engine and get away with it.
And here I see Annette has 3 R's on her rack, E, F, N, U. So I'll be curious to see how she gets out of this. Maybe something like furrier or firer, keeping a U, R, N together.
She can actually get rid of all of her tiles here. This is there's a 1 bingo in this position. It's a word I've actually familiar with from one of Will Anderson's videos. This came up. We'll see if Annette will have the ability to spot this. It's not a common word, but if you've been able to remember Scrabble content the way I am, it might jump out at you.
Yeah, it doesn't look familiar to me, so I wonder if it'll pop out to her.
Yeah. The word in question is foreigner. I believe this is an alternate spelling of foreigner. And yeah, it's not something you'll see in everyday English. I'm not sure how far Annette's gotten as far as studying words is concerned, but if you don't see foreigner, your options are a lot less fun. Your highest scoring option is what I just mentioned, fun. It scores 26 next to queenish, but you keep 3 R's. And you really can't feel good about keeping 3 R's. That's just setting yourself up so poorly for next turn.
And I think just below that, unfree down to the first E in equine, which would keep 2 R's. Not quite as bad, but still maybe not exactly what you're looking for after accepting that bingo.
She spotted it. Oh, never mind. Furrier. This is a solid way to just try and play out of the rack as fast as you can, not get caught up in the sticks, as we like to say, to describe having all 1-pointers. But yeah, 1 N away from that bonus. All right, on to Andy, who has drawn the Z. I see the word Zilla on his rack, Zillah, and it doesn't seem like that plays productively. But Andy has 60 points here.
I wonder if he might be looking through the eye in Queenish for Zilch, which is a fairly nice score, closes up a little bit. He does have a higher scoring option, although that does give some counterplay to Annette if he's able to see that. And Zilla, I guess, also could play through the eye. That's a potential, a little bit more dangerous.
So Andy's going to have to take his time here to scan the board because there are strong Z options in numerous spots. There's Zilch, as you mentioned. There is Kaj into the H of Queenish, Cazh. That keeps Hill, which maybe you're not dying to keep the duplicate L's, but if you do take out the H, there's a lot of defensive merit. That's just a really easy way for Annette to score, and Kaj would score 54 points. But Hafiz is 60 points up at the top. Keeps CLL, so maybe a little imbalanced. We're going to see Andy play Kaj. I think there's definitely some positional benefits to this, but 60 points is a lot.
Yeah, I think this is a solid play. Defensive with a fairly nice leave of roughly a bingo here. Puts the onus on Annette to sort of open up, score some points, and give herself a possibility to come back in this position.
Yeah, and she's instantly spotted her top equity move. Similarly to where Hafiz would have played last turn, Wifey is 36 points. You could maybe play a little bit shorter to keep a bingo leave. You can play Yao in a few spots, one of which being with furriery, which is not a word I had known before, using the analyzer right here. But I think taking the points with Wifey is still a very good move. Equine's hook is available. NOS definitely connects a good bit, and you're opening up a line above Wifey. So very good play from Annette.
Yeah, solid move. Several more E's to draw. Opens up the top right side of the board and keeps some good tells for a bingo 1 or 2 turns down the road. And now I see Andy has EGHILLM on his rack, so some balance and some potential to score here.
Yeah, so there's going to be a few different options to score. He can get 32 points by playing Meh alongside Queenish, making MEEN and HI. But the leave does leave a bit to be desired. GILL is fairly clunky, so I wonder if we're going to see him make an adjustment. There is one adjustment of HM above Wifey that we can see would stop Annette from getting her bingo of banjos down above Wifey. So that is certainly the play that would work out the best, or maybe you play Elmi instead to not leave the duplicate L's. But yeah, this is a very pivotal turn, and Andy does not know the world of hurt he will be in if he leaves the 3-row open.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough call. He could go any of a couple different ways here, whether he's going for score, for balance. Does he maybe play through the eye of Wifey, something like Gleim, or him if he wants to go shorter? Does he want to leave this potentially devastating row for 7s just above Wifey? I think Annette can probably take some comfort knowing that her bingo will fit almost no matter what. If that Wifey lane is taken just above equine, but you certainly, in Annette's position, you want the high score for it here, so you can catch all the way up and maybe even gain some tempo in doing so.
Yeah, and you definitely want to try and hope that the higher scoring spot stays open. We're gonna see Andy go with Mig, similar spot to Meh, just getting rid of the G, preserving the H, which is a much better tile. So I certainly see the logic for Andy's play. He's going to get hit very hard. Banjos here is going to score 102 points.
I think that's everything Annette would have been hoping for with the play of Wifey there. great draw and good find, and no reason to slow play it here. Puts her into a nice lead.
But it's obscured by chat a little bit, but I believe Andy has drawn into Hellode. Yes, that is an O. We're going to see a bingo back from Andy Hong. He has Hellode as a 7, which plays above and below the E in equine. He's also got Hollered for 64. I certainly would expect him to find one of these options. So we've got a game.
Yeah, I mean, great that he's able to bingo right back. It's a 26-point game at this point, but I think maybe the decision for him is how volatile does he want it? Does he want to stick the H out into the triple lane, or not open a triple and play Hellode just above equine? So we'll see maybe what he's thinking with his next play. Does he see both options too?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you only see one spot to play, then we'll probably take that. Hellode does score 4 more points than Hollered, but you are opening up the middle right triple for high-scoring responses from Annette, who has just drawn 7 random tiles from the bag. So you can't really infer anything about the tiles she has. I think I would take the points here, and I think I would play above. I believe an O underneath the double letter square is a little more dangerous than an O above the double letter square. So I think this is the right choice from Andy Hong. Very nicely spotted. He's going to get back into the lead.
Yeah, it looks like he's now got a 42-point lead, and rightly pointed out, Annette does have a random rack here, so there's really no telling. Underneath Hellode would be a difficult spot to reach the triple and hit the double letter score. So Annette's failed to draw a vowel. It looks like. I wonder if she might be thinking about something like crepey through the E in banjos to balance out her rack nicely, or maybe
that looks like a very strong option.
Maybe even something like play down to the AY in banjos if she's going for score and to keep some of those nice tiles together for next turn.
Yeah, so crepey might not be the most obvious word. It's a little bit awkward looking, and it can also be spelled with a second E in between the P and the Y. So there might be a little bit of confusion in regards to whether this spelling is good. That score is 30, and it plays off 4 consonants. I think I like crepey over some of the shorter options like play or clay. There are, as far as 5 consonant leaves are concerned, something like CNRSY is pretty strong, but I think the extra 3 points and getting the extra consonant off of your rack is probably how I would prefer to handle this turn. There's also a 31-point option. I don't think it's right because it uses the S, but Cresyl, Cresyl, through the first E in Hellode, hooking equines. I did not know this word. It's a very cool option, but you can score about the same without using your S. So I don't think you should be doing that.
Yeah, no shortage of options. Lots to think about this turn. I think banjos was a pretty easy decision, but this one's a little bit more complex. And, maybe lots to think about here in anticipation of next turn, what she might want to do.
All right, we're gonna see Prey come down in the spot where crepey plays. Probably a miss of crepey, but that is a weird word. And the C, if she does connect with some vowels, draws into a bingo, maybe through the floaters in Hellode or looking furriers. That bingo will score a little bit more since she is keeping the C, which is still a strong bingo tile. So I think this is still a solid play from Annette as we see the first blank make its way onto Andy's rack.
Yeah, I think he might be a turn or two from a bingo here with a couple O's and a few high scorers. But a solid play of Wog here for 29. And that'll give him a nice little lead going into Annette's turn.
Yeah, no, WOG just looks really standard here. You could play WOP instead, but I believe the G is about 3 points better than the P, the P is about 3 points better than the G in this situation. So I think the sacrifice makes a lot of sense. The G is not a good tile. The P is a fairly decent bingo tile. So good on Andy for making that adjustment. And we see Annette's found one vowel, but it's not a lot in terms of bailing her out. So I think some options, like what she's doing with clay, this seems very, very strong as far as equity is concerned.
Yeah, solid play. Keep a nice leave. Hang on to your vowel. Hope to get at least one or two more on your replenish. On the other side, Andy's got an X now, which I think will also interfere with his potential to bingo right away, but he does have a couple good scoring possibilities with it on this board.
Yeah, no, you could play Pox above Wifey, making OW and XI. That scores 38, keeps AOT blank, which is an extremely potent bingo leave. The lines on this board are maybe a bit marginal, but AOT blank is still a solid enough leave to where you will draw into a bingo very often. Apex is also available through the E in equine. That would score 3 more points, but keep the duplicate O's. So I think I like Pox here.
Pox looks solid. I would maybe give Apex some thought, knowing that the Z's not out and there's no Y's out. You could get hit hard for counterplay with the K coming all the way down there. I think this is a solid play too. If he draws an I, he can score well with the X. Looked like he was about to play poop on the top right.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just putting that down because it's funny. I don't think I would make this play. I think I would gun for the immediate bingo. Well, bingo on this board in the next turn would make it pretty hard for Annette to work her way back into this game without a bingo of her own. And at that point, you can start, playing some defense. So I think I like getting rid of the X here and trying to go for the immediate bingo, as opposed to something like poop, where there's really not a much better hotspot for the X than you already have on this turn. As we see Andy change his rack around to show us Pox.
I mean, he could maybe take a different tack and play picks through the I and Wifey, hanging on to all those vowels. I don't know that that's a play I'd make, but I suppose it's also a potential.
Yeah, Sorry.
Looks like he's going to go with Pox there. Good score. Doesn't really allow counterplay with the X for Annette. And Annette has drawn into a number of one-pointers here without a bingo, I don't believe. And Andy up by 60.
Yeah, there's no bingos here. Andy's up by 60, and there's really not a lot of ways to score. I mean, the most straightforward play here would just be playing Plan from the P in Prey. Scores 18, keeps a really strong 4-tile bingo leave. There are a few longer plays that seem pretty strong, though. If you know the 5-letter ANNAL, that plays above hello, making 4 overlap. Making some 2-letter words, new and ado. That scores 23. If you don't know the 5, Anna also scores 22 there. I think there are enough vowels unseen to Annette to where I would take the points here, but it's not the easiest spot to see. Plan is very straightforward play, and it's still a strong play.
I like Plan in this position. I think the L or the L's in Hellowed might be a good place for her to potentially bingo through. And her leave might work well with that. So maybe that's the thinking. Take some points for plan for a bingo within the next couple turns, and maybe a lucrative one with a double-double there.
All right. So we've seen Andy draw into its rack of AABOTU blank. There are 2 options for bingos, and they're not easy words to find. So we'll see how much time Andy spends, if he needs that full amount of time, spot one of the two bingos in this position.
Yeah, these are challenging ones. I think it does require some thought, shuffling of tiles, a little bit of imagination for either of these. Failing the bingos, don't think this is a spot where he can score too many points, roughly 20, give or take.
Yeah, no. If you're not finding the bingos, something like Bola through the L and Clay, and maybe even Jewel between the J and the L to dump some vowels. There's not very strong options if you don't find the bingos. So this is a very pivotal turn for Andy to get right. He's done pretty decently with his time management up to this point. So we'll see if he can find either layabout from one of the L's in Hello, or his 89-point option of gadabout from the G, making the blank a D.
Yeah, it would be an impressive find if he's able to find either of these.
Yeah, I certainly would have missed both of these options. I did not know either of these were words before checking the engine. And yeah, they're non-common words. I mean, maybe you could infer layabout, but I would have no confidence that that's a word. And you don't generally think to make your blank a Y when you have a vowel-heavy rack as is. So these are not easy finds.
What do you think about something above hello, for instance, BAA, to maybe block off some of those lanes and make it tougher to hit a lucrative bingo on the board? Evan?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty strong option if you don't see the bingos. It blocks non-bingo double-doubles through the L in addition to, just some bingo lines. And I think that if you're Andy in this position, you're okay with taking out some bingo space because you have the blank. That'll give you a good amount of flexibility. Maybe when your rack is a little bit cleaner than it is right now, you'll find some easy bingos, maybe from the G, maybe hooking furriers, which is something that I haven't really talked about. Do these players know that furrier is a noun in addition to the comparative adjective? We had talked about the Y hook earlier, but if they don't know that furriers is in play, that definitely changes how this board is structured.
Yeah, agreed. It is a little bit of a hidden hook, and certainly a word knowledge test. Yeah, I mean, I think Andy's got a lead of about 60 here. He must be looking at the pool. If he's not thinking about or hasn't seen a bingo, he'll see a number of A's remaining. So I think it's pivotal here, with whatever play he makes, that he gets rid of at least one of his A's, and probably wants to get rid of an O as well, seeing as there's several more in the pool.
Yeah, I think I'd be maybe a little bit more worried about getting rid of the U than the O, just because there are still two V's left. Also worth noting that no T's have hit the board yet. All 6 T's are still unplayed. We see 1 on Andy's rack, 5 still in the bag. Maybe a play like Tau, T-A-U, at above hello, making 2 and a do. Maybe you play that, just anticipating, hey, I might redraw an A, I might redraw a T, but I'm still keeping fine bingo tiles. I'm just getting rid of my most likely to get duplicated.
Yeah, definitely an option there. I wouldn't be too excited about the leave from that for a potential bingo on future turns, but as we've said, you've got limited scoring possibilities on this turn anyway, shy of finding the 2 available bingos.
Yeah. And generally speaking, when a player's gone as long as we have gone so far without the bingo coming down, every second that ticks away, it becomes more and more likely that the bingo is missed, whether that be, not a findable word in the first place, or you eventually come to a point where you're like, I've spent enough time on this turn. I need to just make a decision. And we're going to see Andy play Brat through the R in Prey. This does score 23, which is more than he could have scored with any of the other equity options we discussed. But it keeps 3 vowels with the blank, with 5 I's, 4 A's, and some O's to come. think there might have been a little bit better he could have done, but this is his highest scoring play.
Yeah, not optimal, and as we've said, a little bit dangerous given the pool, but looks like he's drawn nicely there. Two consonants and a vowel, so does certainly have potential to bingo next turn. On the other side, Annette with a pretty balanced rack must be thinking about getting a bingo down quite soon to make her way back score-wise here.
Yeah, no, this black looks extremely promising. There is a bingo with an L, but the L is not in the right spot to play adrenals. So he's going to have to convince herself there's no bingos. Now, she has had about 4 minutes worth of Andy's clock to look for bingos. I think she won't spend too much time looking for bingos, as she already has had ample time to scan the board. It's just going to come down to, what do you play here? You can score 21 with 2 tiles, just playing add in between Furrier and Queenish, making ear and med. That looks pretty solid, but you are obstructing the S hook on Furrier, which is one of your best bingo lines. So it does come with some pause.
Yeah, agreed. And again, that does point to do either player know that Furrier takes the S? So that might be a consideration. Does she want to potentially leave it open if she knows the hook? Or is it just a point here to grab the points, keep as close to a bingo leave as you can?
Yeah, and we're going to see Annette make a 3-point sacrifice to play Da, which is very strong in the sense that it leaves everything open on the board. You're not blocking the Furrier's hook. You're not blocking any of the floaters, the L's in Halode, or the G in Wog, the C in Clay. All of these lines are still open for you. So I think at this point, I like this play of Da over Add.
I do too. Strong play, and it looks like she's been rewarded with the second blank, so we might see some fireworks coming down.
Yeah, wow, Annette with an E blank draw. We'll see if Andy can find his one bingo in this position. It is not a more common word, but it is a high probability word, and I would definitely have expected Andy to have seen this word at some point during his study. The word is sudation, playing from the S in Queenish. It's not necessarily the first spot you're going to look for a bingo, though. So we might see him take some more time. You're going to be more attracted to the C in Clay, or the L's, or the G, as well as maybe the R in Furrier, before you look at that S in Queenish. It's a bit of an obscure line, but when you have a blank and a little bit of clunky tiles, that's just where you got to look.
Yeah, I wonder if he's been maybe considering something through one of the C's, either on the top line or in the bottom left, or maybe thinking about bingoing through the L or from the R, or even maybe from the G. All of these a little bit tougher in terms of tiles to play through. So he's got a lot to think about, and maybe a little bit low on time compared to Annette here with 30 tiles left here. So might be feeling a little bit of time pressure in this spot as well.
Yeah, no, this is just a position where there's a lot of just marginal places to look. I mean, you could even bingo through the R in Furrier. If you have an 8-letter word ending in an S with the R's there, there's a lot of possibilities for places to play, and you just got to go through your progressions. Look at the C's, then the L's, the G's, the R's, and then you come around to the S and Queenish. Then maybe it'll stick out to you. But with not too many minutes left on his clock, it's going to be interesting to see if Andy is able to spot this. Because if you don't, I mean, you're playing for a bit under 20 points again, probably. And that gives Annette a bit of a window back into this game. I mean, you can still feel a bit comfortable because you have a blank. If she bingos, then you'll probably be able to get one down. But no need to worry. Andy's found his only bingo, Sudation, very nicely spotted at 64 points. It's going to put him up by a lot, but there's going to be some heavy counterplay coming from Annette Oberstad.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think that puts him up roughly 100 here. But Annette's very potent rack, she might be able to get 85 or 90, depending if she can make the right overlaps underneath sedation.
Yeah. So there's one word that will get you 83 points. There are some slightly lower scoring options that I definitely would expect her to find. Something like endears is 81, enrages is 79, and then you have your double doubles, which score 80 points, which I think you don't want to play anyways, just because it's so volatile at the bottom of the board. I think you got to play there. The word that gets her 83 points is Renace, Rennase. That will make 5 overlaps with sudation, starting under the A, and then going over to the M15 square. It's not necessarily the easiest find, but we'll see if she's able to spot it here. She's got the time to look for something with that many overlaps.
Yeah, I would say deceptively difficult to find. You might think with a rack of this caliber that makes so many bingos that there would be several multiple underlaps to sedation. So I wonder if before the bingo she was maybe thinking about something like grenades or Grayton's down from the G, which would have been her highest scoring spot, besides the double doubles. So lots to think about here, and she must be also looking at the bag and thinking, well, there's a lot of dreck to draw, and she certainly wouldn't want Andy to have high scoring possibility next turn if she can help it in order to aid her comeback.
Yeah, I feel like you've just gotta prevent those situations where, Andy doesn't have a very good rack, but he's got something very strong underneath sudation, making some overlaps. We see that he's drawn to both V's as well as the F and the M. So he's got most of the remaining scoring tiles in the bag, but obviously those two V's are pretty terrible. If we see Renace, I would expect something like Vive to come down very quickly into that newly opened E. But we'll see what Annette's able to find.
Yeah. I mean, from Annette's perspective, there's the V's out, there's a couple O's, there's a whole number of T's, and only one remaining E unseen to her. So it's going to be an interesting sequence of turns here, drawing towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I think this is going to be close at the end. Annette's going to get her 80-point bingo here. Andy's going to have a decent lead. I think he'll have around like a 30-point lead on his turn. But again, he's got a lot of clunky tiles to go through. There's definitely room for maybe like a marginal bingo. The ING possibility still unseen. And we know that has not made its way onto Andy's rack. It's going to be interesting how this shakes out. We can see that Annette has lined up Endears. That is her second highest scoring play. Definitely an easier find compared to Renace. I think that if we reach a certain point and she doesn't see Renace, she's just going to pull the trigger on Endears. I think this is still a pretty strong bingo option.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, a 2-point sacrifice, but it also still does take care of most of the overlaps and scoring potential with sedation. So 81 is nothing to sniff at here, and it'll put her down about 20 points, but not too much for her to potentially come back.
Yeah, for sure. I think the one thing about Endears that gives you pause is that you're putting the S right under the double letter score on the N column, and potentially that could yield a very strong response to Andy if he can put the F or the V or the K on that triple letter score, make a 5-letter word down into the S to make it a 6. That's going to be a really high scoring option. We can see that Andy has those high pointers, but he's got too many of them to really make a strong play there as Annette hits her clock and plays Endears. We've got a game.
Yeah, 28-point difference. As you said, Andy's got a very clunky rack here. And I wonder if he's thinking about something like Viva, just to rid himself of both V's and not have to worry about it, or Vive to the E in equine, or if he maybe sees this dangerous spot down to the S in endears, and just decides that he has to take that dangerous spot away with only a 28-point lead here.
Yeah, well, we have talked about some hidden hooks in relation to Furrier, but another hidden hook that we have not discussed yet is the hook onto Pox to make M-Pox. And he has Vim lined up, and that plays for 31 points, making M-Pox. You put the V in the triple lane, but it doesn't look too dangerous with that pool. It's mostly one tiles. You can't really get the K on that square. Looks like Andy's about to play Vim and M-Pox. This is a wonderful play. Very well spotted.
Agreed. Strong find. Good on him for seeing it so quickly with time sort of dwindling. And now the onus is really on Annette to get some points on the board and give herself some opportunity with not too many tiles remaining.
Yeah, so we can see that Annette has drawn the fourth and final S for Furriers. She doesn't have a play there, but she does have the K, which is the next best scoring tile that she could have drawn. She's going to be able to get 35 points with that if she plays ICAT above Sudation, making 4 overlaps, ID, KA, ATE, and TIN. She's got it lined up. I presume she sees the spot as opposed to playing ICATs into the S. I mean, this is her best play, and it looks like she's already spotted it.
Yeah. And with 7 in the bag, I think a 4-tile play is a very strong candidate, down 59 points. This would give her potential to maybe draw a bingo. But 35, I think she's got to take it in this spot and just hope for the best.
Yeah, I think you just got to take it. Another perk of this play is that if Andy's going to make a play on the end column, it forces him to empty the bag, which might give him some pause with certain racks. You can see that Andy has a bingo on his rack of favored, which also would bingo through the L of flavored, but those aren't going to fit. So I think even though it empties the bag, I feel like you have to just play favors here. That seems too strong to pass up.
Yeah, I think so. I think the only thing he has to consider is, do you empty? If so, favors has got to be one of his best candidates, unless if he wants to leave a tile or two in the bag, maybe something like of and fate, just above ICAT. That might be something that he's thinking about.
Yeah, of there's a pretty strong argument for. I think, it does stand out as an equity play, but you don't make this play because you're keeping a strong leave necessarily. You make it because it doesn't empty the bag, whereas these other options of something like favors or phobias do empty the bag. I think what you just need to look for here is, if you empty the bag, how often is there a bingo? I think that's really what this comes down to, because if you can comfortably bank on the fact that Annette doesn't have a bingo, you're going to be going up 64 points, and that is easily enough to outrun any non-bingo, considering every tile unseen to Andy is a 1-pointer aside from the G. But there might be some bingos unseen. There's Sooting, which would play with Furriers. So if you see that as a possibility, I mean, ITT is the most likely possibility for the 3 tiles to be in the bag. So I wonder, if you see that, do you just play of to play it safe?
And with those same tiles, Annette could also potentially have roosting from the R in Furrier as well, if it's not blocked.
Yeah, that is correct. I believe that a 5-letter play into the S would block roosting, but Sooting would still be available. That would win the game for Annette. So I think something like of is a lot safer. You're still saving the V, which you could potentially play for a high score in that same spot where you would be putting the F, Or if not, you're saving Draves there at the very least. So, I apologize. Drave is a past tense of drive. That does not take an S. But there's still, you're going to have flexibility keeping ADEVR. The V is bad, but you're keeping good tiles around it.
Yeah, lots for him to consider here. And it looks like he's going to take the points here and hope for the best. Favors coming down, giving him 40, and that'll put him up by about 65. So the only thing that he can lose to here is an out bingo by a
Yeah.
net.
I just plugged in the unseen pool into Quackle. So there are some out bingos to the C, isogonic or isotonic. Neither of those would be obstructed. And as was sooting, sitting, and riotings. But yeah, we can see that Andy has drawn the N and the G, and he is going to win this game, I believe.
Yeah, strong play by both players here. I think Vim was a pretty consequential turn. I think if he doesn't see that, he's getting much fewer points, and his lead here might not have made him confident to play something like Favors, but he must have looked at the odds of her having a bingo, and looks like the best choice to take his chances here at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely hard to calculate how exactly things will play out after Favor that there's maybe a select few bingos you'd lose to, but Andy took those chances, and he's going to jump to 7-1 with a strong spread. Very well played game by Andy. Obviously, there's the phony, which puts him at beyond optimal play. But I think we saw a lot of strong options from strong board vision from Andy this game. And Annette also played very strongly. There was the bingo miss of Furriner, but that's not a normal word. And aside from that, she's been making strong decisions very quickly on each turn. And yeah, I think this is an overall really great display from both players.
Yeah, very, very even game. Unfortunately, her rack at the end didn't quite come together. She doesn't quite have 20 points, but looks like her highest scoring win would be to play TT's, hooking the S onto Do, and would just leave her with 2 tiles to go out with next turn.
Yeah, that is the preferred sequence that Quackle Championship player finds. The TO will be able to go out in a high enough scoring spot. That'd be like TOR next to Favors or elsewhere if that gets blocked. Maybe boot from the BO. We're going to see her play her optimal endgame play. So very well spotted from Annette to make her best play even in a losing effort. It's important to make these strong decisions even in lost positions, just because spread matters a lot in these longer events. I mean, I know that I lost out on a lot of spread at Lake George this past October, and that put me in 10th place at the end when I had been doing very well before, just because I had negative spread. So good on her to find her best endgame play.
I think TD's also blocks Andy's potential out of longed from either of the 2 L's. So that's important in this spot.
Yeah, no, that's also a very good observation. So yeah, Andy's going to have 26 points available above ICAT with either Dog or God, making Oka, and then whichever choice of did and gate or get and date you'd like. I think we'll take this time right now to thank WGPO for sponsoring this event. They've put $5,000, I believe, into the prize pool across all divisions. So yeah, we can definitely thank WGPO for helping out make this event as great as it is. We've also got some upcoming live streams on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. Most importantly, in 2 weeks, the Let's Play Scrabble is going to be broadcasting the WESPA World Championship from Ghana. That's going to be from the 11th to the 16th of November. It's going to be a wonderful, wonderful time. It's going to, I believe, Matt Canick, Josh Sokol, and Will Anderson are going to be commentating the event, and you're going to have a lot of world-class players there. So definitely a lot to look forward to there. There's also some smaller events. The American Blanksgiving event is on American Thanksgiving, the parallel event to the Canadian Blanksgiving event that Josh Greenway has run. As we see the players finish up the game, we see God come down, we see Boot come down, both the optimal plays from these players, and the game is going to end 495, 442 in Andy's favor. Let's cut to the overhead mic now.
Post bingo draw for you wasn't.
You mean after this?
Oh, I meant after end years. There was still potential for. I mean, the board was open.
I kept TIS because it is not terrible. I might have missed something in this turn. I had RANES.
Oh, RANES, so no blank.
No blank.
Oh.
There's nothing with a G there, right? Or the L.
The L doesn't play.
Yeah.
The G.
Don't play any. Dracenas with a C.
Argenias, the closest thing. Wow.
And I might have missed a better bingo here too. I mean, there's just so many.
I mean,
like, do I ever not take out that?
I mean, you could put the R here.
Renee's.
Renee's.
That's better. Yeah.
That way you keep the G
right, for sure. Yeah, I was looking for something that went further back and I was spaced. Because I could have played double doubles too, but it's like, do I want to leave that scoring spot for you? Probably not.
No, I think it's because you played here
because
because of the C lines,
right,
and the M line.
Right, sure. Yeah, definitely. It's not like the board is close after I play there anyway, so still a chance.
It's interesting that DL just was
I know,
untouched the whole game. And
I mean, I was happy about it because I kind of needed that to stay open.
From my perspective, I didn't see any bingos, which is why I could play favors. And
is Ostiatic good?
OSTP, Ostiatic, how do you spell it?
OSTIC.
With an OU or Ostiatic? Ooh.
That's the only thing I could see to maybe draw into.
I would definitely I would play that.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly would have tried it. Is Queenish good for sure?
I'm not 100% on that, but when I saw it, I said, looks like a word.
Yeah, it's not good. It's so lost. Yeah, lost me the game. It's so hard to know.
It is, especially because it's like one of those words where either.
Yeah, I should have at least held it, but in my mind, I'd already kind of decided not to challenge. So it's like, do I pretend to think I'm going to challenge by holding, or should
I mean, you win some challenges, you lose some challenges.
Right, for sure. Yeah.
You got them banjos. That's nice.
Nice.
You don't see 100. You don't see 100-point power bingos.
For sure. Happy to see that rack because I'm like, you can't block.
Yeah, that for me was. Yeah.
And I had all constant stuff to get like that.
I could tell when you
played.
Yeah. Because I was expecting this to go away.
No, I had CLNS. I just couldn't find anything better.
Yeah, praise very. Yeah, I like.
Yeah.
Very solid, scoring well.
Right.
And you got Clay down.
I feel like my biggest mistake was just not challenging Queenish, but it's like if you're not sure of it, it's tough to challenge.
I mean, one of those things where if it's a word you challenge, then
right.
You might.
I mean, if I lose the challenge, I'll probably just lose the game. Not necessarily, but it's just so
All right, I think we're gonna pull it back into the booth. Fun little postmortem from these two players. I know that Annette loves talking about Scrabble, and it looks like Andy loves talking about Scrabble too. We love talking about Scrabble as well. We've got 3 more games for you today. I believe we're going to take a short break before getting into game 2 of the afternoon. Yeah, you're watching Let's Play Scrabble. welcome back to the day 2 coverage of the 4th annual Midwestern Major from Madison, Wisconsin. I'm Evan Chester, joined by Evan Kramer. We've got another strong matchup for you guys now. It's going to be Steve Hartzman versus John Shreve. Do you know much about these players, Evan?
I know that they're both accomplished players, longtime tournament players, and it looks like they're both in the midst of things. John currently in 5th place at 6-2, and Steve not too far behind at 5-3 here in 9th. So we should have another good matchup for you all.
Yeah, for sure. Look over at the playing cards. Steve Hartzman has a rating in the 1700s, over 2,400 career tournament games, 54% win rate. Don't have a name for his most recent tournament win, but was within the past few months. And moving on to John Shreve, who was Nigel Richards' closest challenger at this year's Word Cup. He's also got 2,000 career games under his belt, slightly higher win rate. And yeah, I've seen John play some pretty solid Scrabble on stream.
As I have as well. I think he gave Nigel a real run for his money, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, we can see that in the head-to-head that John has a bit of a number on Steve, 6-3 overall record, including the last 3 games. And I believe that the players are ready to go. So we'll cut to the board. Customary handshake. Love to see some good sportsmanship. Scrabble community is full of good sports. Yeah, it's rare that you'll find a bad apple within this this wonderful niche. And yeah, let's play Scrabble.
And Steve to go first here.
Yeah, that's right. I pointed out in chat that John Shreve was the victim of athleisure, the extremely impressive endgame that Nigel played on stream. Steve Hartzman has a bit of a clunky rack to start things off. Its only vowels are those duplicate O's. He's got an F, G, a P, and a W to go with it. What do you think looks good here, Evan? Because there's a lot of options in that mediocre to bad range.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he wants to get rid of the F and the W, maybe something like woof. If he wants to go a bit shorter, something like wog or wop to maybe clunk up the board a little bit and give himself time to work through it. Looks like he's going to play POW here for 16.
Yeah, this is another solid option. Maybe you play Gowd for 18 to shed the extra consonant, but this is still a perfectly fine option. Over to John, who's got a nice set of bingo tiles. ACEMORT doesn't necessarily look too promising, but there is a really bizarre word that I had never seen before available through the P. It's been pointed out in chat. Mercapto. It looks like John has found it.
Yeah, very quickly putting that together. I think he's seeing here that this is his only option, so counting up the points, looking at the board position, wouldn't be surprised to see him play it.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal find from John Shreve. Really showing how he was able to stay at the top of that Word Cup field. Just a wonderful, wonderful play. We'll see if these players know whether or not this takes a hook or not. Mercapto is an adjective, so there is no S hook available in the double-double line. And I think we'll probably see a play pretty quickly from Steve here. There's one standout option, not too hard to find. Got 49 points here for Goof. No reason to not take it.
No, that does look like a standout play to me. Brings him back into the game a little bit after that second turn bingo. So I would play goof in a heartbeat here. Keep a nice leave. Look to getting your own bingo within the coming turns.
Yeah, no, this basically evens up the game right here with goof. 65 to 69 points for John Shreve. And he's going to be on turn with a rack with a lot of one-pointers, some duplicate T's, triplicate E's, and the H. We'll see what he's able to come up with here. Do you think something like high or het above the O in Mercapto looks good, Evan, or would you opt for something else?
Yeah, I mean, those are good in terms of score, I think, at the risk of keeping duplicates. So maybe something like het, would keep 2 E's and a T and an I. So you're maybe sacrificing a little bit for your next turn. But that's by far and away, I think, the highest scorer. So some difficult decisions here for John.
Yeah, for sure. This is not an easy turn. You could also see some argument for playing something like either into the R of Mercapto, but it does take a front N hook. You don't have one yourself. I don't think you want to be setting that up with all 6 N's unseen, but it does play a little bit longer. It keeps the very strong ET leave. I just don't really... Yeah, I don't feel very inspired by something like het, which keeps Val heavy. High keeps the duplicates. We're going to see het come down. I think this is a decent play. I really can't qualm with this. There's just not many great options here.
Yeah, I think he's probably decided to take the points and run, hope for a good draw, and also hope that Steve can't do anything above with the double-double line just created.
Yeah, and Steve has the Q in this position. Looks like he's going to just play cot for 24. This is the only play he has with the Q. This is almost certainly the correct call. It's good that he made this play quickly.
Yeah, agreed. I don't really see a lot of possibility for the Q. No reason to hang on to it. Shut down the top right a little bit, and again, maybe draw towards a bingo in 1 or 2 turns.
Yep, and we've already seen John line up his strongest play here in this position of Phi, F-I-E. He's drawn it to triplicated eyes, but the score is 25. You can't exchange when you have 25 points playing off one of your eyes. And it does close a lot of the right side of the board for bingos when he's a little bit far from that right now. So another strong play.
Yeah, I mean, after this play, he's up by 30, give or take. He does keep some duplication on his rack, but he's also shutting down that quadrant of the board. So potentially could be bailed out, as I think he has, by a nice draw for his next turn.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Steve's also got a fair amount of duplication on his rack with 2 Ds, 2 E's, NOU. So I'm curious to see what he'll be thinking here.
Yeah, so he's got some 6s underneath Mercapto, hooking onto the HO, playing to the triple. Looks like those are going to be his best options, scoring within 30 points. There is Dudeen for 37, D-U-D-E-E-N. There's also Ndude for 36, which is probably a bit easier of a find. And then there's also Duende and Denude. So it really comes down to whether or not Steve's going to find his 6s here. If not, then you're maybe looking at 20-point plays through the MO of U-Demon or Mounded. And if not that, then it starts to get pretty dire.
Yeah, I think in this spot he has to be looking for a 6 here. I would personally be shuffling, trying to see what fits with the H and the O, so a D or an N or an E. He's got no shortage of possibilities there, and then finding something that'll extend towards the triple. Not the easiest of words to find here. I think it'll be whatever he sees first that fits nicely.
Yeah, so he's got odd set up on his rack. This would play for 21 underneath goof. Would do a decent job of mucking up that part of the board as far as bingos are concerned when you're keeping a leave. Maybe not very catered for bingos, but I don't really feel great about keeping EENU here. It's just not very flexible. You can easily draw into any of the 8 unseen eyes. There's just a lot of ways that EENU can go sour, whereas the lone O is not great on its own, but again, turning over 6 tiles is definitely favorable here. Looks like we're going to see odd. I think in absence of some of these longer plays that are a bit harder to find, this is still a decent option just on the basis of scoring 20 points, but a little bit left on the table.
Yeah, agreed. I think John on the other side now will be thinking of something like Jiver or Jivier to the R in Mercapta just to wade through some of the Drek on his rack. And it looks like he's going for Jiver, which keeps not as good of a leave, but doesn't give too much playback.
Yeah, I think definitely Jivier would have been a little bit more preferred, just because that I and the U, they pair so bad together. Getting rid of the extra I definitely would be helpful here. It's also 2 extra points, but Jiver still a fine play. And yeah, we've seen Steve draw ARR, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can do here with just some low-scoring tiles. I think it's going to come down to something similar to last turn of can he spot his 6s. I think Earner and Re-Earn are much easier finds than those 6s from last turn. Those play in the same spot under the HO. I think it keeps the lone U, but yeah, it seems to be right to just get 27 points on the board.
Yeah, I think you need to think about reducing the difference here. Down 41 points, he needs a comeback play, and he needs to give himself a potential to bingo on this board pretty quickly here to get himself back in the game.
Yeah, for sure. I think the best way to get a bingo down on this board is not to groom your rack. It's to create more space for bingos. The whole right side of the board is cut off very well by the QIAE, and you can open it with something like RUE if you want to play fishier, but that plays at N1, and that's just asking to get hit for 50 points. You really can't do that. It's also worth mentioning that there's another 27-point spot. You can play Re-Earn under Odd. So making Gore, GOR, Ode, and Mode. Re-Earn there is also 27 points. But I think playing to the triple is better positionally, stringing some good tiles out in space and scoring the exact same.
Yeah, I prefer also extending to the triple. Looks like he's going with Cure, which is a fair sacrifice here, but does give himself some good potential for next turn, holding the hook.
Yeah.
And I think John will have, it looks like he's exchanging quickly an I, an I, and a U, so exchanging down to AINT.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth mentioning that John definitely got punished for not tacking on that extra I with Jivier, drawing into 3 I's and a U. He's going to exchange. I think I maybe would have wanted to play there to obstruct the hooks on Cure, right? He had the T, which does hook onto Cure for Curette. I think I would have maybe wanted to make a play there. Even something like Inti. It at least obstructs the double-double line, which you have to feel like Steve is very strong after a play like Cure. But we're going to see the exchange. And over to Steve, who has drawn the X.
Nothing quite jumping out at me in terms of high scoring spots for the X here. I might think about something that potentially sets up his X next turn. Maybe at the supreme sacrifice of points, something like a G through the J, or another attack might be playing Re, making Gore and Ode in the bottom left, and maybe wait for something better with the X next turn.
Yeah. So Re is definitely an interesting option. There's not really anything great for the X right now. I think maybe the issue with Re is that you're using up the hook that you have to cure. We're going to see Steve go with this option. I mean, as far as the X is concerned, your best scoring plays are like Axe, A-X-E, slotting in between POW and cure. It doesn't feel very inspiring. It's definitely, I tend to sometimes get greedy with the X, expecting there to be better than there actually is. But in this case, there's not a lot for Steve, and he's going to hold the X for a turn.
Yeah, I think that was kind of a smart play. You're right. He does lose his hook for cure, but it's a nice score, and he may very well have a good scoring spot available to him next turn with the way the board develops.
Yeah. Interesting. Just wanted to mention an interesting play suggested in chat of playing Treen next to POW. That would set up the X for the hotspot on the triple letter, as well as down to the triple word. So very cool setup play mentioned in chat. We're going to see John try to slug through this rack with 3 ends. He's got Ninja set up. That is one of his higher scoring options, keeping NTY, which the Y does prevent him from really feeling that he's going to be in constant trouble. The Y, a pseudo vowel, can help bail him out of those racks. There are some other options, though, that are definitely interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if he's thought about maybe playing Hun and Ninny just to get rid of that hook and the danger extending to the triple.
Yeah, that's not a bad option, although you are giving up a little bit of points. You can actually play a 6 to the triple if you know the word tannin, Tannin. I was not familiar with this word, so I would have promptly missed this option. You could also play a bit longer with something like inanity through the I and Jiver, or you could play Tinny for 24. Another solid scoring option. Maybe putting the Y in the triple lane gives Steve maybe a few more outs than he would otherwise after some of these other plays, but AIN is a solid leave. So I think this is a fine play.
Yeah, good play, and I think Steve's rewarded for his patience with the X here. I think Nixie is a pretty easy call with his rack here.
Yeah, no, Nixie looks like a great play. There's also Dexy down into the Y, but I think you want to save the D. Again, just an extra hook for cure that you're holding on to. Seems very important, as that is by far the best place to bingo. And keeping ADER, you'll have more flexibility with hitting that cure or cured spot compared to AINR, where you're only holding the R to play there. So yeah, Nixie looks like the play here. There's really not much anything great playing elsewhere on the board. So I think it just comes down to a matter of time as to whether or not Steve's going to look to that Y.
Yeah. I think also Nixie brings him back up to tempo. The scores will be roughly even. ADER, excellent leave at the risk of some duplication with the pool, but also gives him potential with the cure hook with a D or an R. So they must both be looking there and thinking about their possibilities for upcoming turns.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see Dexy come down. I think this is maybe a slight miss from Steve, but this is his highest scoring play and still puts him in a solid position. He's retaken the lead in this game, only by 10 points, but we are even here. Looks like this is going to be a bit of a close one. And John has a rack that looks pretty promising, but there are no bingos here. I think there's 2 different options you can go here. Again, these elusive 6-letter words underneath the HO. Wintle plays for 39. This is not a normal word, but it is part of the high probability bingo if you just tack an S onto it. So John very likely has seen this. You could also fish here. If you just play the W, you can plays next to the AE and for Tway. Or sorry, for Way. You could also tack on the T for Tway for 30. We see Wintle come down. What do you think of this play, Evan?
Yeah, I think this is a solid play. 39 points, gets through the rack. I would definitely have given some thought to just dropping the W for a decent score. Keeps entail on the rack. You don't have the best... you don't have too many lanes on the board to bingo, but I think with certain draws, you've got that D and Dexy to play through, and beside Cure and hooking Cure. So I might have played it a bit different, or at least given it a little bit more thought. But he's gone with the points, puts him up 29, and now Steve, on the other hand, unfortunately has duplicated his A's and his I's, so this will be a tough turn for him again.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough turn for Steve. Worth mentioning that now that there's a D out in space, that is an extra line to be working with, maybe favoring fishing. But it's also starting to reach the point where there's still 2 blanks unseen, so turnover is going to start mattering a good bit to try and draw those blanks. And Wintle turns over 6 tiles compared to 1 or 2 if you're fishing. So I think there's definitely upside to both plays. And yeah, for Steve, he's got 26 points if he plays through the J with Raja. He was about to lay down his N somewhere. I'm not fully sure. Maybe for Ani next to Dexy. I think that there's enough of a point sacrifice to where it's not necessarily worth it, even though you are unduplicating your eyes.
Yeah, not really sure what he's looking at there.
Okay.
Myself.
This is Nana. So this does have the merit of blocking the D, but Steve is the one who's trailing in this game, so I don't think you really want to be doing that. And this is 9 less points than if he had played Raja, which also untriplicates his A's, but leaves the duplicate I's. So I think this is a bit of a miss here.
And over on the other side, John's drawn the Z, a couple A's and an I and a U and T to go with that. So I think he'll be looking to cash the Z here. Not sure about his spot just yet, but maybe now is the right time to take out the Cure hook for once and for all if he can.
Yeah, he can play Zit and Curette. That would score 31. That is the best score that he has. But I would have a lot of pause after seeing a play like a Nana from Steve. It would feel very likely that he's got another A, and Zit would put the Z right above a double letter score. Would donate some pretty easy 30-point plays to Steve pretty often. So I feel like I'd maybe want to pass up that option after seeing a play like a Nana, where an A is very likely to be in Steve's range.
Yeah, and maybe does John think that maybe Steve has one of the blanks in this spot if he's comfortable closing down that quadrant of the board? Perhaps he's leaving a very strong leave and looking at some of the tiles to play through, or even perhaps the Cure hook making a double-double for himself.
Yeah, after these plays to the triple, there's actually was a good amount of bingo space on the board beforehand. Nana could definitely be a rack coming from a position where you have a blank and you're just a little bit too unbalanced, so you're going to play off the exact tiles you need to keep the best bingo leave. There's a lot probably going through John's head right now. I think he's going to probably spend a good amount of time on this turn. Because if you don't cash the Z, your options are not very good. I mean, your best scoring option is something like Taj. You could maybe play off like a U and an A with some weaker fishing play, but I think that what John has set up with Nazi, this is a better idea than Zit to not set up the counterplay. You're giving that Z as a floater, but that's a little bit less dangerous, and you're was it? You're not keep, Zit would keep an extra vowel relative to Nazi. So I think this is a very strong play.
Yeah, gives him a little bit of balance looking towards the next turn. He didn't have too many high scoring options, and I think it'll give him some comfort knowing that the cure double-double line is no longer there for Steve next turn.
Yeah, for sure. Taking out the double-double, which is the most threatening bingo spot right now. And we see that Steve has not drawn well. Oh, this is Collins. This is not valid in this lexicon. I don't know if Steve plays much CSW, but only Collins players have Riz.
Yeah, I think that's an easy challenge, unfortunately. Izar, I think, is what he might have maybe been considering.
Yeah, no, you can see the challenge cam brought to us by Art Moore. Thank you very much for wordjudge.me. But yeah, we see Steve lose a turn, trying to Riz up John Shreve and failing spectacularly. Apologies for the Gen Z slang. I hope that I didn't turn too many people away from the stream. But yeah, back to John, where I think Glitz looks really straightforward here.
I think in Steve's defense, he might have just been thinking about 6-7 at this point of the game.
That's a wonderful proposition. I think, was that not like some dictionary source's word of the year?
It was, mystifyingly.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting choice on that front. But yep, there's no Riz to be had in the WoW lexicon. There's a lot of Glitz though, and we see John making his top option. Very well spotted.
Yeah, strong play there. Score as many as you can. Again, the lead's not anything great, but there's 2 blanks to draw towards, so he's playing a good number of tiles towards that. And he's got a lead of about 75 John has here, and Steve is still trying to find his way through this clunk.
Yeah.
Looks like Nairu for 10, a reasonable option.
Yeah, anything that scores a lot more is going to use his S. You could also consider playing Gwar from the G, but that does leave the duplicate I's. I think Nairu is a fine play here, but Steve's got to feel a bit bad now that he is down a bingo score, and he's only scoring 10. We see John has drawn an S of his own. He's got 46 points available with a few different words, but one of them sticks out as better than the other. You can play Nutsy, hooking Nazis, which is quite self-descriptive. You could also play Antsy or Tansy in that spot, but that keeps the VU combination. You can't be keeping VU when you've got another option that doesn't. Nutsy looks like pretty clear play here.
Yeah, if he can spot that the hook there, and he's comfortable leaving the A and the V behind, that's a really nice score, and gives himself some balance for the next turn.
Yeah. No, I think that Nutsy just is the play. There's also a cool long play of Suavity through the I in Nairu. That's a bit of fancy play syndrome, though. I mean, I think that sacrifices 14 points, and Nutsy just puts John in a position where Steve is likely going to have to bingo twice in order to catch up in this game. And while there still are 2 blanks and 3 S's unseen to John in this position, you've got to feel good about taking a lead of over 100 points.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I think the S is not something that you have to keep here. If you see a decent score for it, as he would if he does see nutsy, I think he should go ahead and take it. There's 2 more out. It's not really any huge spots for the S, maybe QIS. But suavity also looks pretty strong, given what's left. If you're reaching towards those blanks, and maybe towards some strong racks, maybe playing through more of these tiles is a strong option. It looks like he's putting together antsy in the same spot, which is also a strong play, although the leave does leave something to be, it's not quite as strong. And Vasti too in that same spot. The U and the N go well together, but you're sacrificing some points.
Yeah, you're sacrificing a lot of points to play with Vasti. That's only 27. That's a 19-point sacrifice. I would play Antsy over Vasti. But yeah, 19 points is too much to give up. UV is bad, but the U on its own isn't great. Yeah, I think there may be some merit to Suavity to block some more floaters. It blocks the L in Winsel, partially obstructs the E, but I think taking out the Nazis hook is maybe a little bit more important with all 4 S's and both blanks unplayed at this stage in the game.
I think both Evans can agree that taking out Nazis is always satisfying.
Yes, exactly. That's a wonderful way to phrase it. Yeah, it looks like we're going to see him... Oh, Vasti with Nairus. Right. This does score 1 extra point, and it does obstruct a little bit extra bingo space. But I still think this is a bit of a mistake from John. But either way, he's in a really strong position after the 1 challenge.
Yeah, he's in a commanding position. That's probably not his best play or his best spot. But those are some tiles that he probably didn't want to keep. And it looks like he's drawn the first blank for next turn.
All right, we see Steve play S8. This does a good job of opening up a new line on this board. He needs those lines in order to come back. Maybe you could have played Bish, B-I-S-H instead, but I think this is still a fine option. Does preserve his only vowel. And we see that John has found the first blank, but he's got some clunk to go with it. I saw an option of Koyo through the Y right away. That doesn't seem very, very smart to string a U out in a triple lane. He actually does have a bingo here. I will leave that as a puzzle to chat, see if they can find John's 1 bingo.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that Steve played through that turn quite so quickly. I think he had a number of options, and getting rid of that S so quickly didn't really leave. I'm not so sure that he was looking at all the possibilities in that spot.
Yeah, he did play fast. I mean, SH is not too bad on equity, to be fair. But yeah, it looks like John set up Oka. This would take out the bottom, which is a pretty big threat, but it would leave Steve's bingo unblocked. And if John can find his own bingo of Canaris, that would be a massive swing because it would block broilers. Word question was pointed out in chat, Canorous. Blank would be an S. John's going to be able, if John can find that, he's almost certainly going to be able to lock up this game and run away with it. If he plays something else to obstruct a different part of the board, then we might have a game.
Yeah, certainly not the easiest of turns for John here. Fair amount to think about. Does he want to start blocking up the board even more? The triple lane that's opened with SH is not the easiest to hit in terms of having a bingo starting with a vowel. but you still look at the pool and there's some promise for potential bingos there. So I think it's a smart play to take it out if you're not seeing the bingo in this spot.
I think I actually like Oka better making Fa. You're killing two birds with one stone, taking out both bingo lines at once as far as bingos reaching the triple are concerned. Then you can just deal with the bottom of the board later. Now, it turns out that it would not have blocked broilers. That still would have played with Fab. But, yeah, I think we're going to see Steve get a little bit closer to making a comeback now that he has found his bingo and John missed his.
Yeah, this will bring Steve right back into the game, tying the score. Although John has a better than average rack, having groomed it for a couple turns. And he's got some pretty good balance here. So I'm wondering if he'll see a bingo in this spot.
Yeah, well, he's got one similarly to the turn before, and it's in the same spot that he missed his bingo last turn. He has imported with a blank I. It's a pretty high probability word. I think we can expect John to find this, but if not, I mean, his options are maybe not the greatest if you don't see the bingo here. And he's overlooked this R before, so we'll see what he's able to come up with here.
I mean, I think in this spot, you could also maybe come up with something like unpoured, which is not good, but do these players know it? I'm not sure. I think that's something you either know or you don't here.
Yeah, I think I would call off unpoured pretty quickly. That just sounds bogus definition-wise, but you can never be sure with the Scrabble dictionary. There are so many arbitrary, like, why is this a word? Or why is this not a word type of cases? But yeah, the import is very high probability. John's almost certainly studied it at some point. So I think if he sees that, he'll definitely be able to pull the trigger. And it looks like he's spotted it. He's got it lined up on his rack. This will make it pretty hard for Steve to make a comeback. The D will still be open as a bingo line, but we can see that this will empty the bag, I believe. And yeah, this will empty the bag. Steve does not have a bingo with these 7 tiles. It looks like John Shreve will come out with the win in this game.
Yeah, he's in a commanding position here. His lead's almost 100. Steve does not really have anything to come back with. And to add insult to injury, John's also drawn the second blank with 5 other tiles.
Yeah, no, this is drawing the second blank is just, that's the icing on the cake, right? You didn't need that to win, but you got it anyways. I think we're going to see Steve take his time, try to play as good of an endgame as he can play, but this is going to be John's game.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just it's a matter of spread. How many points can Steve reduce the spread to, and can he find an effective out in 2, which, given these tiles, is not a very easy feat.
Yeah, no, there's not a lot of flexibility, although it looks like he might have some options. If you can see they play into the SH of Mulish, the SKI looks like it should go out in a few different spots. And Quackle Championship player confirming that Mulish is the best endgame play for Steve. They'll be able to play Ski in between Phi and Broilers on his next turn. He also saves Disc from the D. Not sure if those can be, I guess maybe those can both be blocked. I think D-bags is a word, but yeah, according to Championship player, this is his best sequence, but that is not easy to find. I would not be confident enough to play Mulish. We'll see what Steve's able to come up with.
Yeah, I mean, it's tempting in his spot to maybe just play something easy like gums down from the G, or the I and the K, or the K and the U. Maybe even something like above import, just to kind of hasten the end.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of different plays to consider here. I mean, you could also play ski first, but that gives back an easy scoring play of base to John, in addition to other stuff that I might not be seeing on a first glance. So, Glim looks like his best option if he's going to play from the G. Saves a follow-up play of ski, making fib. But it's all academic at this point. This game is well out of reach. Steve would have needed to pull the second blank and some miracle bingo from the D if he wanted to win this one.
Okay, looks like he's going with Glum for 21, which is a pretty good play considering those tiles. And now back to John with a commanding lead. Wonder what he's thinking, being that Steve is not really threatening an out next turn.
I'm going to leave this as a puzzle to chat if they can find 33 points in this position from John. Not sure if it's best, but John does have 33 here.
I see one of our chatters suggesting D-Bagel. Could be a good option, but not if you're a fan of bagels.
Right? To remove the bagels. No, that is not a word. Turns out, puzzle position. The puzzle play is actually the best play. We're going to see John play Bale. This will obviously still get the job done. So going back to what I was talking about during the end game of last game, since this one is decided, you can look ahead towards the future of the streams on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. I mentioned the WESPA Championship coming in 2 weeks, American Blanksgiving at the end of this month. There is also the Scrabble Holiday Party on the weekend of December 12th to 14th. That'll be held in Belleville, Ontario, as well as the Albany New Year's Tournament. That's one that I will definitely be at playing. I always look forward to these Albany tournaments, and you can look forward to watching that right here on Let's Play Scrabble. So we see Steve play KI. I wonder if he left off the S consciously or not. And John's going to go out with age for 23. And this game is going to finish 445 to 341. All right. I think we can cut to the overhead mic now.
445 339.
Yep.
Well done.
Is there an anagram of that? It looks like there might be. I was thinking so, but
And is there more than one hook? Just
that I'm not sure of.
it's a nice find.
Yeah, set up all this counterplay. So if I could have found it.
No hooks and no anagram.
All right. No hooks at all.
No.
I was surprised when you played that that you didn't already have the blank when you played Broilers.
Yeah.
I was assuming you had one. I just got the other.
Not my best game.
So I think the people are saying Riz now, right?
Yeah.
But I'm thinking it's not in the dictionary, obviously, but I'm thinking it's two Z's in modern parlance.
I did in college.
Is it?
I don't remember. I stopped studying in college a while ago.
Good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Collins.
It is. Okay.
Yeah, so it's dictionary confusion. So, okay, I have a small excuse.
Okay, there you go. Oh, do you have 445339?
Agreed.
Okay.
Well done. Wow.
Yeah, I think this might not be the most in-depth postmortem, but we're going to take it back to the booth. We can see they were both talking about Riz, as were we. It'll make its way into the dictionary whenever there's another update, and that's something we can all be excited for. More four-letter words that we will never be playing. I think we are going to take a bit of a break to figure out our next matchup, but we will be back whenever we have that figured out.
You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
All right. Thank you for staying with us throughout the break. My name is Evan Chester. I'm here with Evan Kramer. And welcome back to our coverage of Day 2 of the 4th Annual Midwest Major in Madison, Wisconsin. 2 games down, 2 games to go. We've got another good one for you guys today. We've got Peter Schwartzman, mayor of Galesburg, Illinois, and current holder of 2nd place, going up against 5th place Jeff Fishbane. I think this is going to be a pretty fun matchup.
Yeah, another really good matchup. Both experienced experts. Peter's card is up on the screen here. He's got a current rating of 1814. Pretty good win percentage there, around 54%.
Yeah. You might remember Peter. We recently, on the Let's Play Scrabble channel, there was a tournament held in Galesburg that Let's Play Scrabble did the coverage for. Peter Schwartzman was on the mic a lot there, giving a lot, having guests from the city talk about, just the people of Galesburg. And it seems like a very cool city. He's a great guy as well. And on to Jeff Fishbane, another seasoned tournament veteran. He's got 3,500 career tournament games with a pretty solid win percent alongside that. Both some very experienced expert Scrabble players, and I think that we're going to have a great game ahead of us.
Definitely. Between the two of them, I'm sure they know tons of words, and we're definitely going to learn something from them.
Yeah, you can see the career head-to-head, 6-4 in favor of Peter, which is pretty even. They played twice in Galesburg this past April. Jeff won both of those, but Peter getting the better of him at Nationals this year. See how this goes. It's Peter to go first. Let's play Scrabble. If you haven't already, for what it's worth, make sure to leave a like on the video. Support Scrabble streaming. Josh Greenway does a wonderful job to present all these events to you guys, and any support would be very, very much appreciated. See, Peter has drawn the J on his opening rack. Looks like this should be a pretty straightforward play of Jaded. He's going to play it immediately, and that is the right call.
Yep, good find, and obviously his best place for it, 44 points. And over to Jeff, who's got some clunkers on his rack that I think he'll be wanting to get rid of stat.
Yeah, no, he's got the G, the V, the Y, really don't pair too well together. He can get rid of all of those at once and score 21 points with Jived into the first D in Jaded, putting the Y on the triple letter score. Now, looks to be pretty solid. You could play Ganev or Vegan through the A in Jaded, but I think Jive looks pretty straightforward. You think there's any merit to something like Yep, which Jeff has set up on his rack?
I think that leaves a bit clunky with that G and TV together. So that would give me some pause, but he's got a decent score here.
Yeah, this is the higher scoring position of Yep. You could play it for one less point in a spot that's maybe a little bit more defensive, making some more overlaps with Jaded, but this is the higher scoring spot. I think I would have taken Jived here, but this is not a bad option either. So we move over to Peter, who's got 6 vowels on his rack.
Yeah, this is not an easy turn for him. I wonder if you're going to play through it. Maybe something like Toya, making Ted above Yep. A decent option.
Toya looks pretty good under Jaded, making J-O, A-E, and Da. I think if Peter had seen these options, he would have played them, as opposed to making his top exchange, trading down to just ET. I think maybe he was a little bit too swift in this decision. There's some options that seem worth playing here, but exchanging is still not a bad option here.
And here Jeff is kind of stuck with some of the clunkers he kept from last turn. He could potentially play through a lot of it with something like month above yep, or maybe a shorter play, something like Vogue underneath jaded for a decent score, albeit still keeping 4 consonants. So kind of will dictate how the shape of the board looks moving forward.
Yeah, Vogue isn't the worst in terms of the leave. The TH works all together. The H works decently with the M. So you have some decent flexibility. I think that there's a better option of Moth, making M, DO, Yet, and EDH. That scores 31. I mean, it keeps the V and the G together. So that's a pretty bad leave. But it's very hard to play on the board after Moth. I think it's defensive enough, and it scores enough to where I would stomach the leave and go for that. We see Vogue come down. Not a bad play at all.
Yeah, I think maybe Moth a little bit difficult to spot over the board. So Vogue's not too far behind.
Yeah, and if we're talking about some plays that might be difficult to spot over the board, playing 6 tiles up that top triple word score, those are not the easiest plays to find. But goitered, a very high probability word, one that Peter's almost certainly seen, scores 33, and it looks stronger than fishing in this position. You could play go underneath Vogue, making jog into go, but that sets up a huge double lane that you do not have a hook for. So I do not think I would do that, or even playing like Tog underneath. I think if you see goitered, which is not the easiest spot, I think you got to play it.
Yeah, I think goitered or loitered to get through the rack, score as many as you can. Go under Joe is decent for score, but as you say, it's kind of throwing caution to the wind if your opponent has a hook for it there. They might score 100 points coming back. So he's close to a bingo. Peter might opt to keep as many tiles as he can here together for that bingo, but not so many spots on this board.
Yeah. So we're seeing him put down go, pick it up, and switch it to Tog, which is better than got. I think as soon as go hit the board, he realized, wait, what am I setting up? I need to at least make this a little hard to hit. And Tog definitely is more defensive than go. We can see that Jeff does have an N for Agon, but he's not going to have full flexibility as far as what he plays there. But unless there's some bingo I don't see, looks like you might want to play there.
Yeah, I think Jeff might be thinking about addressing that spot right away. He's got some decent medium scoring options here, but not a bingo in this position.
Yeah, we could see him. He immediately set the N off to the left side of his rack, thinking, "What can I do that starts with an N?" He knows he can't hook jog. NOH does look to be his best play in that spot. It isn't his highest scoring option. You can play him or them above Yep, scoring a few extra points, but I think after seeing a play like this from Peter that signals strength, you want to take out this volatile spot. And so I think this is the right call from Jeff.
And we see Peter's drawn the first blank. We'll have his choice of a couple different bingos to choose from here. Peter's down by... Sorry about that. Peter's down by 9 points heading into this turn. So I'm sure he'll be glad to see that blank and get the first bingo down on the board.
Yep. He had Lucider or Lucifer, either one that could have been. He had that set up on his rack. Those played for 76. He's now found Curlier. This is 70. Sorry, those played for 74. Curlier is 76. And this is his second best option. There's a really tough find here of Flueric, Flueric, that now plays under no, making high, gore, and agon. That's a really tough find. and this is his next best bingo. So I think this is pretty well spotted from the mayor of Galesburg.
Yeah, I think that top one's a pretty difficult one to spot, and then also to find the spot that it fits in. So Curlier's a strong play there.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, wow. We were talking about it being difficult to see a play into, 2 tiles on the board from a triple, making an 8-letter word. How about a play using 3 tiles, or into 3 tiles to that top triple? That's Jeff has some really cool options. Can play Camebird or Timbered into red. He's gonna play Amoebic for 35. This word plays for 12 more points if you slide it over, and making those same overlaps as Floric would have done of Agon, Gob, and High. Again, these are very tough places to spot, but I think Jeff might have made this play a little bit too quickly.
Yeah, he had a number of 40 and 50 point options there. I think it would have been good to slow down, consider the board position and some of the overlaps. And I think I might have spotted a quick hold by Peter and release there.
Yeah. There's a few ways to spell, every amoeba word can be spelled with an OE or with an E. And amoebic is one of those variants. Definitely, worth giving it a quick thought, but once you take a look at what this means and you can ascribe the meaning to it, you can tell, all those amoeba words are good with both spellings. So Peter's got a tough turn here. He's got some pretty strong bingo tiles, but nothing here in this position. How do you feel about something like NE, just under Jaded? It plays with Iron and Reed, R-E-D-E. It looks to be his strongest equity play, and I don't see a way to score out of this rack.
No, his scoring options are pretty limited, and I think Iron and Reed would be good if he spotted it. The problem might be, you might think, the leave only keeps that one vowel. There's not a ton of lucrative vowels to play through on the board, and he might want to address those that are open in amoebic. So there's a lot to think about this turn. I'm wondering if maybe he's thinking about making a longer play here.
Yeah. So I think another, maybe not necessarily a benefit of read, but it does retain the S setup. You can play with the reds right now, but it still fits with the reads. If you were to play a bingo starting with an S, that it's the only S hook on this board. So I think you might want to be a bit wary of that. It would also set up the B hook for breed. So a lot of things would change, but I think that the scoring plays, like, you don't want to play MERL and keep 2 N's. I don't think there's really a great way to score. So I think NE looks like the strongest fish. Looked like Peter was set to play EN underneath amoebic. This would have scored 10 or so points and set up a line more aggressively on the bottom of the board. But I don't think he needs to really force the board open here. He is the one closer to a bingo, but I really think that just playing it patient is fine here. You have a 30-point lead, would be a 40-point lead after your play. I think it's not necessary.
Yeah, he might be thinking about EN making me or NE making B, which I think is a bit more dangerous. And we might find a spot here where if he does play EN and ME, well, Jeff might think about QAT coming right back, making a very volatile spot underneath.
All right.
Looks like it's playing NE. Yeah, NE for 10 here, keeping his best leave. And Jeff, meanwhile, is saddled with the Q and 4 vowels, so he'll want to get rid of that as quickly as possible. Maybe Torque or Roke or Aquay or Aqua.
Yeah, it's actually. Yeah, I don't think you play Aqua here. It's interesting if you play Roke, Toke, or Torque. Those all feel really close. You see Jeff go for Roke. I don't know if there's any inherent value to keeping specifically an R or a T, or just turning over the tiles for the remaining blank. But there's a lot of close options there. He's going to quickly opt for Roke, though. I think any of those options are probably fine.
And I think coming back, Peter has Lorners through that O, so there might be some regret right away.
Yeah, no, Torque would have scored 2 more, and it would have greatly reduced the score of Peter's bingo, because the O would have been on the double word score in 3 row. But obviously you can't know that. Lorner is going to come down for 68. It's going to put Peter in a really strong position at this point in the game.
Yeah, on the other hand, Jeff's drawn 3 A's, so he does have a couple Z possibilities for scoring here. Tsar down to the R would be decent, or if he wants to get rid of a couple A's, maybe Azan.
Yeah, I think Azan is a bit too volatile, putting the A out in prime real estate for scoring plays. I definitely like Tsar better. I mean, the AASS sleeve doesn't feel great, but yeah, maybe you play Zaz for 33, hooking a Gons and an A. I don't know. Nothing feels really great. I think this is a fine play, though. It's his highest scoring option, and it creates some new space on the board.
Yeah, it's a bit of a skibbity leave, but let's see what he draws into it.
Almost abyssal. But yeah, on to Peter, who's drawn the X. He's got a really high scoring option here if he plays underneath a Mebic. Wax is 59 there. He's already picking up the tiles. This is a slam dunk play. It opens up the bottom of the board, but you can't pass up this many points. You simply can't. Very well spotted by Peter.
Yeah, well done. Looks like 59 or so below and about 53 above. Worth counting up before making the play.
Yeah, it actually is interesting if you would consider sacrificing 6 points to play Wax above Amoebic. It actually looks really defensive. You're taking, Amoebic is an adjective, so it doesn't take an S. You're blocking the floaters in Amoebic, the I and the C. You're not opening up the 14 row. I think it might be worth consideration, but it's hard to argue with taking the points in a position like this where you're already up 50. You go up exactly 100 after this play. So, I mean, regardless of what Peter's playing here, he's got to feel good about how this game is going.
Definitely, and I notice he also sets up his V for Vex and keeping the A for Ab. So he might very easily have a 40 or a 50 point play right above the X next turn.
Yeah, for sure. On to Jeff, who has a bit of a clunky rack, but he'll be able to score within the 30s on this turn. If you need to use one of your S's, you're fine with that. I think that his best option, though, probably doesn't use either S. You can play a Baby hooking Waxy. That scores 34, which is a lot for a play that doesn't reach a double word score.
Yeah, you also open up the board a little bit and potential for a 7-line with a play like Baby, which is something he needs right now. He does have a lane almost exclusive to himself under Larners if he starts with the H. So that might be something to keep in his back pocket.
Yeah, the H does have that utility on this board, which is very nice. He needs those sort of marginal spots to stay open in order to make a comeback on this sort of board. He's got Has set up on his rack right now. This plays above Amoebic, making Hex, AB, and SI. Again, you don't necessarily need the other S, but I think this would be a bit of a mistake. It might signal to Peter that he should be blocking the Hawes hook more than he would be doing otherwise, we can see that Peter has the second blank and doesn't probably feel the need to close anything because he has a very strong chance of being the next one to bingo.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hawes is a strong play in its own right. He does keep that S, and Hawes might be difficult to block unless you're making a play down from the MA. But being down 100 points, Jeff here might feel the need to take some drastic measures into his hands to complete the comeback.
Yeah, no, it's looking pretty bleak at this point. See that he's going to go with Has. I think this is a fine option. I think there's maybe a few options I would have liked more, but this is what we're going to see. I don't believe Peter's going to be able to bingo on this turn, but one turn of cleaning up his rack should be enough.
Yeah. I mean, he might have hoped for something like vagueness through a couple tiles, but now it's sort of a matter of how many does he want to play? Does he want to open or close? Maybe something like VAU making ANE in the bottom left, or even potentially blocking up some of those tiles in the mid top in case he puts Jeff closer to a bingo.
Yeah, I really like Vow. I mean, your opponent just played an S for 30 points in a spot where it's likely that there might have been other plays there. So you can definitely sort of peg Jeff on a second S at this point in the game. And VAU hooking ANE, that just looks so strong. Keeps EGN blank, which is very likely to bingo, especially with the 6 unseen eyes. Though it's not necessarily always the best to focus on ING, but when it's that likely you're going to draw into it, I think that it's a very good possibility to keep in your back pocket. And yeah, closing down the Hawes lane looks really strong. When you have a blank and you have a lead, you can play defense, and your opponent is going to just leave stuff open because they need the open space to come back. So if you start closing stuff down, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's a good mix of vowels and consonants out there. So Peter can definitely exercise some board control, and keeping that ENG together pretty potent. You've got a T to play through. You've got the read hook there to score if you don't bingo, or even to bingo from or through. So I think getting rid of the UV combination here makes a lot of sense if he can spot that.
Yeah, for sure. I guess you could also play Vow underneath, but that's one less point and potentially allows for board forking plays through the V. Vow making NU. I think I am definitely not a fan of this option relative to the vertical Vow. I think this does seem pretty straightforward. I mean, the equity play here is vague in that same spot, but you're not putting an E in a triple lane when you have this lead. That's simply ridiculous. We're going to see Gun from Peter. This is a different approach. He's taking he's trying to close a different quadrant of the board. He's trying to close off the Z and the T as far as bingos are concerned.
And I think we're seeing Jeff playing Baby one turn after he first had the opportunity. Good scoring play.
Yeah.
Leaves some high counters on his rack, but he might be able to score with them next turn and get closer to bingo range.
Yeah, if you're Jeff in this position, you just want to sort of slow down the pace of the game, play off not that many tiles, and score a lot of points. I mean, his best scoring play in that spot was Abysm, making Hawes and Mam, but you cannot be doing that at this stage. There's enough A's and S's unseen to where you cannot be setting up that volatile hook.
I think, though, if you're Jeff in this spot and you've just seen Peter play off 2 tiles for 8 points, I think you take that all day, and you might be very happy to say, I'm going to hit you for 30, 35 points here, and we can keep rinsing and repeating until I've got the lead. So that's good for him here.
Yeah. No, I think there's definitely some good merit towards just trying to slow down the pace of the game and catch yourself back up with scoring. On to Peter, who's drawn pretty nice tiles. He drew ED, I believe, was the 2 tile pull, and he's got 1 bingo. It was in that marginal spot we had discussed earlier, making SH. Only this time the H is a blank. Havened for 71 points. It's the only bingo here. He's circling the blanks on the blank slip. I hope he's... Oh, this is playing taverned. This is not a word. We'll see if Jeff calls this off. It's very spicy.
I mean, it's plausible, but I think in this spot, you either know it for sure, or you've seen it, or you know those tiles working together, and almost an insta challenge from Jeff here. Good call on his part.
Yeah, no, if you're Jeff, you have to make this challenge to stay in the game. Even if you're not fully sure that this isn't good, then, I mean, just based on the game state, I feel like you're totally out of luck if this stays on the board. But Jeff seemed extremely confident that this was not a word. He is correct. Thank you once again to Art Moore for providing us with the challenge program, wordjudge.me. And we're going to see Tavern come off, and I'm really curious to see how Jeff approaches this turn. If Jeff is going to take the time to block the spot for Haven. Because now, if Jeff can stop Peter from bingoing, there's definitely a realistic chance that he's able to catch up. I mean, there's always going to be that threat looming of Peter's blank. But I wonder what to do here. It's not easy to block Haven. You really have to go out of your way for that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Peter doesn't have an S. He would have to use his S as a blank to potentially bingo on the Haas lane. So, interesting decision for Jeff here. He does have the high counters, so he'd be looking to play a couple, but he must have some comfort knowing he's down 40, but he has perfect knowledge of his opponent's rack. So he can definitely exercise some board control of his own on this turn.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at what options he could play that prevent SH from coming down. And it's hard to do that while playing a lot of tiles, but he has some options that do block Peter's 1 available bingo. Just playing AUK from the A and Czars gets rid of 2 of your weaker tiles and does obstruct the spot. It doesn't score a lot, but you just got a free turn. You can afford to maybe, take a lower score to block something that your opponent is threatening. You could also maybe play Ahs into the S and Loriners. That has the issue of leaving you a bit unbalanced, but it does score a bit more points by taking advantage of making an overlap with the Z. What do you think about these options, Evan?
I would really want to score some more points here, but also not really upset the Haas lane if I can.
Yeah.
I might also not see Haven, to be honest, on Peter's rack. And even if I do, maybe not the spot, because it's a little bit hidden on the top of the board there.
Yeah. No, it's definitely not an easy spot to find, especially when the tile you need to start the word with is not a tile that is on his rack. It's the blank. I don't know if you can bank on Peter missing these sort of bingos. I know that the way that I generally approach the game, I don't assume my opponent is going to whiff on a bingo twice. I was playing some games I just had a Panera earlier today with some club mates, and I had a position like this come up where my opponent played a phony bingo, and I saw a spot for them to play a valid bingo, and I ended up blocking it, even though it didn't score very much, just because I just didn't feel like I could bank on them missing it twice. He's got the U and the K set up on his rack. I think he might be considering Oct. And if he does, I think this would be a very savvy play to prevent Peter from bingoing. But you've got to be really sure that you're not giving back something hooking U's.
I wonder if a thought might be made to playing Oct, making ANE in the bottom left, setting up his S, putting the onus on Peter to try to block. Looks like he's going with Mama, a decent scoring option that kind of leaves the top right alone, but does catch him back up to within 20.
Yeah, no, Jeff's now only down 17, and we'll see if Peter's going to... he's going to play another phony here. Advance E, I presume, is the phony word here. I would assume this is a blank C. Gonna see Peter try something again. But this is also not a word. We'll see if Jeff is going to challenge this off again, or what? Peter has not hit his clock yet.
I think he might be reading some of Jeff's body language, which is leading towards a pretty quick challenge if he hits the clock.
Yeah. I didn't pay too much attention to what Jeff was looking like, but
I did
he's
see
certainly not confident in this.
No, I did see Peter had Evaned with the blank on his rack, which I think shouting out to both of us. You must know we're in the booth.
Yeah, you must know. We appreciate the shout out, Peter. Oh, did he just erase the blank designation? I mean, he doesn't need to worry about Jeff knowing what he has. Jeff already knows what he has from the last turn.
For sure.
Yeah.
I think this is a hard one to pull back.
He's going to take it back. I mean, this is correct. That's not a word.
So if he doesn't see the legitimate bingo, Evan, what do you think of the options here would be good for him in this spot?
I mean, Dev looks pretty strong underneath Jaded. That's a similar spot that Peter might have overlooked a bit earlier. Just playing Dev, hooking Reed and Ide. It's very strong. We're going to see Zed come down. I think the V doesn't necessarily help your bingo chances, but this, again, I think that what Peter's doing here is, playing some defense from the lanes on the board, and he's setting up his A. And surely he'll be able to bingo with this draw. I see Aventail and I see Vaunty hooking Zeta. So he's got something for sure. We'll see if Jeff is going to be able to withstand that.
Yeah, he's even got something like Natives or Vainist making Zeta. So Jeff has got a lot to think about, especially with the hook that Peter's just created.
Yeah, and Jeff knows that Peter has an A. I mean, he's seen the rack numerous times at this point, so he knows that when Peter has, when he puts down Zed, there's intentionality to this. He's creating a line that is good for himself. I don't know how you properly address this. I mean, the equity play is Kaifs, Kaifs, which, that hooks Zeta. It scores 38. We're seeing Jeff instead play Oik and an attempt to block the spot, but this only scores 16. And we can see that Peter is going to get a bingo down regardless.
Yeah. Jeff definitely left some points on the table there, but he's known what Peter's had, and I bet he would have liked to take off a second phony that really might have given him the driver's seat to win this game.
Yeah. So we'll see if Peter is going to find his top scoring option, the word I had mentioned before of Aventail. It is his only bingo through the A that also reaches the triple word score. He's got plenty of other bingos through that A at the bottom. That's the only spot for him to bingo. And I think that he'll definitely be able to find one of those eventually. But he doesn't have one set up on his rack yet.
Yeah, I think that's the only one he can hit at this point. That V has hamstrung him a little bit over previous turns. But he's got options here, and he can take a little bit of time. 20 plus tiles in the bag, though, so he might feel a little bit of time pressure. Jeff's got 11 minutes and change on his clock.
Yeah, it's also worth thinking about if Peter's on tilt or not from the lost turn from the phony bingo, and also from him pulling back the bingo he saw. It's easy to get in your head about these sort of things. You know, it's a lot easier to find the best play from the booth than it is over the board when you've already, you feel like you should have gotten a bingo down a few turns ago. And I hope that he doesn't allow this sort of mind block to stop him from finding his plays here, because he is in the driver's seat of this game, but it doesn't look like he's lined any of his bingos up at this point.
You're absolutely right. Not only the frustration of having a word come off, but also having had the blank for a couple turns, the frustration only builds. And you might feel, I've definitely had bingos on the rack. I just can't find them. And now I'm running out of time. And it does put a lot of pressure on yourself.
Yeah. At some point, I did recently see that he had Vaginate set up. That is a volatile play if he plays it ending one before the triple. But if it's in the other spot, it still scores 61. All of his bingo options score 61, except for both positions of Aventail, the 83-point position, and then the other position is 74 points. We are seeing Sanative. Yeah, the blank is an S. This is 61 points. Again, a bit of a mistake from Peter, but it's going to be hard to see where Jeff can make a comeback at this point in the game. This board is very exhausted.
Yeah, although Jeff, in playing Oik last turn, he does give himself Fawn or something underneath overlapping with his F in a good spot. So he'll put the onus on Peter to block things up after this play. I would go a little bit longer, Faun.
I think he was just counting before committing. It's important to know how many tiles you're leaving in the bag at this point. If Fawn would have emptied the bag, then it's definitely a consideration of that. But he's going to play shorter with Fa. I think you got to stretch out a bit longer, because now that you don't have the Oix hook to work with, where are you bingoing?
Potentially, I guess, from the T in Czar above Z, if you can make multiple overlaps there. Hitting Oix and making a Fa hook, that's kind of tough, unless maybe Jeff thinks Amoebic might take an S. So we'll kind of see. He'll have to build out the board a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. On to Peter, who has a standout equity play of Rooted above Sanative, but you really cannot be doing that. You can't be opening up a triple when you're up this much. This option of Treed is much better. It scores really well, and it doesn't open up any bingo lines back to Jeff. You keep the 2 O's, but this is a point where you don't need to be focusing on equity, because you don't need to bingo to win. You just need to outscore. And Treed does a very good job at outrunning. So I think this is a very strong play.
Speaking of outrunning, that could be a fish that Jeff might try if he can make another lane.
Yeah, I think that there's just a very straightforward option of just FOU. You can play it in 2 different spots. You can play it with Kaf, KAF, or you can play it above the E in Sanative. Either way, you don't hold a hook for it. So I can see why Jeff is instead playing a fun. This is a play that he does hold a hook for. He has the S. FOU does not take an S. It takes an L and an R, which there are still some unseen, but to convince yourself to set up a hook you don't have. I think this is a fine play to create a new line, but maybe a little too late because Peter can just block this and coast to a win.
I agree with this play. I like it. Unduplicates his use, gives him a potential spot. If Peter does make a block, Jeff might have something coming back. It looks like they're just verifying the score here.
Yeah. So if you're Peter, looks like the right play here is to just play Olios with funds. That takes out the hook, and in this position, it's complete. Does this empty the bag? Or no, this leaves one in the bag, which is good timing. For what it's worth, this is a sort of position where it is a good thing to empty the bag if you're Peter, and you can make sure that there's no bingo line unseen to even hit. It's something that maybe isn't the most intuitive, wanting to empty the bag in a position in the pre-end game where you have a lead. But if there's literally nowhere to bingo, which I don't know if there's anywhere to bingo after Olios, hooking funds.
There is Twiniest from the T and Czar.
Oh, right.
Would potentially fit. And maybe a couple others like Toenails.
Yeah, that's a good point. The T is a good line. But I think Olios would leave one in the bag. So you'd still have some sort of flexibility, and you would block most of everything.
Is there just that one L on Peter's rack?
There's one more L unseen.
Okay, because otherwise something like OI below fun might create some fun on the board.
No, that's a very good thought. But yeah, with one more L unseen, you can't be messing around like that. Peter's going to play oil instead. So not fully blocking everything, but we can see with Jeff's tiles that there's not a lot that he could really be doing in this position. It's got some pretty clunky stuff. I mean, I don't know if uptowns is a word, but it doesn't sound like one. Oh, no, it is. Oh, he actually had a bingo here of uptowns with funds, which I wouldn't have expected to stay open, but it's pretty cool that he's got a cool low prog bingo here. But
yeah, that's disappointing for him. I wonder if he wants to play something in the bottom left like WOT to create another line for himself in case he draws into a bingo.
Yeah, maybe. We're going to see him play Pwn down at the bottom. This plays for 24 instead of 20 underneath oil. But I think at this point, well, if there is something, then Peter can block, right? Outlets, let outs, those aren't going to play anywhere.
Yeah, certainly no spots for sevens here. It would have to be an 8 for Jeff. And it would have to be a perfect fit if it's going to be on the top.
Yeah, and it not only would need to be on the top, it would need to be a threat through the L as well. Like Jeff isn't getting a bingo down unless it fits in 2 spots. And that simply doesn't exist in this position. So I think if Peter's done his tracking properly, he'll be able to just play whatever endgame he wants. His best play is Ariosi, that plays at 010, hooking pawns. That's 30 points. Jeff can do whatever he wants after this. You can let him play outlet, then go out with your eye, and then just win the game. So I think, as long as Peter doesn't accidentally play another non-word, he'll be able to pretty cleanly win this game.
Yeah, Peter's definitely in the driver's seat here.
Oh, wait,
and he'll want to get rid of.
I'm sorry,
get rid of a couple of those ones.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's actually was out tells. That's not a word I've ever seen before. But yeah, out tells was available through the L, so Peter needs to block that. Good on him for doing that with Aoli. I suppose Ariosi would have also blocked out tells, but yeah, I didn't even realize there really was a threat available. So, as long as that L gets taken out, Peter's fine. You can't just do whatever, though.
That's bad luck for Jeff having bingos on 2 consecutive turns being walked.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I think here something like outlet is probably going to be his best play. He could play something hooking pone maybe as well.
So play hooking pone would score 3. Hooking pones would score 3 more than playing outlet or outset up top. So you're keeping the extra 2 from the extra tile on your rack, but you're scoring 3 more. So it's a little bit better on endgame metrics. So playing Laos or Taos is what Jeff should be doing here, as long as Peter can actually go out in 2 spots with IRS, which doesn't necessarily look like he's able to do. I mean, he can play Rins and through the N and Pone, but
Norries from the NO.
Yeah, right. Okay, so he can go out in 2 spots. Although the champ player is preferring the 6-letter plays, even the 4-letter plays, as opposed to Laos. For whatever reason.
Yeah, just a formality at this point again. Can Jeff cut some spread? Good game by Peter. A couple moments of indecision in the mid game there, but he was able to bingo with that blank and the V. So good on him.
Yeah. A few hiccups on the way to the bingo from Peter, but he got there eventually, and he's going to hold on, win this game, at least hold his position in 2nd place as well. You saw that coming into this round. He was second only to Andy Hong, who was in 1st place at 8-1. Peter is going to likely remain in 2nd, given the fact that he has a really strong spread so far in this tournament, plus 717. John Shreve, the other player, at 7-2, only has 310 spread. So yeah, Peter's going to maintain 2nd place, and I suspect that this won't be the last of him we see on the stream here at the Midwest Major.
No, yeah, he's right at the top. He's worth mentioning here. 17 games in this Midwest Major presented by WGPO. So still lots of games to come.
All right. I think there was a small scoring discrepancy there. The players have resolved. Right now, Peter's at 409 to Jeff's 382. I apologize for not updating that. And yeah, we're going to see Peter almost certainly go out. He's got Sir hooking Nor. That is 8 points. Plays from the NO are 6. Even if he were to not go out, he's still completely fine here. Oh, he actually has a... Oh, he's supposed to slow play here, actually. But he's low on time. Kafir, extending Kaf to Kafir is the best sequence that champ player finds, likely because there's not a place to play both T's at once. So Peter can slow play, he can play Kafir, Jeff plays a T, Peter gets points for his S. But under time pressure, it's pretty difficult to see that stuff. It's definitely a hard endgame tactic to see. But yeah, Peter's going to come away with the win in this game. I think we might be ready to cut to overhead mic.
Fancy isn't good, so that's what I have to say.
Well, Tavern was a good. I don't know what I was thinking of. But yeah. You like Outjaded?
No.
And this doesn't take an S?
Nope. So I didn't like it, but I had to clean up my rack.
You could have tried something. I'm sure I missed.
Yeah, I had outlets. I had outlets on my end rack.
I mean, this was the spot to block because I had some good plays there, easy for lots of points.
Yeah, well, that's why I didn't put our letter on here.
Right.
It's made it too easy for you.
Yeah, I think we're done. That's so exciting.
This is what you blocked when you played Aioli. And I'll tell us through the L. And outlets, runouts.
You almost talked me into not doing anything. Because my tracking was not there. I was first on time and I didn't track early.
I was just hoping you would just take this out because you have the S, but you would just take whatever you take here.
Yeah. It's worth a shot. I had crappy letters. You saw my letters.
Yeah, I saw what you had.
Only way you can beat me is bingo.
We play 4 this afternoon.
I'm not sure how much more.
Did you have me track right or no? You didn't have me track right?
Well, maybe right at the end, but I had very little time.
Not here right now.
I think I did actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I did, but I I wasn't confident about it because
I was trying to leave it. This thing still could hit it. TOA something. I mean, there's words. TH, TR. I just didn't get the letters that went there.
we should probably square them.
Yeah. Take care of this first.
All right, looks like these players are just about done with their postmortem. Not sure if our producer Josh Greenway is still at his post right now. He said he was getting up to see if he could find our next matchup.
Definitely.
And I think he's still up right now. So
stream affects your ability to see things.
we will try to direct things as the players get things squared up.
So I didn't have anything to see.
I believe that once Josh gets back, we're going to cut to a short break. Again, we don't have our matchup found right now, but okay. We're back to the booth. But yeah, we don't have our matchup quite yet, but if we just take a quick look at the standings, we see that Peter has won. Andy Hong has won his game, so he is at 9-1. John Shreve also has won his game, so he's also at 8-2. These are going to be the top 3. I believe we actually do have a matchup.
So we can see the standings updated. Andy right up top at 9-1 with a very healthy spread. And just behind him, John Shreve, 8-2. The spread in the 300s, followed by Peter Schwartzman, who we just watched, 7-2 plus 717. I think that one needs updating.
Yeah, we saw that Peter won his game, so he'll be in second place now. And I believe we do have our next matchup. It's going to be our division leader, Andy Hong, back on stream again, versus Greg Bigorden, who is in 7th place currently at 6-4. He's going to need to pull out a win here in order to catch back up to Andy. But yeah, at this point, I think we're going to cut to a short break, and then we'll be back with our last game of the day.
You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
All right. Welcome back to day 2 coverage of the 4th annual Midwest Major, sponsored by the Word Game Players Organization. I'm Evan Chester, joined by Evan Kramer. We've got one more game for you guys tonight. We're going to be showing our field leader, Andy Hong, against Greg Bigorden, who is currently in 7th place at 6-4. A win here for Greg blows this tournament open for a lot of people to win. A win for Andy potentially allows him to run away with it. Yeah, we had seen Andy's player card earlier. Again, a very strong expert from the North Carolina area. He's come to a few tournaments I've been to, but I've yet to play him. But we've seen him play very strong Scrabble on the stream.
And Greg, also a very strong player from the Winnipeg area. And as I understand it, often attends the Winnipeg Club, where they've got quite a strong expert field there. So this should be a good game for us.
Yeah, these two players have yet to play before, being from very different regions of North America. Have you ever played against Greg, Evan? I know that you're in that, I think, Vancouver area, which is not that far from Winnipeg, great, sort of.
I am not the furthest, but also not the closest. I've yet to play Greg at this point.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, you see the handshake as Andy goes to mix up tiles before he draws his opening rack. Let's hope this last one is a good one.
Yeah, they've all been interesting games. The last one was a little bit tense, so maybe we'll have another good close game here.
Yeah, that's all you can hope for. Some good content to end off the night. BIRDNYO. So, interesting mix of vowels and consonants for Andy. He's probably going to want to look to play along here, getting the B or the Y on the double letter score. And I think a good 6-letter play to do that is the word Brioni. That would score 30 points in its higher position. You maybe consider sacrificing 2, but I don't think so here because you'd still be putting a vowel next to the double letter score. You see anything other than Brioni that you like here?
Something like briny, fairly defensive. Looking at Greg's rack, I bet he wishes that he was going first because his bingo will not fit on a ton of boards, being that it has 2 U's.
Oh, wow. I'm trying to remember what this was. This was on, yesterday's word wall. And I don't remember what this word is. But yeah, we're going to see Andy play Brioni in its highest scoring spot. Very well spotted. And yeah, Greg's bingo is not going to fit on this board. I need to look this up. Oh, is it Dudious?
Yes, you got it.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, Dudious has no home here. And there are no 8-letter words through any tiles of Brioni. So, yeah, just looked it up. The only tile that would have yielded an 8 is an L for out duels. So, how would you handle a turn like this, Evan?
I mean, this is a toughie. You do have both U's. You'd really want to get rid of both of them if you can, and I see something like undue through the U as one way to do that. Doesn't have the best leave with that. Maybe you want to place short with something like YOU, which doesn't score anything at all. But he's got a few options here. He could even do something like udon, perhaps, somewhere in between those 2 options.
Yeah, I think the way I would approach this is by playing duo. I think I would play underneath Brioni to set up an S-hook for myself. I think that, duo scores 14, which is really as much as you're going to get in this position without completely blowing your rack up to the point where, you really shouldn't be. So I think playing duo is the way to go here. Undo definitely has merits to shed both of the U's. You don't want to keep a U in this position, but it does not set up your S in a productive way. So I think I like Duo a little bit more for that reason. We saw that Greg did find Duteous, and he had set it up, but no home.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have great options. Looks like Undo is coming down again, as you say. It doesn't set up the S, but it does get rid of those pesky U's, and maybe you can bingo through the E or through the R next turn, perhaps with the right draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. This definitely does preserve a bit more in terms of floaters. So on to Andy, who's drawn the first blank early, but WHMF is going to stop him from bingoing. I think something like Whim here next to the E of Undo looks pretty straightforward. I'm looking at some of these other options to see if there's another palatable choice, but Whim looks really strong here.
Whim looks good to me too. Undo doesn't necessarily show Greg's hand at having an S. So I think Andy can probably play this with confidence, knowing, maybe Greg didn't have it, maybe he's drawn into it, but it's by far his best play.
Yeah, no, I think this is definitely the right call to be making. You can afford to be a bit aggressive early when you have the blank. And, with any decently balanced draw, Andy should be able to get the first bingo down. I apologize for not getting the scores updated. But yeah, we see that Greg has drawn a second S, but he doesn't have a way to cash his X on one of those triple word scores. Do you cash the X on this turn, Evan, or are you trying to obstruct the triple lane by playing with whims and making a play like Stop?
I think Stop has merits. I think I would also think hard about maybe Ox above Brienne. You've got two S's. There's only two left. Whim might also give you some pause. Maybe Andy's the one who has an S and held it back. It's hard to read, but he's got some good scoring options here. So curious to see how Greg would approach this.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting turn. I think that the APSST leave does materialize a good amount as long as you draw a vowel. And there's plenty of E's and I's unseen that would lead to that leave materializing. So I think I might prefer Ox here, but there's definitely a lot of merit to taking out the bottom of the board with a play like Spot, save the X for next turn, which you're going to be able to cash for a solid score there, and prevent Andy from getting a huge bingo that puts you down in a really big hole early.
Yeah, I like this play. Take your points, leave plenty of potential for next turn. And at the very least, he should have that 36-point spot available to him, if not something more.
Yeah, and we can see that Andy has not drawn into a bingo. The three E's, then the FG combination does not work well. We're going to see if he plays Feed or G'd. These play at M10, making EWE, HE, and ID. These score 33 for Feed and 29 for G'd. Are you going to play G'd or Feed? Which do you think is better, Evan?
I think this is a bit of a tough decision, but the F does get you a few more points. Maybe Andy sees some potential with the G through the R or through the I in Brienne, perhaps. But maybe he's just swayed by a few extra points for this play, and maybe the F and the G in his mind are otherwise equal on this kind of a board.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair assessment of just wanting to take the points here. The F is not an inherently good tile, so I don't think you should be sacrificing 4 points to keep it rather than the G, which is also not a good tile. If the F were like an H per se, I think I might be inclined to keep it and to sacrifice 4 points. But I think that this is the right call from Andy, and we're going to see Greg play Axe really quick. This is his best equity play by a lot. I think it's a very strong move.
Yeah, catches him almost all the way back up. So pretty even game in the early going here. Andy's drawn into whole bunch of vowels, A, E, E, G, I, O, and a blank. Pretty confident he doesn't have a bingo here, so I wonder if he'll be thinking about a balancing play like agio, making or something of that type.
Yeah, so his best scoring plays seem to be scoring 14 without using the blank, obviously. And that is either agio underneath Brioni, making BI and Aero, or you can play OG in that spot. OGEE also plays there for 14. I think that's the way you've got to handle this turn. I don't necessarily think playing OE in that same spot is the right way to go about this. Do you think OG or Agio is the better play?
I think both of them would give me pause. I don't think this rack is quite bad enough to exchange from. I just also don't love what either of those plays do to the board, given that he has a small lead. It opens up, both of them open up some potential danger. And he might be reading also rightly, as he should, that Greg has groomed his rack for a few turns and is close to a bingo, so you don't want to be giving him anything juicy on his next turn.
Yeah, that's fair. I think maybe I would prefer OG over Agio for that reason, just because the O is a little bit worse of a floater than the A. We can see that Greg already has the floater he needs in order to bingo. The T in spot gives him Horiest on the triple lane. I find it unlikely that will get blocked. We see Andy go for OE. I think there's definitely some merit to keeping things a little tighter as far as not giving back scoring options to the triple, but you are keeping very vowel-heavy leaves, and if you draw too many, you're going to be really sad. All right, so Greg instantly playing Horiest. This is his only bingo, and this is absolutely the type of move that you want to play fast.
Yeah, nicely spotted, nicely put together by Greg. No point in waiting on that. He's confident of the word. He's got the best spot on the board for it, and he'll take a 66-point lead with Andy back on turn.
Yeah, and this is the reason why keeping all those vowels might not have been in Andy's best interest. He does not have a bingo on this turn. The second A does make his rack a little bit too vowel heavy for any 7-letter words, and there's no 8-letter words. So there's really no spots to even play 8s. I guess to the M in whims, but this board is getting a little bit tight in terms of its composition. We'll see what Andy does here.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have, as you've said, much scoring potential. He's not quite all the way to a bingo. There isn't really a way to play off a couple tiles and keep a really nice leave and score. So he's kind of in an in-between turn, and down 66 on a board of this type, you want to be getting down a bingo as soon as possible, and hopefully a lucrative one, because, Greg will not be opening up a nicer spot for him, I don't think, in this position.
Yeah, I really don't think Greg it's in his best interest at all to be opening any parts of the board. So it really just comes down to where do you even want to play on this board, because it's hard to make a play on this board that doesn't obstruct something. Whether you're playing on the end column and taking out that 7s line, or if you're playing around the center of the board, there's really nowhere to make a move that just is completely out of the way of anything that also scores competently. I think the top equity play is Aga for 16, making area and bog. And while that does obstruct the front hooks to ARE, there's a lot of ways. There's a lot of hooks to that. You're still setting up a new line, at least. The Aga can front hook with the G, the N, and the S. Maybe some other things that I might be forgetting. The R as well, right? And while you don't hold any of those hooks, you have the blank, so you do have some flexibility. And by playing Aga, you're allowing for, if Greg wants to play in that spot, he's probably going to give back a line of some other degree. So I think that I like this as far as long-term board dynamics are concerned. Do you see anything else that you like here, Evan?
Without having seen that overlap initially, I saw Aga one spot to the left, which I thought sort of opened up the bottom and top left of the board a little bit nicer. It looks like Andy's opting for Dag, which keeps 3 vowels in a blank.
Yeah.
Not quite as good, I don't think.
I think one thing worth mentioning is that this pool is already leaning very consonant heavy from Andy's perspective. We can see on screen that for his perspective, the pool is 21 vowels to 39 consonants. And we can see from our perspective that Greg also has a bit of a vowel heavy rack. So, maybe there's some merit to keeping the extra vowel heavy leave, pulling into a leave as consonant heavy as this one. Although VQ is not the way to bingo, regardless.
No, and I mean, now the lane that he's made will hit the triple line, or will give up rather the triple line coming back. So I wonder how Greg will go about closing up this board even further, being up by 47 and a tempo on this turn.
Yeah, so I think I'd want to play on the N column. It feels hard in average position to obstruct the N column without making a sacrifice. And in this position, you're really not making a sacrifice to play on the N column and muck that up. The top equity play up there is FOU, but that does allow for reopenings. How do you feel about CUE, making EH next to Horiest?
I was thinking about maybe icon or something which negates any bingos there. I was looking at FOU as well, which does give up an ED or an ES bingo, but keeps the nicest leave possible. It's kind of a tough call. I'd still maybe think about foul, given that there's only one D and 2 S's left.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. I think I would definitely want to be looking to maybe play a little more defense. That's why I like CUE. It doesn't allow for like a 6-letter play down, but Greg's not going to play much defense at all. He's going to play Feis. I think if you're going to play here, FICO would be a little bit better to save the E, but we're going to see him not really make an attempt to close down the board at all. And in this position, I don't think he'll be punished. Would expect QI to come down for 36.
Yeah, pretty straightforward play from Andy's perspective. That does bring him back to almost even, but with Greg having drawn the blank, he'll be bingoing on this turn.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah, and like outdone or duotone, just some of the many bingos. Actually, no, there's only one other bingo of outgone. So he's got those 71-point options on the N column. I would be shocked if he missed them. And we'll see if Andy's going to be able to use his blank that he's had since the second turn of the game. His racks just have not materialized. And yeah, Greg's going to play duotone, jump off to a pretty strong leave. I'll see if Andy has a bingo here to come back. I don't see it immediately.
I wonder if outdone in the same spot has more defensive merit, given that the O is in a kind of a dangerous spot here.
Yeah, definitely is merit to outdone. I think the other perk of outdone is that you are not actually never mind. But yeah, the outdone would put a consonant next to the double letter square on the O column. But I think the U is defensive enough in that position, so I don't think you need to be worried about it necessarily. And yeah, we're going to see Andy once again. No bingos. It's got to be rough having the blank for that long and just being unable to connect.
Yeah, kind of the same as last game. It didn't quite didn't quite connect after several turns, which does have to be frustrating. I mean, you do want to be giving yourself lanes and possibilities when you have the blank, so you can draw into something.
Yeah, so I think just playing Avo here into the O of duotone looks pretty solid. You're opening up some new space. It's going to be pretty difficult for Greg to block everything, given that you can play above or below the A in Avo. You can also play a bit longer. Lavabo is a cool word that would extend a little bit farther out into space, although I don't think you want to be extending far out into space. There's a very real chance that something long could exhaust the board to the point where you can't get, 2 bingos down. I mean, that's how much Andy's down right now. He's down 100. So I think I like Avo.
Yeah, exactly right. You want to lengthen the game at this point. You may also be thinking there's a ratio of 2-to-1 consonants to vowels. So every vowel you play, you're half as likely to get back on a redraw. Maybe even something here like avid in the bottom right, just to create some new lanes and a little bit of danger. That might be worth taking the risk with.
Yeah, avid is also another idea to open up a quadrant of the board that is very difficult to access otherwise. It does come at a little bit of an immediate point sacrifice, and I think that preventing a super high scoring play like I don't know, something like Yank over on the right side, that would really put this game out of reach. I think you want to stop something like that from coming down on the triple lane. And so I think I like Avid a bit more for that reason.
That's a good point. Yeah, something like Wink or Tank or Rank, that just puts the game out of contention completely.
Yeah, so I think if you're Andy, I mean, it sucks to have the blank for so long and to not be bingoing for that whole time, but he really doesn't have. Yeah, I wonder how much longer he's going to look for. I also wonder if he might try a phony.
And he's had a couple fairly quick turns. Chi last turn, so he does have the luxury of having a bit of time on his hands. So he goes with Bam, which is a little bit risky, but he's caught Greg at a unfortunate time, having just 2 vowels and one of them's a U. So really, he doesn't have a lot that he'll be able to do with the new line just created.
Yeah, you would love to make a play down at the bottom of the board that puts the V out in space, something like Ver2, but that's not an option. I don't believe that Greg has a play that does that. So it's going to be interesting how he handles this turn. He's going to opt to just score as much as he can. Not bothering to play defense, he's just going to score and try to outrun with Vest. I think there's definitely a lot of merit to this approach.
I might have thought in the spot maybe True underneath Bam, just to kill the spot, and again put the onus on Andy. But Vest is a strong play in itself. Makes sure there's not going to be a bingo hooking cheese. And so maybe his thinking is that he'll kill the spot next turn if it's still there and give Andy this one opportunity.
Yep. No, that's totally fair. I think Andy has to use that spot now, even though he won't be bingoing there. It just feels like Wave there is so much stronger than anything else he has. Again, pulling the W is just, again, delaying his bingo by yet another turn. He's had this blank for, this is his 7th turn with the blank, and he's yet to pull into any bingos. He hasn't missed anything as far as that's concerned. It's got to be a bit frustrating, but I think you just got to play Wave here.
So I think a good competitor to Wave might be a Vow in the top right, just to, again, open up that lane for himself. Maybe his opponent just doesn't have the right stuff to play killing the triple, and maybe next turn he can either hit a bingo hooking a vowel with a 2, or perhaps the triple lane will still be open. I think at this point you kind of have to take some calculated risks for yourself.
Yeah, and we're going to see a variation of that play. Andy's going to go with Reavow. This is 4 more points, although I think I do like a vowel a little bit better just because it does save a stable nucleus of tiles. Keeping L blank does not necessarily guarantee that you're going to have strong bingo tiles next turn. But again, every point matters when you're down by this much. So I think that this is another fine decision. Andy knows he's going to have to get a little bit lucky to win this game. So,
yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for opening the double lane. Andy's now down by 90 points. So he'll need his bingo when it comes to be hard hitting, and Reavow is one way to do that.
Yeah, for sure. So do you think, if you're Greg, do you try to play up top, or do you just go with your top equity play of Glutei hooking BI to take out the triple at the bottom?
I would look at the distribution and what's left, and I would see 2 E's, I think, from Greg's POV. So I wouldn't be super worried about the lanes that Reavow has created. I would want to take care of this triple. Guile is fine. Glue is defensive. Glutei probably optimal, but then again, maybe you want to save one of those or 2 of those vowels given the heavy discrepancy between what's left between consonants and vowels. So good play here by Greg.
Yeah. No, I think that as far as the tile distribution is concerned, you want to play, maybe Glutei would be better to play off the extra consonant, rather than leaving vowels. Just play off as many tiles as you can. As we see Andy quickly playing kin, this is his best equity move, and it opens up a few marginal lines. So you can see him really shaking that bag, like, come on, you've treated me terribly so far. Just give me a bingo draw.
And Greg has just drawn the 1 vowel out of the bag. So I'm sure top priority here will be to put to rest the dangerous line that Reavow has created. I think this is really the time and the opportunity you should take to play defense. Yeah.
So the issue is that there's not a lot of ways to do it while scoring, but you also don't really need to score. He has a play that we would see. The play is trapped, TRAPT. That is really his only long play that does some defense, but it doesn't even fully take out the double line. And we can see that would set up dits for Andy on the triple lane, which would make things pretty interesting. So I think something like tag or get looks pretty solid. I mean, you're only scoring 8 points, but you're obstructing what is by far the most dangerous bingo line on the board, and you're saving your lone vowel.
Yeah, I like here any 2 tile play through the E and Reavow. I'd say don't take any risks. Trapped could end very badly, very easily. You could have a Z play, you could have a J play. You just don't want to give anything up here that you don't have to. So gel, leg, tag, get. Just throw 2 tiles down and stop worrying about the spot. And if your opponent scores 35 next turn with a Z, you can certainly afford it. If you're giving up an 80 or 90 point play that's a non-bingo, I mean, there might be serious trouble later on in the game for Greg.
Yeah, for sure. I think you need to be somewhat careful. You don't want to play leg because that takes a front C hook and there's still a C unseen. So I don't think you want to be playing something that gives back that marginal line. Get is totally fine because this does not take any hooks in the front and it obstructs the part of the board that Greg really needs to obstruct. So good on him for playing that.
Looks like Andy spotted Czar. for mid-30s here. Probably his best play.
Oh, yeah.
And gives himself a new lane through the C to the triple, potentially, if Greg can't address it right away.
Yeah, no, this is the exact type of opening you want to make if you're in Andy's position. You're putting that C out in space, which it might get blocked with a play through the C, but if Greg wants to score with the triple, he's got to give you back something in terms of a bingo lane instead. Again, this is a really strong opening play. It also scores 38 points, and it puts Andy at a point where he might be within one bingo as far as the score is concerned. So it definitely makes things a bit more interesting, and it's going to be hard for Greg to play to that C. I mean, he can play something like Pact, but again, you're giving back a really nice bingo line there.
You are. I mean, you're up by a hair shy of 90 here, so you're still in the driver's seat. And you can afford to give up a bingo, but you'd probably prefer, if you are, for it to be in the range of 70 or 75 if you must. So Pact is fine. I don't think you want to play Arc to give up an even easier line. But he must be looking at something with the C there, because that's the clear favorite for a potential bingo, and a heavy bingo at that.
Yeah. Well, it's worth mentioning there is another C to play from, and the top equity move in this position is Carp from the C and Vice, hooking Vesta. But we're going to see Greg play Carp from the other C, and I think this is strong. I think that he really wants to go out of his way to prevent any bingo from coming down, and by playing Carp here, you're sacrificing 15 points, but again, you're probably reducing Andy's bingo odds by a pretty drastic amount. I mean, there's very few floaters to work with here. We're going to see Andy balance his rack again with Vil, again playing extremely quickly. Again, there's really not much else to do here.
Yeah, I think, though, for Andy, at the expense of not creating something new for himself, he's just sort of keeping within range if a bingo lane does open up. But I think he needs to be more proactive, because we now see we're in a position where the tile bag's almost empty. And really, Greg can just about seal the board shut. Even if Andy's got a very juicy rack, he's got very limited places to play it. He would have to play down to the I or to the N, which are both very difficult tiles to bingo to.
Yeah, although I think what's worth mentioning is that Andy's rack wasn't that good on that turn again. It was another position where, you might as well just bide your time and then make a more aggressive opening once you do have the really solid tiles on your rack. I think this is a fine play, because now Greg can't just sacrifice as much as he wants for defense, because Andy's within scoring range now. And we can see that Greg has a lot of 1-point tiles, and I think that there's a pretty clear play if you know the word and you see it, just playing Larnt at 12F hooking Del. It's only 10 points, but you're getting 5 tiles off of your rack, which leaves only 2 in the bag. I think that's really strong in terms of timing. You could also consider exchanging.
Evan, I'm just seeing something else here.
Okay.
Just underneath Czar to the T and get, and he could potentially have an IEST bingo that would be worth a lot. So Greg here might think even playing 1 tile or 2 to make AAL or TA, there might be some merit to that, because that would be a very juicy bingo lane, and Greg might not have the opportunity to address that for very much longer.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I didn't even notice that was open. The problem with a play like AAL is that you leave horrific tiles, and you are extremely unlikely to be able to respond to any other opening that Andy makes. So I definitely see what the cause for what the concern is about. Of that line is really difficult to block productively, but if Greg were to play off his A in order to block that, it's just setting him up so poorly for the rest of the game that I worry that he might just be too far behind the ball at that point.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point. And, he's only up by 40 at this point. So maybe part of his thinking might be, a non-bingo could even potentially catch Andy up, or a heavy scoring J play somewhere, for instance.
Okay. He's going to play Lawrence for 10 in this spot. I worry, as far as this play is concerned, that it's just not great timing-wise. 3 in the bag, if Andy doesn't have a bingo this turn, it allows him to play up to 2 tiles, and that 2-tile play could allow him to do stuff like play a 2-letter word into the I in kin and create 2 7-letter words. 2 lines for 7-letter bingos. But we see, I don't know if you've spotted a bingo for Andy, but he has 1 bingo in this spot. It's in the spot that you were talking about.
Didn't jump out at me, to be honest. This, I think this would require some vision and a fair amount of shuffling to arrive at. The word construction is a bit unusual, to say the least.
Yeah.
But Andy's in good position if he can spot it. If it takes him another turn to potentially get down the bingo, it might be too late.
Well, there's actually another non-bingo option that certainly gives Andy a good chance. Again, it requires really good board vision, but if we're gonna spoil, let's see. Has chat pointed out the bingo? Chat has not pointed out the bingo yet, so I'll leave that as a little bit of a puzzle. But yeah, Andy's got time to go through the alphabet, and I feel confident that he would have studied this. The other play that gives him a chance is S-carp. This ES in front of carp. It creates a bingo lane that Greg is going to really struggle to block. You can see the unseen pool is not great from Andy's perspective. And unless Greg's going to play something like Jin, J-I-N, it's really tough to block that for a good score.
Yeah, I think if you're in Andy's shoes right now, you certainly do not want the J on a 1-tile or 2-tile pull. That'll really put any chances of bingoing to almost 0.
Yeah.
But he must be really looking at what's left, looking what's on his rack, maybe giving Greg a couple tiles that he might have based on the Lawrence play, and wondering what's left in there for him that he could potentially make a comeback with.
Yeah. But yeah, if Andy can find Nakedist on this turn, then I find it tough to see how he'll lose. He will draw the J, which is not going to be easy to play on this board. But if he plays Nakedist, he'll be taking a 30-point lead going into the end game. What will he be drawing? He'll be drawing J-I-O. So he'll be threatening to go out with join. Yeah, we'll see how things play out, but it should be, if Andy finds this here, he should be winning for sure.
So if that does transpire, he would have Joe in the top right on the triple. He would have another spot for Joe midway through duotone there, or even Jag to the AG from Czar. It looks like he's going to make a new lane here with Annie for 4 points. This will make life pretty difficult for Greg in terms of blocking.
Will it? I guess, yeah, it's hard to block everything, including the EST lane. But, yeah, you can see Andy's disappointment at drawing the J on his 2-tile pull. But
yeah, I think that's information you don't want to give your opponent clearly he's frustrated by what he's drawn. You need to not give your opponent any information there if you can.
Yeah, no, I mean, regardless of what Greg plays in this position, I mean, Andy has nothing, but I guess it's definitely worth thinking what happens if the J is in the bag. That's a very real possibility from Greg's perspective. Because at that point, and those tiles look pretty good. I don't know if they lead to a bingo in 2. So I don't know if Greg's going to be able to block everything if the J's in the bag. So
sorry, what I'm seeing, if the J was in the bag, there's something like Oseard, Whale Seed, Oreades that would play, several of which would play down to the A.
Yeah. But I can see what Greg has lined up is his high scoring play. Monty is 37. And probably, yeah, this definitely is enough to win. Well, maybe. But what he can do is make a play hooking Annie in the front with his M or his R and block all of the bingos that way. And I think that's probably what he should do. I don't think he'll be punished if he were to make a play like Monty. It just goes up by so much, I don't think Andy can catch up.
I wonder if he did play Monty and the J's in the bag, would Andy have a bingo through the N, for instance?
It's a good question.
Legioned would be off the board.
He actually would have Indoor C.
Okay.
But even then, something like Oreades would still play with Yaz. So.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Greg's got a lot to think about here. He might have read a little bit into Andy's body language, having drawn the 2 tiles.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, he might have been focused on his tiles and not seen that, but he does know there's 1 left in the bag, and if his tracking's good, he must be looking to what's left and thinking, he's sitting pretty here. He just needs to not facepalm on this very pivotal turn.
Yeah, no, I think this is really Greg's game to lose at this point. I don't see really any way that this is going to slip away, but he's going to take his time. He's going to make sure that he's doing as much as he can to win as often as he can. I would love to see a play hooking Manny or Ronnie. I think that's the way to block the bingo in all lines, but it's not the most intuitive spot to look for a play, especially when you have 37 points available, which is going to win by a lot more if Andy doesn't have the although not even, because you're setting up that spot to play the J at D1. So it's probably not even that great on spread anyways.
And if he doesn't see the Manny hook as well, it's a little bit tougher to block all of those lines all at once.
Yeah. But he does see it, and we're going to see Maya come down. I think he's doing this to maintain his lone vowel. That'll give him a little bit of flexibility in the endgame. We know that he's going to draw the other O as well. And yeah, currently, I think this is it should be Greg's game.
I wonder if he's on hold here, having not drawn the last tile.
He might be. Manny was added in the newest dictionary update, but yeah, the head nod, Andy's giving the okay. So yeah, the best endgame that camp player finds is to play Escarp, saving Jedi plus the blank. I suppose that's just the best 2-tile sequence. There's 2-turn sequence that just a simple endgame engine would find.
Yeah, I wonder if he didn't see Escart before, what his next best play might be. Something down to the Y with his J, perhaps, or just drop one tile down, jag, and think about some way to go out next turn, perhaps.
Yeah. So he just does have some long plays to the Y that use the blank. Something like Judy, DJs is his longest play. That would save just the I. But just based on the fact that Greg's tiles are clunky, they won't go out next turn. Andy can take his time here, but it's not necessarily the easiest sequence to see.
I'm seeing maybe it did look like Andy had released the hold, so perhaps Greg has forgotten to draw the last tile because he should have 2 O's at this point.
Yeah, he should have another O. It's worth mentioning that if this game ends without the last tile being drawn, we cannot interfere. That just is something that will happen. We're not allowed to, tell our producer, "Hey, you make sure the last tile is out of the bag." I don't think, at least.
No.
Yeah, I do believe there is an O in the bag still.
Yeah, and it should rightfully be on Greg's rack. So if he were to go out without having picked it up, I think it does count against him.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll see Andy work out this endgame. Quick couple. Oh, he found Escarp. That's wonderful. That is his best endgame sequence. I think would have been nice to see him find that a turn earlier, but better late than never. And yeah, I think that it was pointed out in chat that Greg might have just had the O on the side, just as since from the courtesy draw, and it's only now confirmed. But yeah, Greg, let's make a play with a minute left on his clock. Really, I mean, he does need to be somewhat careful. I asked the championship player, and it did generate ties. So this isn't a position where literally anything wins, but as long as he plays some sort of, well, maybe he has to be more. Maybe this is more interesting than we're giving it credit for. Right now, Andy is threatening to go out with Ejido and Obe for 26. As well as Ejido on the bottom, Jedi's up top, jived as well. So maybe Greg has to be a bit careful.
Will this do it?
1 moment. Gonna pull it back up. This is not listed as a win for Quackle. Hold up. Okay, no, that was just Quackle. That was just a Quackle derp. Yeah, this wins. Yeah, Andy's does have a higher scoring out now. He can play Jailed through the L, but that will fall around 13 points short.
It might be one that Andy's considering desperation challenging. Looney doesn't come up that often in this form, so maybe he thinks perhaps if it's not good, he desperation challenges and can still win with what's left on Greg's rack.
Yeah, I don't think that he's going to challenge this. I would be surprised. This is a pretty common word.
If he does challenge too, the sacrifice to spread is a significant one because he would have to eat the J.
Yeah, I don't think you can really afford the challenge here, especially when you are already in first place and your spread's really good. Just just take jailed.
And it looks like Greg has no shortage of places to go out if he's given another play.
Yeah, he'll be able to go out on multiple parts of the board. So there's not much suspense left in this one. I guess we can start doing some thank yous before, while this end game wraps up. So first of all, we want to thank all of you guys for watching. We really appreciate all of the support that we get on these streams. You guys are the reason we provide these tournaments to you. So thank you guys very much. Thank you to the Word Game Players Organization for adding $5,000 to the prize pool at this event. So the donation is greatly appreciated. You can thank Linda Finn and Mike Johnson for directing this event. You can thank Josh Greenway and Josh Koff, our stream team. They do a wonderful job at providing us with this content. You can thank Seth Lipkin for the Ulu clock that we use for these games, as well as Cross Tables, which provides us with some of those player cards that you have seen earlier. We're going to see Andy make his outplay of Jailed. This is going to score 30. It's going to bring the final score to 358 to 371. You can see the blank is an A. And yeah, the players will finish up the endgame math, and then we will cut to overhead Mike afterwards.
Yep. 360. Yep. 379.
Yep. Good job, Greg. That was a good block. I didn't have anything. What was the last tile in the bag?
It was an O.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow, you didn't have many vowels there. Wow.
No.
So if you only know messes, can you just skip the messes part of your current number?
Block that. It was pretty closed up.
Yeah.
Early halfway through.
Well, it took us,
It's a close game, though.
Yeah.
It actually took us 3 years, but it's close.
Well, you played very well. I wonder if I play S-Scarp instead of Ani. Maybe that changes things. But I wanted to keep that S for that. Could not roll into something there.
Yeah, that was probably not a good way. But that was a long time, man.
Yeah, we both were.
Yeah. So bad at being in charge of coming up with ideas.
All right, I think that's as much post-mortem as we're going to get out of these two. So yeah, fun defensive showdown to get things ended off. And Andy had that blank for the whole game. And he unfortunately missed nakedest in the pre-end game for the win. But that's going to lead to this tournament having some pretty interesting results as we go down the stretch. I think we can start off with taking another look at our WoW standings. Got 6 more games tomorrow as well. So it's a lot to be excited about. So yeah, we saw Andy had lost his game. Peter Schwartzman joins him at 9-2 with a very close spread in between the two. John Shreve has not finished his final game of the day, but yeah, we see Greg's going to be at 7-4 along with Jeff Fishbane and Annette Oberstad. So if there are WoW games on stream, expect a mix of these players. It's really anyone's tournament at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of players in the mix, and the spread's definitely separating a couple of them, but a few wins and losses here and there will really make a big difference. So I'd say the tournament's up for grabs.
Yeah, we can see the Division B standings now. June Graf was started off 9-0. I was checking the scorecards for the other divisions at various points throughout this broadcast, but she started off 9-0. Hit a little bit of a speed bump, but still 9-2 plus 900 spread. That's really awesome to see. I had met June at the Collegiate Championship. She hasn't gotten out to a lot of tournaments, but she's been improving really fast. So great to see from that. Joe Roberto and Richard Lauder not too far behind at 8-3, and a good amount of people at 7-4 in Division B. On to Division C, we've got Julie Page, Ben Mustrel, and Micah Utek in the top 3 at 8-3, with Manon Saint Amant as well at 8-3. So there's a lot of people in contention in this division. 4-way tie for first with records. And then on to our CSW division, which you will be seeing live tomorrow. We've got Rob Rabinski in first place at 9-2. Charles Renke and Mark Kenas not too far behind at 8-3. Charles having over 1,000 spread, which is pretty ridiculous. His brother Thomas leads the 7-4s, along with Josh Sokol, Elise Bickford, and Mark Francelon. So what we're going to do is have a morning session of CSW. That'll be 4 games in the morning for tomorrow's stream. They'll all be CSW. Going to have a short lunch break. And then the final 2 games will be a mix of CSW and WoW. Wherever there's the most action, that's what we'll be streaming.
Yeah, some very interesting games to come. As we looked at the standings, really anybody's game in most of those divisions. And Andy and Annette and Peter will certainly have their work cut out for them in the top WoW division.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot to still develop at the Midwest Major. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for the rest of our coverage. Few final thank yous that I hadn't gotten to previously, but thank you to John Chu for TSH, which is the best software for running these large-scale tournaments. Thank you to Josh Castellano and Matthew O'Connor for the pairing system that we use in these tournaments. Thank you to Art Moore for WordJudge.me, the challenge program that we use that you saw on stream a few times. Thank you to Steve Sagan of Video Ninja for providing the tech that powers our streams. Thank you to Sarah Rosenbaum of Cozy Tiles for creating our custom Let's Play Scrabble tile bag, as well as George Bissonette of George's Custom Scrabble Boards, who made the custom Let's Play Scrabble board that you have seen on stream today.
And if I may, thank you to Evan Chester for calling the shots today and leading us. Excellent job, Evan, and a shout out to all the other Evans who are tuning into us. Hope you subscribe.
Yeah. Yes, thank you to all the Evans out there, but especially Evan Kramer. It was really great being able to commentate with you. I think we worked pretty well together. And yeah, I'm certainly going to be tuning back in tomorrow for the final day. If you want to see some more Scrabble streams, I can plug my own Twitch channel. I've been on a little bit of a hiatus from streaming since Lake George, but at around the time that this stream will be ending tomorrow, I'll be going live doing some game analysis on Twitch. My Twitch channel is twitch.tv/theycallmeevan_. If that interests you, if you want to hear me talk about some of my own games, then feel free to leave a follow. I'll be going live around when the last game ends on here. I'm not going to try and compete with viewers with Let's Play Scrabble, but yeah, if you like what you heard, feel free to give me a follow. I would greatly appreciate it.
And I will shout out to the Blue Jays. Game 7 World Series coming up shortly. Let's go, Blue Jays.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna probably be watching that once I get downstairs to eat my dinner.
And of course, thanks again to Josh of Let's Play Scrabble for making this all happen. We are really privileged to be able to bring you these games, and fantastic to be able to follow along all of the action from afar.
Yep. I think that'll wrap things up for day 2 coverage of the 4th annual Midwest Wager in Madison, Wisconsin. thank you guys very much for watching, and be sure to tune in tomorrow.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night.